Good morning, all. Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Shripad Naik Sahab, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, and a lighting force for our mission of education, Dr. Pramod Sawant Sahab, our own Honorable Minister of Captain of Ports, Shri Digambar Kamath Sahab, Shri Pradeep Sudhakarji, Chief Ship Surveyor, Government of India, Shri Octavio Rodriguez Sahab, Honorable Captain of Ports, our mentor for maritime education in Goa. Sir is very humble enough to guiding us, curating those ecosystem what just Shivram Kamath Sahab has talked about. Shri Shivrat Kamath Sahab, Director, the Institute of Maritime Studies. Dr. Ravi Gupta ji, Founder and CEO, Elites Technomedia. With this note, I'm very humbled and honored to speak among this august gathering. I represent Ganpat University, Gujarat and Ganpat University, Goa. As we see that Goa is a great combination of nature, culture, heritage, and a strong seafarer ecosystem. Kamath Sahab and the earlier speaker before me has already spoke that wherever you go, you will find out Goan selling and marching India's economy through blue economy. We at Ganpat University, Gujarat are committed for maritime training. We are the among only maritime training institute in the state of Gujarat has offered pre-sea, post-sea courses and well-organized degree, diploma courses related to the maritime ecosystem. We are housed away from the coastal area, but still we managed to get a shipping campus, all advanced technology simulators, right hands of professors, well-experienced mentors, industry partner. And we see that the Director General of Shipping, in particularly Sri Shyam Jagannath ji and the entire team, has been so proactive in handholding this mission that we have been able to produce the right skills required for sailing. Our recruiters coming to us, they are always delighted with the experience they are getting. It has been observed that the early seafarers or the entrants has not that much of knowledge and skills and understanding about the law, which a experienced sailor carries. At Ganpat University, we not only ensure that they carry the technical skills, but they also carries the soft skills, the etiquettes, the law, and we ensure that they become a very important part of this ecosystem. With this, we have been able to achieve a strong placement. Currently, we have an entire country's representation on the campus. In fact, we are very proud to have Gujarat first maritime girl cadet from our campus, which is something very significant we have introduced to the entire maritime ecosystem. And currently, if you look at more than 40% cadets studying at Ganpat University are a girl cadet. So we have been able to include the society, we have been able to equalize the society, and we have been able to curate an ecosystem in and around the industry standard. Believe me, it is not easy. That requires a strong capital investment, that requires a very, very dedicated efforts, since all maritime training institute are a residential institution. We go through a lot of challenges while upskilling and training the cadets to make them industry ready. We do have a same vision lined up here under the direct mentorship of Honorable Captain of Port, Shri Octavio Rodriguez Sahab. He has already mentioned. We have started working with Captain of Ports Department under the PPP and set up a Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence. This institute is envisioned to offer all skilling related programs, whether it is entrance programs, skillings programs, or upskillings programs. This year, we have started a mandatory course, new entrant training programs, wherein we already have, Shripad Naik sir, we already have enrolled around 115 cadets. Those will be starting their training this month. This school will be dedicated to pre-C courses, post-C courses, lot of new courses we are offering and planning to offer from this institution, enabling the Goa as become a very emerged ecosystem for maritime talent. We also have planned to set up one of the state-of-art deep sea diving school. This year we will be planning to start deep sea diving related program, wherein different entertainment program, scuba diving program, a lot of authoritarian 10 meters, 30 meters diving program related to the requirements of ADAS, IMCA will be start offering from here. We are also a partner to ADAS. We also do have plan, Kamath Saab, for setting up a dedicated maritime training institute. Since Goa, under the direct guidance of Director General of Shipping, will be setting up Goa's first MTI, which will be eventually offering BTech, BSc Nautical Science, DNS, all educational related UG and PG programs. We'll be also enabling a lot of research related activities. We are highly a dedicated professional team committed to contributing to the vision of Goa's maritime vision, India's maritime vision, and Sagarmala vision. With this, we are looking forward to learn today from all the experts, industry partner, and we wish a Goa Coastal State Workshop a strong success. Thank you, everyone. Looking forward.
Thank you so much. With that, we come down to the much awaited guest of honor address. Our guest of honor, Shri Digambar Kamath Sir, Honorable Minister for the Department of Captain of Ports, Public Works and Legal Metrology from Government of Goa is here with us, requesting Sir to kindly come up and share his guest of honor. Okay. Okay, so requesting our project head, sorry. Now I would like to request Shripad Yeso Nayakji, Honorable Minister of State from Ministry of New and Renewable Energy from Government of India, to please join us. Sir, if you can kindly join us for the special address. A huge round of applause.
Namaskar and good morning to you all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, representative from the Director General of Shipping, member of the port and shipping community, and all esteemed participants, brothers and sisters. It gives me an immense pleasure to inaugurate the Goa Coastal State Workshop, an important initiatives under the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 of the Government of India. I congratulate the Director General of Shipping and the Government of Goa for bringing together policymaker, industry leader, and stakeholder to chart a focused roadmap for the growth of Goa's maritime sector. Goa has a long and proud maritime heritage. For centuries, our coastline has supported trade, livelihood, fisheries, and cultural exchange. Today, as India advanced towards becoming a leading maritime nation, Goa has a unique opportunity to strengthen its position in coastal shipping, shipbuilding services, tourism, and maritime employment. This workshop is particularly significant because it adopts a state-centric approach. Each coastal state has its own strengths and challenges, and Goa's maritime ecosystem, anchored by its ports, shipyards, and skilled seafaring community, can contribute sustainably to India's blue economy. The discussion around safety, skilling, sustainability, and shipbuilding and coastal connectivity are therefore both timely and relevant. The Government of India, under the leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, is committed to modernizing the ports, promoting the coastal shipping, enhancing the maritime infrastructure, and creating employment opportunities for our youth. Initiatives such as port-led development, green shipping, and multimodal logistics are opening new avenue for coastal state like our Goa. I am confident that today's deliberation will identify practical action points, whether in enhancing the maritime training and seafarer welfare, strengthening the coastal shipping routes, promoting the environmentally responsible practices, or encouraging maritime entrepreneurship. Such outcomes will not only benefit our Goa, but also support the national maritime priorities. I also urge industry stakeholders to actively partner with government agencies in implementing the recommendation that emerged from this workshop. Collaboration between government, industry, and academia will be key to build a resilient and sustainable maritime future. Once again, I congratulate the organizer for this important initiative and extend my best wishes for productive discussion and meaningful outcomes. I look forward to Goa emerging as a model coastal state in India's maritime growth story. With these words, I formally inaugurate the Goa's Coastal State Workshop. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. And all the dignitaries present on the stage, we would like to announce the special brochure that we have created for this workshop, which we would like to request you all to kindly inaugurate. Can you please pass on the brochures to everybody? I would also like to call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, Project Head of ELITS Technomedia, to also join us in the exclusive reveal of the exclusive brochure for the Goa Coastal State Workshop. This is the special short brochure that we have created for all the leaders who have joined us for this workshop. This covers all 6 pillars of maritime excellence and has been curated in accordance with Directorate General of Shipping and Captain of Ports Department under the Thank you, sir, for your vision and guidance and for the support from Capital. Thank you, sir, for your vision and guidance and for the support from Capital. To present the token of gratitude to guidance, sharing thoughtful words with us, and setting the note of the workshop. Waterways Government of India. Thank you so much, sir, for your visionary thoughts. Thank you so much. With that, we will take a short tea and networking break. Can we have the group picture with all the dignitaries on the stage, please? Rajiv Ranjan, sir. I would also like to call Dr. Saurabh Dave, Senior Pro Chancellor from Ganpat University, to also join us for the group picture. Thank you to our dignitaries for staying with us to the entire inaugural session, for sharing your thoughts, vision, and guidance, for taking this workshop forward. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries? We will now take a short tea and networking break, and we will join back for the workshop session on Pillar 1 at 11 a.m. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and your
notable incidents I will be covering. The liability and compensation regime will be covered by my colleague, Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor. For responding to maritime casualty during incidents, we have set up the DGCOM Center. The DGCOM Center functions as a single point coordination hub for all reported maritime incident and casualties. Its role begins with immediate reception of distress alerts, including ship alert system signals, notification from vessels, ports, MRCCs, and other maritime stakeholders. The system operates round the clock to maintain situational awareness across Indian waters. Once an incident is reported to this maritime center, the response is calibrated based on the severity, location, jurisdiction, and potential environmental risk. Coordination is established with the Indian Coast Guard, Navy, ports, and other administration where applicable. The communication center does not merely pass information, it centralizes decision-making inputs, evaluates risk, and orchestrates emergency actions. During cyclones or large-scale emergency, it becomes the primary coordination node ensuring unified action. And this is an overview of casualties from 2023 to 25. And this data has been compiled by the casualty branch of the Directorate General of Shipping. If you see from right to left, 23 to 25, the number of accidents which have been reported, or the incidents I would say which have been reported at the DGCOM Center, continue to rise. And we have seen almost 35% increase in marine casualties. The worst performing year happens to be 2025, in which 105 marine casualties were reported. And unfortunately, the number of deaths over a period of time, over the last 3 years, has continued to increase. And this year alone, we had 34 seafarers dying from marine casualties and about 66 from non-marine casualties. So this year alone, we have lost 100 seafarers. So that sums up like losing a seafarer every third day. So that the emphasis on safety and security cannot be overemphasized. And to add on, this marine casualties are the casualties which result from direct shipboard operations, and non-operational incidents are the one which do not have a bearing on the operation of the vessel, like suicide, health-related issues, and others. And I'll be covering the notable incidents which have happened around the Indian coast in last 2 years. Number one is Maersk Frankfurt. This incident happened on 19 July 2024. A major fire broke out on Maersk Frankfurt. This incident happened off the coast of Goa. And since this vessel was carrying cargo of cyanide containers which caught fire, so the vessel had to be maneuvered all the time, ensuring that the fumes do not enter the accommodation. Unfortunately, in this incident, one Filipino able seaman lost his life. And as part of the initial reaction, the Coast Guard immediately deployed surface assets. The DG Shipping deployed emergency towing vessel which had sailed out from Mumbai. And the vessel had reported fires in Bay 14 to 22. It took a considerable period of time to eventually control the fire and douse the fire. And through this coordinated mechanism between the Coast Guard, Navy, DG Shipping, and the Goa port and the New Mangalore port, the situation was brought under control. However, this incident presented a significant gap that we did not have a port of refuge in India, a dedicated port of refuge. Eventually, this vessel sailed to port of Jebel Ali to discharge her containers. And the vessel is presently trading now, Maersk Frankfurt. The second incident is MSC Elsa. This incident happened off the coast of Kerala last year. On 24th May, information was received through IFC IOR that MSC Elsa 3 is listing. And next day morning, the vessel sank. On the same day, that is 24th May, all the crew members were evacuated except for 3 crew members who decided to stay on the ship. They were evacuated at about 6:30 the following day, and shortly thereafter the vessel sank. This was by far the single most notable incident which presented a considerable pollution hazard by way of noodles washing ashore. Till this incident, we had not much of information or I would say the wherewithal to deal with noodles washing ashore. So there were all in total about 66 containers which wash ashore from this ship. and considerable amount of noodles were spilled into the sea. And the extent of noodle recovery or the effort which were required for noodle recovery was so huge that the operations continue till date. And so far, 720 tons of noodles have been recovered from the sea, from the beach, noodles which have washed ashore. And this vessel sank about 14 miles, 13 and a half or 14 miles off the coast of Kerala. And the point where the vessel sank, the depth was about 52 meters. And the oil had to be recovered. So initially, the TNT salvage was engaged in the operation, and eventually Smith team had to be called in, and specialized operation which went on till during the monsoon period. And the oil was recovered through hot tapping and saturation diving, and about 367 metric ton of fuel oil was recovered. The diesel oil from the ship could not be recovered because the diesel oil tanks which were there on the starboard side are submerged 5 meters below the seabed. So the diesel as on date still remains on board, and the vessel remains as a wreck in that same position. And through this coordinated mechanism between the Coast Guard, Navy, the State Maritime Authority, the State Disaster Management Authority, the situation was largely brought under control. The slides are not in sequence. No. There are about 6-7 slides which are missing. After MSC ELSA, there would be VANAI 503. This is connected to. Yeah. While they are updating the slide, regarding this MSC ELSA, the socio-economic and environmental impact, the noodles not only washed ashore of the Kerala coast, they also came on the Tamil Nadu coast, and the Tamil Nadu state government had raised a claim of about 1,000 crores, and the Admiralty Court, they had come out with a figure of 9,531 crore against the ship owner. So that was the kind of impact this incident had. And there was substantial loss of livelihood for the local fishermen. The fishermen couldn't go out to sea for a substantial period of time. The fishing was banned in that area. And a preliminary investigation was initiated into the incident by the Liberian Maritime Administration. This was the Liberian flagged vessel, the Indian Maritime Administration, and presently the investigation is being carried out by judicial first class magistrate into the incident. Done? The next incident is this VANAI 503. While we were tackling with this incident, we got another information that slightly north of this MSC ELSA sinking, we had another incident, fire and underdeck explosion on VANAI 503. Again, this incident happened off the coast of Kerala. And unfortunately, in this incident, 4 seafarers lost their lives, 6 were injured. And Immediately, the crew members were rescued by the Indian Coast Guard and subsequently they were transferred to INS Surat and landed ashore in New Mangalore port. Of all the injured seafarers who were landed ashore at New Mangalore, all recovered. But unfortunately, the four seafarers who were missing, none of them were Indian nationals. They remained untraced. The fire went on for far too long on this vessel. The vessel was kept away from the Indian coast. There was a real danger of this vessel drifting ashore and running aground off coast of Kerala. And for connecting the tow line, naval seeking helicopters were used and salvos were lowered on the poop deck of the vessel to connect the tow line. So that was a kind of effort and coordination which resulted in this vessel being kept away from the Indian coast. And again, on this vessel, we realized that there were some shortcomings. We do not have a port of refuge. And eventually, this vessel too sailed to port of Jebel Ali for discharging her container. And this vessel will be eventually scrapped. This vessel will not be traded. The vessel, as on date, continues to be in Jebel Ali. And because of the prompt and coordinated response from the Directorate General of Shipping and other stakeholders involved in the operation, there was effective containment of marine pollution risk, which prevented any oil sheen or oil slick reaching around the Indian shoreline, and limited shoreline impact. While we use the word limited, while we took all efforts, the washing ashore of the noodles could not have been prevented. But through coordinated mechanism, we recovered a substantial amount of the noodles which had washed ashore, and preservation of marine environmental quality. No water pollution was observed in the area. And the results of these investigations will be forwarded to IMO to draft any regulatory changes that would be required. And what were the key takeaways from these incidents? In fact, there was another incident. In fact, there were two more incidents which, due to paucity of time, I have not covered here. One was fire on another container ship, Inter-Asia Tenacity, which also happened off coast of Kerala. After 15 days, there was another explosion on a tanker, Fulda. This incident happened off Kandla. So the agencies were totally overwhelmed with the series of incidents which happened last year, and that has actually necessitated a urgent meeting at PMO. And one of the outcomes of those meetings was to have coastal state workshops. So this workshop has culminated as a result of all these incidents which happened at in a very short span of time. The key takeaways, we need to have a unified response framework in which the central as well as the coastal state authorities are all in the same platform. And on Maersk Frankfurt incident, we realized that the coordination with custom immigration still remains an issue. For the salvors to bring in to act efficiently, that has to be streamlined. And the ports should have pre-approved hazardous waste agencies which can deal with such operations. And India as a country, we need to designate or identify places of refuge or port of refuge, as we say. And we need to have a robust salvage response mechanism. As on date, we still remain largely dependent on the foreign flag vessels or the IGPNI clubs to have this capability. And all this, the coastal framework can be strengthened through enhanced port state control inspection regime and national salvage capability. We have done some substantial work on that, which will be presented or highlighted during the subsequent slides, and also to conduct institutional multi-agency drills. And there were a few initiatives which were initiated by or taken by the DG Shipping for salvage hub creation. One was the Coastal State Advisory Framework. So this advisory is already ready and has been sent to ministry for coordination with other ministries and will be circulated shortly. And we had come out with MS notice for mandatory deployment of tugs by ports. So this circular or this notice says any Indian port which has cargo handling capacity of more than 10 million metric ton need to have at least one tug which can be deployed immediately in case of an emergency. And cooperation with state governments and workshops, what we are doing now, the mandatory tie-up with salvors and MPROs, salvor empanelment criteria we have already come out with. The pollution response organization empanelment and criteria we are in the process of setting up, and we will be coming out very shortly. And development of maritime compensation fund and special casualty representative. This is an ongoing process. and by virtue of which we emphasize setting up a compensation fund. Every ship calling Indian ports would need to contribute towards this fund, which will eventually go in the enhancement of the salvage capabilities. And regarding port of refuge, this is a long-term agenda which came out of the PMO meeting. In this, I would like to highlight that IMO has few resolutions, few guidelines. These are not mandatory or binding on countries. These are still recommendatory in nature. And we are also working on that to identify 2 ports, one on West Coast, one on East Coast, in case we have a emergency to deal with such a situation. And we also need to understand that while we are part of the game, we are also part of the problem. While our economy grows or the trade grows, we are likely to see such incidents happening. And while this presents a problem, this also presents an opportunity. For instance, I wish to tell you that this Vanai 503, which went to Jebel Ali, this boosted the local economy. The port charged about $50 million to the vessel owner for taking the vessel in. So $50 million is roughly about 500 CR, and that actually boosts the local economy while we address such incidents responsibly. And this is another program which we have come up with, Alpha Tug, an emergency towing vessel. As you can see on the chart, we have one emergency towing vessel stationed on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. The one on West Coast is Water Lily. Water Lily, incidentally, was involved in all the operations which were highlighted. And MS Notice 11 of 25, which was issued last year, talks about the mandatory requirement for ports to have emergency tug deployment plan, which has been sent to all major and non-major ports. In case there are cluster of ports like what we have in Kandla, the ports can collaborate and get together to have a shared deployment mechanism. And once we have this mechanism working, so this is how a tug map would look like. And this will ensure a faster turnaround or faster availability of a tug. But we also need to understand this ETVs, which we have now, Water Lily and Ocean Bliss. They have a 60-ton bollard pull. And the tugs which pulled Vanhai and other ones, they had a bollard pull capacity of 120 ton. While 160 ton may not sound sufficient, the availability or provision of this tug is only to provide the initial response mechanism. This is not essentially replaces the salvage tug, which essentially has to be done by the owner or the P&I club. But we, as a responsible coastal state, continue to have these assets deployed to safeguard our coast. Our effort is not to provide salvage services to the ship owner. Our services are primarily to protect the Indian coast. And another important aspect is the fishing vessel collisions, which we have again collated data from 2023-25. We highlighted this information here because Goa as a state has a sizable fishing community. And while no reported incidents were informed to the DGCOM center around the Goa coast, there were 8 incidents in 23, 9 in 24, and 10 in 25. Unfortunately, in 2025, 5 fishermen lost their lives. And every year, fishermen have been losing their life, suffering damage to the net, to the boats. So we'll be also educating the fisheries department like what all measures should be initiated to provide or to prevent such incidents happening. And the most important problem we face is at times these incidents are reported after 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, or even after a month. So it becomes very difficult to track vessels in such scenarios. And in case, even if we track through the AI, national AIS data, the vessel invariably denies the involvement, and we primarily rely on the flagsheet investigation for the result. And low detectability, most of the fishing vessels around Indian vessels, in Indian coast, the smaller wooden fishing boats, in bad weather, they have low detectability. They have weak communication framework. And the most important thing is a good number of the fishing vessels are not adequately insured. So even if they're in case of death or in case of damage, they do not get insufficient insurance. In such cases, out-of-court settlement is reached between the P&I club and the fishing vessel association or the fish owner. This is not a very robust. The best mechanism in place would be to have a robust insurance scheme or insurance mechanism which is overseen by the fisheries department or the state coastal state authorities. This we have covered. And again, a way out for this would be to have capacity building for fishermen, zone-based monitoring, identify which areas are specifically more vulnerable to such incidents, and have traffic separation schemes if required. We already have around the Indian coast. And next is the Coastal State Advisory on Marine Incident Response Liability and Compensation Framework. So this aspect will be covered by my colleague, Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor. I request him to please come on the stage. And before he comes, I sincerely thank all of you for such a patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. Harinder and myself, we are talking on two very important topics. One is casualty and response, and I'll be dwelling on the liability and the compensation mechanism. There is a paucity of time, and as such also the time allotted was too short for us to go into the subject in detail, and this is a subject which is very relevant for the coastal states. Let me just at this time highlight that as part of the Directorate's initiatives, we are also conducting workshops on this. Captain Harinder is spearheading a workshop which will be held this Friday in Navi Mumbai, and which will be focusing on the incidents which are happening and the casualty and response. It's happening, and you can look at our social media or the DG Shipping website for the details, and we would invite you. Subsequently, in June, mid-June, we're having a workshop in collaboration with the IGP and I, in which we'll be dwelling on the liability mechanism. Starting off, you have the casualty, the response, but eventually it leads up to how to effectively come up with a compensation framework, how to ensure that the liability is covered. And for that, there are specific mechanisms which are in force, which is being worked out into a kind of a advisory, which will be which is one of the reasons why this workshop has also been brought about. I would like to also commend the organizers of this workshop to come together and work on specific pillars. I will be moving ahead on top on part of what the advisory will be speaking about. In terms of a liability, the insurance, the compensation, there are specific frameworks which are in place. It emerges from the IMO's conventions and allows us specific tonnage-based limitation of liability. The concept of limitation of liability is very unique in shipping and very apt in terms of you limit the eventual claim, because if you have unlimited liability on a ship owner, it is not conducive to business. You have a liability, you ensure that there is an insurance mechanism. The convention allows direct action not only against the owners but against the insurers in specific liability instances, and the financial security, the claims, they ensure that the eventual stakeholder who has been affected by the incident is brought up to at least to the restored to the similar state what it was above. For example, if there's an oil spill, the cleanup, the costs which have been to bring it back to the previous state, that cost gets recovered. Moving ahead, we have these following conventions which are structured. We have the limitation of liability for maritime claims, which I discussed about, which limits the liability. In addition to that, we have specific conventions which are focused on different types of liabilities. We have convention for the civil liability in terms of persistent oil carried by tankers. We have bunker oil pollution convention, which looks at any oil spill from the bunker of cargo ships. We also have a tiered mechanism in terms of the CLC, where we have the fund convention and a third tier, the supplementary convention, in case the claim goes above the CLC limits. Now, India is not a party to the supplementary, but India is a party to the fund convention. And in fund convention, the concept of liability is shared over to the receivers of the oil. So you have mostly the polluter pays principle. Polluter pays means the ship who's carrying the cargo is going to be the first person, the owner is going to be liable. But in fund convention, the liability is also transferred so that too much of burden doesn't come, and any claim which goes very high, because you know that persistent crude oil pollution can be very expensive. So that part is taken care of. We have the wreck removal convention. We also have the salvage convention. We have the HNS protocol 2010, which is not yet come into force. So these conventions ensure that proper response measures are initiated. The persons who are initiating those response measures, if it is for a salvage, if it is for the cleanup, if it is for compensation for loss of, let's assume a fisherman, because of the oil spill, is not able to go and do fishing, and there is a loss of his livelihood, that also is taken care of. So a regime is established by virtue of the IMO conventions. The countries who are a party to it agree to it, and that is also been translated by virtue of us enabling it into our domestic legislation. And in specific, when we talk about the MS Act 2025, which I'll be covering in the subsequent slide. How does this claim get triggered? By virtue of an incident happening under any of the conventions which the state is party to. And there is specific P&I insurance which has covered. In India, we have got currently something called the Port Entry Rules 2012. And under the Port Entry Rules, all ships which come to India need to have the P&I insurance from either the IG group of P&I clubs, or there are close to 20 insurers which are non-IG insurers. They're fixed premium insurers, and these fixed premium insurers have been approved by the Government of India from the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. So only specific insurers whom we are comfortable are allowed, the ship owners are allowed to engage them, and the ships which are coming, they are having the insurance coverage. Eventually, this allows any ship which is coming within the Indian coast to have a specific, there are specific conventions which allow direct action against the insurers. The insurance have come good. Harinder did speak about the Van High case. We spoke about the ELSA. The compensation framework came active in that time, and these insurers do support us. What has happened with respect to our current regime? So India, under the previous act, was not a party to the Bunker Convention and few other conventions. But even the Bunker Convention has been brought into the domestic regime. India was a party to the BREC Convention, but the BREC Convention was not incorporated in the Act, which has been done into the Act now. The under Part 13, under BREC and salvage, we have a very specific mandate in terms of vessels having a salvage framework, in terms of having a dedicated salver. And that has been incorporated by virtue of the new rules which have come. So you must be aware that the Directorate was in the previous 2 months in the process of legislating close to 50 rules. 50 rules we are working, out of which close to 8 rules were on, close to 10 rules were on marine incidents response liability regimes, including all the ones which we are seeing in this particular one. The rules were shared with the stakeholders for their consultation. And one specific rule I just want to highlight, the port entry rules in 2012 has been brought into a more focused approach, having now renamed as the coastal waters entry rules. And in that rule, there are specific frameworks which have been additionally required. One framework is in terms of having a mandatory salver contract. Second is having a mandatory marine pollution response contract. The existing requirement of the age norms, it continues. The existing requirement of the class, that is IAX class or a recognized class by the government. And earlier it used to be between 15 to 20 years, that has been brought down. So basically any vessel which is 10 years and above should have an IAX class. And also there are other specific norms in terms of ensuring that any vessel coming in, it has the necessary framework. The compensation regime gets activated in case of an incident. So these are very specific sections of the Act. which has got very focused input on these specific liability regime. These liability regimes are to ensure that you are protected. How does it get activated? Any incident happens, who's the person that will come out in the casualty framework which we are driving? But DG Shipping will be the coordinating authority. We will be coordinating with you in terms of the claims. We have had very successful cases. All the recent incidences which happened, the major instances which were triggered, I can say, is the ELSA case which has happened recently. We have had the collision of Ennore Port, which was between BW Maple down Kanchipuram. There are multiple cases where such compensation regime has been activated and successful. The only thing is our goal right now is to reach out to each and every stakeholders, make them understand of the ecosystem which is available, and reach out and ensure that you get protected in case of an incident happens. I thank you for giving this opportunity, and I would welcome you to be a part of our the one-day workshops which I would mention. Thank you.
Thank you to both our presenters. I would like to call upon stage Shri Ravi Kumar Mukherjee, Ship Surveyor cum DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly come up on stage and present the token of gratitude to our two presenters for this workshop. Do we have, sir, can we please have you? Shri Ravi Kumar Mukherjee, please, sir, join us to present the token of gratitude to our two presenters for the workshop session on pillar number 1, Captain Harinder Singh, Nautical Surveyor cum Deputy Director General Technical from Directorate General of Shipping. Also to Captain Anish Joseph, Deputy Nautical Advisor cum Senior Deputy Director General Technical from Directorate General of Shipping again. Thank you so much, sir, for your on the workshop on pillar number 1. I believe here is getting a lot out of it.
I would like to sincerely thank the Indian Coast Guard personnel and the Indian Naval personnel who are present here while we showcase our efficiency and our the nature of work we do. It won't be possible without you people actually performing it on ground. Thank you once again.
A huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. With that, we move on to our next presentation, which is by Marine Tech. And for the same, I would like to call upon stage Shri Gautam Datta, who is the Managing Director for Marine Tech. So, sir, if you can join us on stage, please. You would like this one or handheld mic?
Yeah, give me a hand. Right. This is okay. Yeah, it's fine. Good morning, everybody, the invited dignitaries, and all those in the audience. And I'd like to thank the Captain of Ports for inviting me to talk about a subject which is a different aspect of shipping. It's we looked at a very interesting presentation by Captain Harinder and Captain Anish about the shipping part of it along the coast, but that's commercial shipping. I'm going to be talking about leisure aspects of shipping. This is something, it's a little takeoff because in a coastal state like Goa, a lot of vessels which are plying are pleasure crafts which are involved with, people just going out into the sea on private boats. So that's something which I want to bring to this workshop here. I want to talk about it. First, a little thing about myself. I'm a yachtsman. I'm an ex-army guy. I was in the army retired as a colonel, and I started a company called Marine Solutions, in which we started this yachting business in encouraging people to buy yachts and to go out sailing. And I have people here like Harinder who sails with me every weekend on a sailboat. So we have a little different community. It's not a usual community, but our community is going to be growing. And from there, I branched out I realized that when people have boats, they need some place to park their boats, they need facilities. And one of the main reasons in India where we've not had a very active, very large, I would say even minorly significant yachting setup or any infrastructure and activities is simply because we don't have the infrastructure. It's something like golf, you can't play golf if you don't have a golf course. So anyway, so that's what set me about to set up Marine Tech. And I'm going to talk about Marine Tech in this little session about what we have done, a new technology that we gotten into the country, that is the floating concrete jetty systems, and how we have worked in various parts of the country, in particular in Goa, to give a support for developing nautical tourism. For maritime states like in Goa, tourism is very important. Maritime, I would say, because we have beaches, harbors, but more importantly, from beaches and harbors, it's also people who want to cruise the rivers in boats. That's it's a common phenomenon all over the world. I mean, you go to Phuket or you go to the Mediterranean or anywhere else, very high value tourism comes from people who come to cruise in boats. Goa traditionally always had backpackers in the 60s and 70s, the hippies and all, but even now you have a lot of tourists who come to Goa in chartered flights. But the kind of tourism that they bring and kind of tourism you would get when you have a super yacht or a luxury boats, people coming, is completely different. It'll really boost tourism in this country, in this state particularly, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Can we go to the next slide? So Marine Tech is a Finnish company. I have it here, sorry. So Marine Tech is a Finland company who we joined as a joint venture with me and my partner Simon, who we set it up in some years ago. And Marine Tech is a global name, actually, with more than 50 countries around the world. You think of any prominent marina in the world, it's all been executed by Marine Tech, practically anywhere. If you're talking about in the region, the famous Palm Jumeirah Marina or the one in Phuket or anywhere else in this region, they're all being done by Marine Tech anyway. So this I've just touched upon earlier about the tourists which come to Goa. As a benchmark, in coastal countries, part of the economy has been overhauled, significantly affected by tourism, which the yachting industry builds. The countries like Greece, Croatia, Maldives, Thailand, a single super yacht, many super yachts, the entire coastal area is transformed. The kind of business that they can get is actually, I'll leave that for a Q&A session at the end of my talk, and I can talk to you about the kind of economy boost in terms of employment and salaries and local business that it can bring. We all know about Maritime Vision. I'm going to run through a little quick because I know the time is very short. So if there's anything, we can bring it up at the end of my presentation. So key in all this thing is that the government is now actually promoting all aspects of the shipping, waterways, including this recreational side of it for which I'm standing here in front of you now. On all this, the key thing missing, as I mentioned, is the infrastructure. These are what the nautical tourism to grow require. Marinas, yacht berths. This is what is missing in our country. Tourism boat jetties, it is happening now because the government is now funding certain programs to the inland waterways to fund projects, which I'll show you some photographs of. And little docks where people can take their private boats and dock. Seaplane terminals. This too has been a PMO's, the Prime Minister's key area, which is yet to gather momentum, but it's being pushed from the top because that's a very important thing. Maldives, most of the transportation through far-flung areas is done by seaplanes. Floating villas and hospitality. This is very common in the Baltic area and in the Canadian North America, but great potential in Goa. Floating pedestrian bridges. I don't need to explain, but these are in small crossings can be affected through this. Here is some of a project that we have done in Goa. This is a typical dock in Panjim. This is a floating dock. There's one we done in Old Goa. As you can see, these are pretty sophisticated docks and they're very solid and very strong. The design life of these pontoon systems is 50 years. So it's made of concrete, it doesn't corrode, and there are significant advantages which you get when you use a floating concrete dock. Unlike a fixed dock, it is immune to, you don't have freeboard issues because the boat, when they're docked together, they rise and fall. Unless in a fixed jetty, when the tide goes down, the boat goes down. Here, they are contiguous. This is a project we did in Cochin, which is a pretty iconic thing. It was again inaugurated by the Prime Minister. The Cochin Water Metro, we built these very big floating concrete docks. This is being very actively used. This is one of the successful models of urban water transportation, but it is a fallout from the recreational industry because the whole concept of floating concrete docks came from pleasure boats and marinas. This is docks that we created for the seaplane projects, both again very promoted by the Prime Minister's office. These are some vision that we have for Goa. It is already happening. Goa, there are now every year there are more and more people who are promoting cruise boating. The tourists who are coming in from interiors of India who want to get on a boat and they want to cruise in the river. That's the attraction of Goa. So Panjim is one big center where most of these people come, and now I think Captain of Ports is looking to expand this into other parts of Goa also, because there are so many riverways. So Mandovi, Zuari, Shapora, Baga. Baga is more of cost. You can read the slide, so I won't read it out. Kavalasin in the south, and obviously there's a scope for seaplane network in Goa. And last, if you can see, I talk about the Heritage Waterway Trail, where there are a lot of heritage tourism which are on the waterfront, like Old Goa is there, Diwar Island. These are estimations which I and my team, we sat down and said, what is the potential of what we can have in Goa? What kind of implications could have a benefit out of nautical tourism? If you create the infrastructure, you get people to get boats, to park boats and to use it privately, and then the economy grows. There's one thing I want to talk about. I mean, especially there are a lot of people from the shipping industry here. In India, if you see the waterways, I would say 99% of the users on the waterway are government, commercial, defense. Less than 1% would be private boats. But if you go to developed countries, for example, America, it is quite the reverse. In those waterways, you will find, I would say, almost 80 to 90% of the boats are, more than 90% of the boats are private boats. So as India develops, you will find the waterways of India is going to be used more and more by people who use boats for their private use. And that's how development happens. And what we need to do is to focus on giving the kind of docks and infrastructure that is required for boats, for small and private boats to be able to dock safely. Needless to say, you can see tourism revenues, beach tourism is seasonal, it's for 3 months, whereas nautical tourism in Goa is blessed because of the waterways. So in the season from October, when the fair season starts from October to maybe April, May, people can go out to sea. And then when the monsoon comes, people can use the boats in the riverways of Goa, which is also very beautiful. Then there is, what we call lateral benefits to other stakeholders in this business, fishermen, local communities, they all benefit because when you create these docks, they can be used extensively by the local people. I'll talk about one project we are doing, which is not related to Goa, but we are doing a project now for Jammu and Kashmir. In Srinagar, we are building docks in the Jhelum River and through Srinagar town. About 8 terminals we are building. And that is such a benefit. People, the locals are so excited about it because all these years they were having houseboats, so much of different kind of crafts in the Dal Lake and on the waterways of Kashmir, but they've never had a facility where they could, dock and do, access, get people on, get the guests on. So for similar reasons, I say this is already happening in Goa and it will happen elsewhere also. Premium tourism, absolutely. Already I've discussed this. And importantly is catalytic investment signal. A government-backed marina or a docking system or anything which promotes water tourism, it builds confidence, investor confidence, it attracts private hospitality, you get charter operators, water sports businesses, yacht clubs. This is all very beneficial to the local economy. So anyway, these are slides. I'll just run through it. I've come to the end of my presentation. These are the phases at which we propose moving forward for Goa for developing nautical tourism. So anyway, these are slides. I'll just run through it. I've come to the end of my presentation. At which we propose for Goa nautical tourism. So anyway, these are slides. I'll run through it. For Goa. So I was here when the people, I don't know who was there from Ganpat University, I think somebody spoke about this. So when we talk about training of people for the maritime industry in terms of commercial shipping, there is also a complete parallel in that for private shipping. Sure, please.
Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting in between. We are a little short on time on today's agenda. What we would request you all is we have the Marine Tech booth over here. We also have Sir over here. So if you can connect it off the stage, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much for your patience
All right.
and understanding. With that, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, our project head for the project from eLet's Technomedia, to kindly come up on stage. Here, Shri Gautam Dutta. If you can hold the photograph. Thank you so much. Ravi Kumar, who's engineer and ship surveyor cum DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping. So requesting our presenters to please come up on.
Good morning to all. Now we are going to talk on the shipbuilding and ship recycling opportunities. First, I will cover on the shipbuilding part, and then coming to that, next our colleague Mr. Gopi Krishna will cover on the ship recycling part. So, as you see, this is a multi-component ecosystem of Indian maritime sector across port, shipping, and waterways. So we have got about 217 non-major ports and 12 major ports, which are combinedly handling a cargo of about 1593 million metric ton for the financial year 2025. And then coming to the shipping side, we have got about 1545 vessels, which we have got capacity of about 13.5 million GT across all our Indian flagships. And the number of seafarers working on these ships about 3.2 lakh, and then it is increasing day by day, depending on the number of vessels added actually. And then coming to waterways, there are about 111 waterways, out of which 29 are operational, and the cargo model share of this inland waterways is about 2%. So across all these ports, shipping, and waterways, the present employment generation, direct and indirect, is about 74 lakh. And then by 2047, we want to increase this to up to 1.5 crore. We want to double this employment through Ministry of Port, Shipping, and Waterways. What in this? And then why this maritime and also shipbuilding is central to the economic future. As you see, India's GDP from the present financially is about 4.19 trillion US dollar. And then most of this 94% of the trade by volume is handled by this maritime sector, and 75% of trade by value is facilitated by the maritime. And then the maritime contributes 45% of the GDP. And then there is a lot of gaps which we need to close, and the industry and the government should act now. Main thing is on because we got presently in ship ownership as well as on the shipbuilding. Presently we are 16th in position, and under this Maritime India Vision and Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision, we want to reach top 10 by 2030 and top 5 by 2047. So if you see in the ship ownership, Exim cargo on Indian shipyards ships dropped from almost 41% in 1988. Presently, we are at 5%. So Indian Exim cargo, expected to reach almost 5.7 billion tons by 2047. So in the ship ownership, we need a lot of vessels to be built by India. And then ship owners also, they need to contribute by ordering vessels in India or charter from outside. And then coming to the shipbuilding side, we are also 16th in position. And then we have got a shipbuilding share of only 0.06. Only 7% of the Indian flagships or Indian owned ships are built in India. And the rest of all the vessels which are bringing cargo to our vessels is mostly built in Korea, China, or Japan. And almost 94% of the shipbuilding is controlled by these countries. So as you can see, there is almost 75 crore forex outgo is there. And then we have a vast potential to close these gaps. We have got 11,000, more than 11,000 kilometers of coastline, 229 ports, and 111 waterways. So we have got the infrastructure exist, we have got the manpower, but the industry need to scale to provide, in a better to be in a better position. And coming to the shipyards, these are the various shipyards across India. We have got almost more than 50 plus shipyards in India, small and major, small and bigger shipyards. So the defense shipyard, we have got 4 shipyards, 2 on the east coast and 2 on the west coast. And then we have got the private shipyards like the Swan Defense, Kottupalli. And then also we have got the public shipyard under Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Cochin Shipyard, Udupi CSL and Hooghly CSL. So almost there are 50 plus shipyards in this India. They contribute about 1% of the tonnage. And if you can see that India almost from 2000 to 2016, we have secured top spend spot in that time. So we have building, and then we have got a strong skills exist, but our the share in shipbuilding presently is not meeting these targets. So coming to the global shipbuilding market, so global shipbuilding market expected to reach almost $260+ billion by 2029, with 75% contribution by the commercial vessels. So almost commercial shipbuilding, over the period 2025, is expected to grow at 5 to 6% per annum, backed by fresh and replacement demand. And the defense shipbuilding, almost $60 billion is expected to continue steady growth momentum at the rate of 3 to 4% per annum. This is the global scenario. And almost the market post-COVID stagnation is presently healthy now. So 4.5%, 4 to 5% growth is estimated to continue. And then this, the shipbuilding is super cycle actually. So aging vessels and seaborne trade, the momentum should continue to grow in the shipbuilding growth. So currently almost 400,600 vessels are in the order book in the global market. And then global sea trade is likely to add almost a fresh demand for the, if you see almost 17 billion metric ton is going to add in the coming years. So 40% of the vessels above 20 years of age are likely to be replaced over a decade also. So this is the statistics. Yeah. And then if you see this slide, almost 3+ years of order backlog are there in China and Korea. So if you see the vessels almost, the average time for building in China is 3.8 years if you order a vessel in China. And then in Korea, it is almost 3.9 years. And in Japan, it's almost 2 years. So the orders are there. Shipowners wants to place orders. But since there is a lot of backlog in the foreign yards, so they are looking for alternative destinations like India, Vietnam, and other Asian nations. So we need to scale up and increase our capacity of Indian yards. So this is our vision for shipbuilding. So at presently in 2024, we have got about 0.505 million GT only, and we are in top 16. And then this is a 2000 under maritime India vision target. We want to have a target of 0.6 million GT. And we want to reach top 10 with 20+ lakh jobs, and with investment required will be about 3 lakh to 3.5 lakh crore. And by 2047, we want to achieve almost 4.5 million GT in shipbuilding to reach top 5 position with 1.5 crore jobs. With total investment required, here will be 75 lakh to 80 lakh crore. And the additional targets are also 15% share in global ports, 2.27 million GT own tonnage we want, and also we want to create 2.2 lakh crore of fleet investment is required, and then we want to increase the seafarers by 5 lakh seafarers. And the Indian shipbuilding sector needs to step up to meet these targets. So Indian shipbuilding tonnage witnessed almost 10% CAGR in the past 3 years and required 20% growth to reach our Amrit Kaal vision targets. And then coming to the ship repair, we require continued steady momentum of 4 to 5% CAGR to reach this 2047 targets. And these are all these challenges everybody knows, because these are challenges which the Indian shipbuilding yards face here. We got skill set is the main issue what we are facing. Even though government is supporting and we do a lot of incentives is there, if the skill is not present, then, will not be able to deliver the vessels. So limited domestic supply chain and procurement lead time is there, capability gaps in ship design engine exist, and all other challenges which are highlighted here. And then this is a chart which shows the Indian shipbuilding output from 1995 to almost 2024. If you see from 1995 to almost 2003, we are steadily growing. From 2003 to almost 2013, we have got a big super cycle. There, there's a lot of demand for the shipyards, and shipbuilding was done. So we could achieve a good output, almost above 150,000 at that time, and we could reach about top 10 position during that time. But after that, when the boom came down from 2013, so we could not able to succeed. Even though the government has given subsidy SBFA policy from 2016, still we are lagging in that small cycle only. So that is why we have from 2026, almost now the policy has ended. So we're increasing this with a new policy now. So this is a policy which was existing from 2016 to 26, where, even though policy is there for almost 10 years, we could only release 540 crore worth of financial assistance to the shipyard. But good thing is that, we have got orders of about almost 2,700 crore of committed liabilities is there. So only 1,300 crore is balance out of the 4,000 crore in the shipbuilding financial assistance policy, which will be releasing because the yards take a lot of time to build these vessels. So according to the building, we will release the financial assistance to them. So out of all these difficulties, even though much has been not utilized, the government has come to revive this shipbuilding financial assistance policy. We have learned a lot of lessons, and what China and Korea, which have done 30 years back, now we wanted to do with this 4-pillar policy. So the 4-pillar policy was implemented by the government, and this we have published the guidelines of almost pillar 1 and pillar 3. So mainly pillar 1 is on the shipbuilding financial assistance scheme, which is an extension of SBFAP with almost allocation of 24,736 crore. Pillar 2 is on the maritime development fund, because the financing needs were not taken care before. So with this maritime development fund of 25,000 crore, this financing needs of the shipyards as well as the ports is taken care by this pillar 2. And then shipyards need to upgrade their infrastructure, and the new infrastructure need to be created in the Indian market. So that is why the pillar 3 came, which is the shipbuilding development scheme with an allocation of close to about 20,000 crore. And the fourth one is to do all these three, we need a lot of legal and policy reforms is required. So that is on the pillar 4. So I'll just go through this because paucity of time, I'll be just rushing through the slides. On the pillar 1, it is an extension of SBFAP. What is done is, if any shipyard is built by Indian yard, and shipbuilding financial assistance of about close to 15 to 25% will be given to the shipyard once they deliver the vessels. But presently, what we have done here from the keel laying itself means we are doing the stage payments now. If the keel is laid, we will give you some percentage, 15%. Then at the launching, some percentage, and the delivery also we will give 100. Previously, it was after the delivery only we are supposed to release the financial assistance. But right now, we are doing this in the stage-wise payments. And then we are also to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have mandated this domestic content requirement as shown here. And addition to this, in the shipbuilding financial assistance, we have added a feature of shipbreak credit note. So 40% after this ship credit note, 40% of the ship scrap value will be issued to the ship owner, and then that ship scrapped value, 40% of it can be reimbursed or can be applied to the shipyard for a 5% in the new building contract value. So if he gets for a green vessel 25% under SBFAS, this 5% will be added. So total 30% he can get for a ship owner as well as for the shipyard. Together 30% can be achieved through get by shipbuilding financial assistance policy. And the pillar 2 is the maritime development fund. This is mainly for the dealing with the financing part actually, because banks normally give the loan, but since the loan facility is not available, the government will be investing in the company in terms of equity. So 49% will be from the government and 51% will be from the private. So in terms of loan, instead of loan, they will invest in the company in terms of equity of about total of about 49%. So that, the ship owner or the shipyard or the port, they can get this finance from the government through financing, and then they can utilize this fund. That allocation is of about 20,000 crore. And then the second component in this maritime development fund is the interest incentivization fund, where the interest incentive of up to 3% is provided to the shipyard, or for the 3% is provided for the shipyard. Because what it means is, if the bank gives you loan at 10%, so 3% of it will be paid by the government, and ultimately the shipyard will get loan at 7%. So there is the incentivization is there, and these are focus areas are the shipbuilding, ports, inland waterways, green shipping, and other areas. So the beneficiaries are also ports, shipbuilding, shipping companies, and the coastal and maritime MSMEs are also there. And coming to pillar 3, it is the capital support for the greenfield capacity expansion of about close to 9,930 crore is there. And then brownfield is about 8,000 crore. And for capacity development of the Indian ship design, almost 3,200 crore is there, which will be done through Indian Maritime University. And then the risk for the shipyards need to be covered. So there is an allocation of 1443 crore, in which the the shipyard risk, if some ship owner, he does not he does not take the orders, then the shipyard is under risk because it's a heavy investment. So the credit risk is covered through the scheme of allocation of 1443 crore, and then 50 crore is the administrative expenses for covering this scheme. So these are the key highlights of the shipbuilding development scheme. One is on the brownfield and the greenfield cluster. So under the brownfield, we have got almost 8 components covered, mainly channel and basin development, dry dock, slipway, ship lift, floating dock, jetty, cranes, and block and other fabrication facilities, and other components are also covered in this scheme. So this is main to facilitate capacity augmentation, modernization, and technological upgradation of the existing shipyards to enhance the competitiveness and efficiency of the existing shipyards. So eligibility should be in the for the brownfield shipyard, the yard should be operational for about minimum 3 years for availing the scheme, or otherwise, if the shipyard is not having the land, in the same compound, they can establish a new facility there, and then they can invest in that new facility, and then also can avail under this brownfield expansion scheme. And this is mainly for the existing shipyards, both for private and the government. And then the greenfield cluster is mainly through the government. So the main components covered are this, breakwaters, channel and basin development, internal infrastructure, common maritime assets, and regional shipbuilding capability centers. So these mainly because we don't have a shipyard, because big mega shipyards, because private, if they want to develop a mega shipyard, there's a lot of there's an investment of about close to 20,000 to 30,000 crore is required. So since that cannot be facilitated, so the government itself is facilitating through greenfield clusters based on this for these components. So this is how the concept of greenfield capacity creation is there. So what will happen is, in this, a trunk and the social infrastructure will be created by the government through the SPV between the state government and the central government, mainly through the ports. So they will have a 50-50 joint venture, and then they will avail the subsidy or the support from the capital support from the this scheme, greenfield cluster scheme. So SPV will be created. They will get support from our scheme. So the infrastructure, trunk infrastructure like the jetty, breakwater, and the other dredging, and also the other whatever is required, it will be facilitated by the SPV. They will be creating the base infrastructure, and then this SPV will be leasing, or this SPV will invest in the shipyard partner. Shipyard partner can be a foreign shipyard or the Indian shipyard, or a group of shipyards can come together, and then they can create this common, they can create this shipyard. So once the shipyard is created, then the shipyard partner will have multiple facilities like the ancillaries, township, and other infrastructure will be created. So that, they can create a mega shipbuilding cluster through this route. So the main concept which came from here is the Voltan shipbuilding cluster. This is how the Voltan has developed. The same concept we want to repeat here. And these are the cluster locations we have been looking on the Tamil Nadu coast. Presently, the first Indian shipbuilding SPV has been created in Thoothukudi. I think we are hoping that, Hyundai will have a joint venture in develop as a shipyard partner for developing this first shipyard, mega shipbuilding cluster in Thoothukudi. Then we are also looking at Andhra and Durgarajapatnam and Gujarat, other areas, Kandla, Chachdi, Kuchadi, and other areas. And Maharashtra, Nandagaon, Digi, Vijayajug, and Orissa, we are looking at Paradeep. So we want to create almost 3 to 4 mega shipbuilding cluster through this greenfield capacity creations with the same concept what I have explained before. And then coming the pillar 4 is the legal and policy reforms. So already we have got ship as infrastructure. So Indian owned and Indian flagged commercial ships greater than 10,000 GT. There, we have created this ship as infrastructure so they can utilize this so that they can have better lending terms with the bank. And then we also did the demand aggregation because the orders from the foreign ship owners may take time. So before that, our Indian market, our Indian companies itself have a lot of requirement for the ships. So we did the demand aggregation, which will be coming through the next slides. And then there are a lot of legal and policy reforms, the 5 acts which have been recently passed by the government in the parliament. And then we have been framing the rules. We have received a lot of stakeholders' inputs. So within 3 to 4 months, we will be having the rules also in place for these acts, which have been passed previously. So again, adding to this policy and legal reforms, the reforms like the right of refusal for RFR for shipbuilding is there. The restrictions on oil imports are also there. Maritime financing is already provided. We did almost 1 lakh crore investment by SCI for the fleet expansion is also in the table. So infrastructure is there. And then defined requirement, procurement, make one and make schemes for shipbuilding for OEMs is already, they have been creating in the defense sector. So coming to demand aggregation, we have aggregated almost about 437 vessels for an almost 19 million GT, worth about 2.2 lakh crore. And then we are thinking of, almost mandating that these orders will be built in India for the government, for all these PSUs, mainly this oil and gas sectors, SCI and SCI container, and the ports are also were mandated to use green tugs. So that is a value at almost 12,000 crores, almost 100 green tugs we want to build in the next 10 years. And DCI has also got almost 11 dredges will be in place. So almost 4,000 is 437 vessels are already planned in the coming years. And the side one table shows the procurement for the next 1 year where the orders might be the tenders might be put on public. And then during the Indian Maritime Week, we have signed 20 MOUs to for the shipyard infrastructure development. So almost 8,200 crores of MOUs have been signed so that, money shipyards, they will be investing or upgrading their infrastructure through using this, our brownfield expansion scheme. And then this is another initiative, the Coastal Shed Workshop. And this is the first Coastal Shed Workshop, which is being done in Goa, because I am also the coastal shipping branch, leading the coastal shipping branch. So this is the first initiative which we have been doing, and this will be continued in other states also. So I thank the Technoports government ports for providing this opportunity, so that this will be the role model for the other states to continue. And then we want to, through this Coastal Ship Workshop, we want to combine our inputs and take action on whatever requirements or whatever bottlenecks are there in the public, in the state as well as in the center. Because until and unless the state, because mainly the schemes are there, support from the central government is there. But if all the support, all the because mainly the shipbuilding, the coastal infrastructure, everything is to be, they need to come from the states. So that is why these are like interaction as well as a knowledge sharing exercise where we tell these are all the things which we are existing in the government. So the proposals or the inputs need to be come from the states. So these inputs will be collated and then action plan will be initiated and the continuous follow-up will be there. So that is the main theme of this Coastal Shed Workshop. And we are planning to do, this is our first physical workshop in the whole country what we are doing. And then this will be followed by every 6 months online workshop. And then it will be continuing state by state. And then this is a shipbuilding capacity in Goa. Almost 25% of the shipbuilding capacity, is concentrated in Goa. Almost close to 15 yards are there. small to big. But more than this also, because from the Goa Shipbuilders Association, we have heard that there are many shipyards which are existing here, but then we will collaborate with them, and then we'll increase the capacity of Indian shipyards in Goa also here. And then first Konkan Maritime Cluster already exists here. So this was already created, and then with the support from government of Goa and the Ministry of Ports. So this, slightly it is in slower stage is there, but it will be also fast track with. And then finally, what we want to say is we want to call the industry, and the industry should act along with the government. Right now, the investors should invest in the greenfield shipbuilding clusters. Already, a lot of support from the government is existing. So, build the fleet what India needs. There are about 413 vessels, which I have already explained earlier. Access this shipbuilding financial assistance scheme funds, shipbuilding development scheme funds, maritime development fund financing funds, and utilize the shipyard as shipyard as infrastructure status. And also utilize the 10-year tax holiday for the maritime entities through GIFT City, which was already created And then lead the Indian green ship revolution, because now, as per IMO targets, we need to have money. We need to go on this green shipping policies. What we have to follow their rules. So we need to do that also. So together we have to transform India from number 16th in shipbuilding as well as ship owning to top 5 in shipbuilding and ship ownership. So Viksit Bharat Maritime Amrit Kal. Thank you very much. Now I will call on Mr. Gopi Krishna on the ship recycling part. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Not here. Ship recycling. I think it has already been shared. It is not there. It's not there. Devarshi? Yep. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My colleague Sri Ravi Kumar has given a presentation about shipbuilding. Now I'll be touching up the part of ship recycling. Every ship which is built, operated, has to reach at one point of time after its usefulness. The best option of disposal of a ship could be by ship recycling. Having said that, unlike other sectors, other areas, India is very strong in ship recycling. India is already a global leader with
about 30 to 35% of the global ship recycling volume is being carried out in India. This is one of the proud situation for India. Having said that, it also caters to about 20 to 25% of the India's ferrous scrap requirements, avoiding import. India presently has a capacity of 4.5 million LDT recycling capacity and about 115 HKC compliant yards in Alang, providing direct employment opportunity for 15,000 workers and indirect opportunity for 150,000 workers, strengthening India's quest for the global maritime sustainability. Having said that, the ship recycling yards in India are concerned. Alang leads, having 115 HKC compliant yards. There are 2 yards, each one in Kerala, that is Silk. It is Steel Industry Limited, Kerala, as well as Amar Iron Udyog, Kolkata, that is in Syam Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata. But the other 2 yards are not HKC compliant. As far as the regulatory framework is concerned, prior Hong Kong Convention entered into force, the Shipbreaking Code 2013 was the regulatory framework which was governing the ship recycling in India. The ship recycling regulations, Ship Recycling Rules 2021, which was framed on 26 February 2021, followed by the Ship Recycling Regulations 2026, which was notified on 12th January 2026. Coming to the Hong Kong Convention requirements, the Hong Kong Convention places mandatory requirement for the ships as well as the ship recycling yards. As far as the ships are concerned, a ship must have an inventory of hazardous material. And also, for a ship recycling facility, it needs a ship recycling facility plan and ship-specific recycling plan, which is authorized by the competent authority of the respective state maritime boards, and where state maritime boards doesn't exist, the state government departments which are looking after the ship recycling activity in the state. And also, the yards must have a valid document of authorization for ship recycling. As I said earlier, the Hong Kong Convention entered into force on 26 June 2025. It is very proud moment for India, considering that India was the first, the major ship recycling nation to accede to the convention, followed by the other major ship recycling nations. The top 4 recycling nations contribute about 90% of the global ship recycling volume. As I said, 30 to 35% of it belongs to India. The accession of India took place on 2019, followed by the notification of national authority that was on 15th December 2020. That is, the DG Shipping was notified as the national authority for ship recycling, followed by, as I said earlier, the rules and the regulations were all notified. As far as the infrastructure and compliance standards are concerned, the HKC standard provides a lot of requirements which directly leads to the safety of the workers as well as the environment. The HKC requirement says the prevention of leakage and contamination of the environment, requires the transparency in the activity of disposal of the hazardous materials, and the worker safety related to the safe dismantling or cutting technology, and the emergency response which is related to the workers' safety. Coming to the concentrations and limitations of ship recycling, every opportunity, when you look for every opportunity, there are some challenges. Right now, having said that 98% of the ship recycling is being carried out in Alang, the geographical imbalance is there. So how to cater it? That is what we need to look. Now we have seen that Goa is evolving as a major shipbuilding, area. So now we have to concentrate on how we can cater for the ship recycling as well. So this is an opportunity, a great opportunity as far as Goa is concerned. And Mr. Ravi said 1/4 of the shipbuilding is taken up in Goa. So that is almost 15 to 16 yards are there. Sorry, 15 to 16 yards in Goa out of the 61 registered yards are there in Goa. It's a pride moment for Goa. Having said that, if you don't have an appropriate regulatory framework, that will lead to, the other facilities growing, which is not regulated. So therefore, we need to have a regulatory mechanism for ship recycling, as well as to avoid prolonged vessel layup. After the usefulness, the vessel will be laid here and there, posing a navigational hazard for the other activities, traffic, everything. So therefore, an appropriate governance and compliance mechanism which is regulated needs to be in place, which is environmentally compatible and having appropriate life cycle integration, starting from the shipbuilding, repair, and then shipbuilding operation, and then repair, and then recycling. So, considering the environmental and economic opportunities, the annual recycling capacity, as I said earlier, it is 4.5 million LDT capacity India is having. This figure is wrong, 6.2 is wrong. That is GT, but what I am talking about is 4.5 million LDT. Avoiding CO2 emissions of around 20 million tons per year, and which is also catering to about roughly 3 to 4 million tons per year. And then, as I said earlier, 1.7 lakhs cumulative of both direct and indirect employment, and also contributing to the GDP of the country by 30,000 crore per year. So Goa perspective, Goa has got limited, capacity, controlled capacity, considering there are a lot of small and medium vessels operating here, and marginal volumes are there. However, we have got a skilled and semi-skilled employment workers are here, which can be, utilized for ship recycling. Considering that they are all, well versed in shipbuilding, they can be utilized for ship recycling as well. Why Goa is a strategic candidate? That is very, very important. Goa has got a 193-kilometer coastline, which is mostly riverine and estuarine navigation, having a network of around many minor ports, jetties, and inland waterways vessels operating here, with a high concentration of small and medium vessels. And there is a strong emphasis as far as Goa is concerned on the environmental compliance, considering the CRZ, as well as the coastal protection and sustainable maritime activities are concerned, and also considering Goa as a tourism hub. It is a major tourism hub, and therefore we need to be very, very clear about this. And as I said already, I have covered the life cycle integration. So what has to be adopted here as far as the infrastructure and compliance model is concerned is that the design philosophy has to accommodate the compliance first and environmentally sensitive approach. Non-beaching, controlled dismantling in dry docks or berth, that has to be done. And there has to be impermeable work surfaces, flooring, zero discharge drainage systems, and having appropriate hazardous waste handling facilities, and also emergency response facilities that needs to be in place. As far as the environment is concerned, there should be continuous monitoring of the environment. That is very much important, considering that gradually it may degrade. So therefore, there is a need for regular real-time monitoring of the environmental degradation. And also the digital material tracking, we need to take care, because the HKC places heavy emphasis on the tracking of hazardous material. And also how we can ensure that by carrying out periodic audits, which can be done by the recognized organizations of the Directorate General of Shipping as a national authority. And operational safeguards, strict workers' safety protocols are required to be in place. Having a advanced cutting technology and clear demarcation for the tourism, fishing, and recreational areas. The skill development has to be upgraded. I think time is short. I will rush through my slides, no problem. So we have to embed ourselves along with the Skill India and NS queue of accreditation, which provides for the workers' skill upgradation. And as said, the Ferrous Scrap Development Fund is there for the upgradation of the ship recycling facilities towards the HKC requirements, which is also having focus in the yard infrastructure upgradation, majorly on the capital part, not for the regular routine, the expenditures, and also the welfare projects for the workers, skill development of the workers, community and social facilities for the workers, and then for the green recycling steel, secondary steel sector support, and then for the research and consultancy also, the Ferrous Scrap Development Fund provides assistance. So Mr. Ravi was talking about the ship recycling credit note, so therefore I'm not going to touch that. So the suggestive implementation roadmap for Goa would be that there should be a baseline assessment, considering that there are several vessels, several categories of vessels operating here. We have to identify the vessels categories, and then what are all the shipyards available, which can be utilized for the ship recycling, that needs to be identified. And then coming to the regulatory and operational framework, we have to provide some development of approval pathways and preparation of compliance templates in line with the HKC requirements for the small and medium vessels. And further, later on, facility readiness and port operations, pilot operations, which can be done. Whatever the identified yards, that has to be upgraded to carry out all these ship recycling activities. And further, later on, to authorize all those things in compliance to the HKC, that needs to be done. That is basically compliance stabilization. And thereafter, the fifth phase would be the review of whether the performance, how it is being done, whether it can be replicated or upscaled. That we need to look at. So, way ahead, Goa has got a huge potential for ship recycling. The government of Goa, through the Captain of Ports and Allied Maritime Authority, is well positioned to take up ship recycling, and also having the indicative strategy steps like baseline assessment, regulatory integration, and also the stakeholder engagement. That is most important. That needs to come before the regulatory integration as well. And then adequate capacity building for all the stakeholders who are related to ship recycling. And further, the national coordination, which is more important, considering that DG Shipping is the National Ship Recycling Authority, and the state government departments or the regional authorities. So therefore, there is a close coordination required in taking up the ship recycling across the country. So thanks for the opportunity. Good day to all of you.
Thank you so much. I would like to call upon stage Commandant Vikrant Gaikwad from Indian Coastal Guard to kindly come up on stage to present the token of gratitude on behalf of DG Shipping and Elets Technomedia to our surveyor from Directorate General of Shipping and India. on the topic of challenges faced by the Goa shipbuilding sector. And to present the same, I would like to call upon stage Shri Priyesh Kamath, who's the president of Shipyard Association of Goa. A huge round of applause for Shri Priyesh Kamath ji.
Hello, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. Good afternoon to all the industry partners and all my friends here. I am representing Shipyard Association of Goa, and we are an association of MSME, small shipyards and waterfronts present in state of Goa. We first want to give our sincere thanks to Government of Goa and Captain of Ports for helping us or allowing us to present our challenges here. I wanted to give an overview of global shipbuilding, but Ravi Mokaji has in detail provided us the overview of global shipbuilding. I just want to emphasize on a point that the total market share is about 150 billion and India is standing at 1 billion currently. So there is a huge vacuum which is there to be covered. Markets are anticipated by 2030 to be about 230 billion, which will go at almost 3.5 to 4% annually. China, South Korea, Japan dominate the global markets. Almost 90% of the manufacturing happen there. Next slide. Looking at Indian markets, Indian shipbuilding has a relatively small and lesser capacities at present. Indian government has taken a strong initiative for driving shipbuilding sector in India. The growth is mostly policy driven. But what we are looking at is in next 6 years or 5 years, India may grow at an incredibly 60% CAGR. So there exists a great opportunity for shipyards present. Because government support is there, ideal location and low labor cost benefits. Looking at Goa shipbuilding sector, Goa has a long history of building vessels. Right from the colonial era, Portuguese time, Goa has been building vessels. Recently, if you look at Goa Shipyard Limited, which is established in 1957, is one of the pioneer shipyards in India. Along with public sector units, significant players such as Chogle Shipyard, Dempo Shipbuilding, Mandavi Dry Docks, Vijay Marine, and Praka Engineering have actively contributed to region's economic and industrial landscape. Today, we are about 56 odd workshops and shipyards present in Goa. Goa has almost active 450 to 500 big vessels which are operating. There also exists a good ecosystem of suppliers, vendors, which can actively contribute to repair and build of marine vessels. Now, looking at challenges which shipyards face. Now, high initial capital investment is required for a shipyard infrastructure. Government of India is addressing this and we are hopeful to take benefits of such schemes. There are also things like when we build a large vessels, we require bank guarantees, LCs, which also requires large capital employed, large capital which is engaged in such kind of activities. If the government comes with some schemes like how they have come with CGT MSME scheme or any scheme which can give us some collateral free BGs or some constraint, after doing some due diligence, some scheme can be provided, it would be great help. Third part is licenses and NOCs. Each shipyard have several licenses, close to 11, 12 licenses, which have to be renewed in a span of 1 year to 2 years. And each shipyard continuously in the process of renewing one license and another. If government can take up single window clearance or one department trying to check up all these licenses or work with rest of the department from a government perspective, then shipyards will have a easier time, because smaller shipyards, they don't have a dedicated department for issuing licenses. So the promoter or the main guy is always running out into some other government department to get licenses done. So if this can be done, it would be of great help. Most important challenges which people face is due to the inverted duty structure of ship sale. Usually ship sale happens at 5%, but most of the equipments or components or labor or any other item which comes in is coming at 18%. So indirectly what happens is that and inverted duty has to be applied after the ship has been sold. Okay, and almost 30 to 40% of cost of production goes into labor, where services GST is not refunded. So that remains into the system. So usually a smaller shipyards or an MSME shipyard, what it does is it builds into the cost. So the overall cost of the vessel goes up by 6 to 7%, which is a large impact when it comes to sales. So this can be addressed, because literally if you ask any 2-3 large shipyards, they will have 5 crore, 10 crore in the GST input available with them, which is very unfair because it doesn't solve anybody's problem. Another important part is in the case of ship exports. Okay, entire 18% is being kept as an input. Once ship is exported, you are eligible to ask for a refund. So for a project life cycle, which is about 15 months or 18 months, you have to keep about 18% separate for serving GST, which finally is refunded, but it becomes a cash flow problem for the entire cycle. Third part, for imports, for exports, for orders which are an export order, government has already made duty as 0. But as far as GST is concerned, still 5% and some cases 18% GST is levied, which is again has to be refunded. When a concession is provided for a 0 duty, still additional GST is charged. So these things I feel has to be taken up and can be resolved, because this will help at least about 5-7% of cost, which is quite a huge amount. Now, looking at Goan industry. Goan industry has last 60-70 years grown by bits and pieces, and usually yards are located at naturally good locations. So what is happening? Large network of rail and bridge network, okay, which has now put a great constraints as far as building of vessels are concerned. Like Goa has 3 main rivers where most of the shipyards are based. Like Mandavi River, the maximum air draft is 13 meter. Okay, Kumarzua Canal, where maximum air draft can be 15. Again, Kumarzua Canal has a restriction of 70 meter of ship length, and Zuari River is 19 meter. As shipbuilding, or we are looking to build larger vessels, coastal vessels or higher grade vessels, the height of the ship becomes an issue. And this is a big constraint for all the Goa shipyard. Almost 80-90% of the Goa shipyards are operating hinterland positions, where there are large network of bridges already existing, whether it's a railway bridge or a road bridge. Okay, so this is a very important issue we need to solve. We are actively working with the government of Goa, Captain of Ports, trying to solve this. But I take this opportunity, this forum again, to highlight this. Okay, we also dredging. See, in what happens is in Goa rivers, usually at the mouth of river there is an issue where dredging needs to be carried out, and we are again trying to liaison with government to get this access to channel done, so that this will help us in most of the navigation happens in a tidal part in Goa, but for shipbuilding and for logistics, we would request to get dredging done. Also for shipyards which have jetty, there has to be a dredging permissions to be given from jetty to channel, so that easy access to larger vessels can be done. Fourth point I want to stress upon is the quality of electricity. As shipyards are far away from industrial zones, mostly based on river bank or coast side, we tend to be away from the grid. And especially in summers, we have an issue of low voltage. The voltage goes down because we are still far away from grid, and we usually end up getting 5% or 10% lesser than the voltage what is required. This affects the instrumentation equipments. This affects compressors, inverters. We are not being able to operate successfully. So we stress that these can be as in the grids can be set up near the shipyard or marked as an industrial zone so that the quality of electricity improves. We have certain recommendation, 2 slides of recommendation. One of our strong recommendation is outfitting or a working jetty outside the road and rail network, with crane capacity of 200 ton. This will enhance the capability of all shipyards in Goa. This will help overcome restrictions in Goan rivers, and we recommend 2 jetties, one in Mandavi river in the Spanjim port and one at Marmagua port. We also have an issue for good skilled manpower. We are trying to emphasize that a trade school, not from marine perspective, trade school for welders, fitters, grinders. See, because core of the work is being done by finally engineer designs it or monitors the progress, but finally the quality of ship depends upon the people who are working at the last point. And the people who are working at the last points are welders, cutters, fitters, and a lot of other marine labor class people who needs to be trained. Or smaller courses, not from a certification perspective, just from getting the overall quality of the workmanship up. So if Captain of Ports is having various improvement which is happening for sea, we are also asking to look at the smaller courses like 1 month or 45 days course where we can train our welders. We can send our welders 3G, 4G, 6G welding can be done, or cutting, grinding. Even ISBT school can look at it, and we have been taking this up with various authorities, and we are hoping we will take it to some conclusion. We also recommend state there's an exhaustive policy which has been covered. In that policy, we feel research and development or innovation fund needs to come in place. Basically, the great shipbuilding nation are because of their technology. Technology is the most important part. If you look at the entire cycle, when shipbuilding was prominent in Europe, then it went to US, and then it came to Japan, Korea, and now China. It has moved with technology. Okay, and I feel, though we have capacities, we are having very low emphasis on R&D or innovation in shipbuilding sector. Because today, anchor chain, most kind of deck equipments are getting imported. And that import will not stop until and unless somebody innovates, and even the doors, windows, valves, a lot of are coming from other countries. This can only stop if there is, or we can work towards an innovation or research fund which can happen from institute, academia, shipyards, or another ecosystem vendor. My suggestion was that if project reports or this can be invited, and certain projects can be selected which can be funded by state or center, so that innovation and research go in that direction. A few more things. One, we feel support infrastructure for yards, as in wherever yards are present, we needs to be successfully connected to roadways. Usually from highway to yard, okay, there are problems of roads not being up to the mark, or there are small lanes where we cannot get containers or ODC cargo. Also, cables and electrical poles which are when put near shipyard should have different standards, so that the cargo movement becomes easy. We also, there is in Maharashtra, I think there's one good solar policy or capital subsidy for solar power installation, which can be looked at for shipyards, where shipyards are away from grid and they can look to set up a large solar or a small solar plant which can sufficiently feed them. Development of micro clusters, which I feel, because Goa has got shipyards in one line. So if you go to Zuari River, there will be 7-8 shipyards in one cluster. Then you come to further Kortalim, there will be another 7-8 shipyards. Go further down the river, there are small clusters. If these clusters can have a common facility or something like that, it would be helpful. Not a large development, but a smaller initiative, maybe a painting robot or a crawler, painting crawler, some smaller facilities which these yards, depending on their capability, can take up. Another point I want to stress is, finally, business is required. Though Goa has 56 shipyards, not all are operational. Out of that, about 30 odd are operational and 20 odd are still searching for work. So what happens is that we feel some support in terms of business development, trade promotion, or can be taken up by even DG Shipping, or maybe as in center or state, where we can be allowed to market our capability. Just for an example, I would like to say, if there is an exhibition happening in Singapore, state or center can participate and can allow 56 yards to be part of it. They can at least present their capability in that particular booth, because market spending 15-20 lakhs for a smaller shipyard may not be possible. So such initiatives will be helpful. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Shri Priyesh Kamath, President, Shipyard Association of Goa. To felicitate and present the token of gratitude, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Amit Mohan Mittal, IRS Chief Vigilance Officer from DG Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways from Government of India, to kindly come up on stage and present the token of gratitude to Shri Priyesh Kamath ji, President of Shipyard Association of Goa, for the brilliant presentation and thoughts. Thank you so much for your kind insights. Next, I would like to call upon stage for the presentation on maritime development of the state of Goa. I'd like to call upon stage Shri Octavio R. Rodriguez, Captain of Ports from the Captain of Ports Department, Government of Goa. Sir, if you can join us and present some insights on maritime development of the state of Goa.
Good afternoon. I hope you all are all enjoying all the inputs and everything which has been discussed over here. So now here, a little insight of the Captain of Ports Department. What the state government is doing for the industry and what the infrastructure of the industry is. Okay, I will be just running down through this presentation very fast. As you know, the Captain of Ports Department was established much before this also, 1912, okay, during the Portuguese era. We have around 11 dry docks and 10 workshops, then government jetties, everything all put up over here. Out of 9 rivers of the state, 6 has been declared as the national waterways, of which Mandovi, Zuari, Kumarzwa is very much active, and even Mapsa. Yeah, at present, a new terminal building for the
State Port Department, Captain of Ports Department is coming up, and it will be inaugurated in this month or maybe next month. Okay, it is a state-of-art iconic building which you all must have seen when you are entering Panjim. So this is a state-of-art building incorporating housing, many things, the whole office plus our control center and everything over here. We have already formed the State Maritime and Waterways Transport Committee, okay, in which there are various members in this committee. Okay, this committee will be forming the State Waterways Master Plan, and that will be submitted to the Minister of Shipping, MOPSW, for funding whatever is possible through Sagarmala, through PPP. It will be done through that, and only through the plan submitted by this committee will be honored by the MOPSW. 6 pillars, which are architecture developed by the DG Shipping for Maritime Excellence. So pillar number 1, maritime safety and casualty response. Okay, here the Captain of Ports Department ensures the safety of all these non-major ports, using a specialized fleet, whatever we have, our resources which have. Now, for the latest thing about the safety, disaster management, we have signed an MOU with Heights. Okay, so here we will be covering up many things. Okay, like AI-based driven safety and early warning system for disaster management, includes search and rescue, oil spill preparedness, dredging, because dredging also plays a very important role. It's a last mile connectivity, and it is also important for the safety of the maritime traffic and also the life at sea. Ensure safety of the vessel and port infrastructure in Goa by timely disseminating the messages to the web. This is all what we have done. We have formed the groups and all, where we used to give, and we are still giving all the weather warnings to all the stakeholders who are operating the various vessels, because we have got water sports, we have got cruise boats, many boats here, and it is a early warning system. Coastal protection works. Okay, here at the mouth of the rivers, this is a big challenge which just now even Prayesh just pointed out, because dredging and all is very important at the mouth of the rivers. But there is a big issue in this matter, because CRZ plays a very important role. Other than the CRZ is played by the activist. In Goa, it is like that. So here we need to see how best, because the safety of a person is more important than anything else. And here we have got many examples where the vessels have been grounded at various places. Okay, so here we have also approached CRZ, and I have put it in various forums in with the Ministry of Shipping to take up this issue about dredging, because we are having a big issue. Sometimes there are no clear-cut directions also in the CRZ routes. So this has been now, the issue has been taken up. Plus in Goa, we have got at various places turtle nesting sites. Okay, so the turtle nesting sites also play a major role. But the dredging at the river mouth is very important, because I have many examples where the vessels have been grounded and we had to literally save the people from those vessels. Okay, so dredging is very important at the mouth of the rivers, which we are going to take anyway with all the EIA studies done on this. Also bridge fendering, because the barge traffic and all is very too much over here. Earlier, when in 2012, almost around 400 barges were plying. So there was a lot of issues used to take place, because the traffic was too much, and sometimes they even used to brush against the bridge piers. So now we have come up with this to put a bridge fendering system where the safety of the bridges will be taken care. Navigational aids. So here we have got around some 7 light beacons on the river Mandavi, and also 7 on the river Zuari, plus 7 lighthouses. Okay, so here there is 1 lighthouse which has been dilapidated, and that will be taken up, Kampal Lighthouse, in a highly advanced with the observatory, everything. So this is already in the pipeline, and we have already submitted a DPR. Now, key challenges. Okay, so these are the key challenges which is been faced, and we have to take care, and I have put it up to the National Shipping Board also when we had a meeting on the other day on 27. Okay, here what is happening, there are critical security installations. Now, for the VTPMS, as per the new Indian Ports Act, the VTPMS is a must for any non-major port or a major port. So with this thing, we need to go ahead with the VTPMS. Now, there are many at various places where we need to put the security cameras, we need to put the highest solid state radars, plus we need to put VIP antennas. So here, some ideal places are there in Goa where, but they are all heritage sites. So we need to have this archaeological clearance given without any issues. So this is the issue which I have also raised with the National Shipping Board, because otherwise the security of the state is at stake. Plus the CRZ, as I have already mentioned, they also have to be very a part of an asset and has to actually assist in the development of shipping. Pillar number 2, shipbuilding and ship recycling. So here, just now he has spoken, Paresh has spoken about all the shipbuilding yards, where they are assembling this. They are having major issues in this. But here we have got privately owned shipyards, workshops, family operated, MSME units. And it's a distribution of where they are. It's distributed all over there. And we have got a very good ecosystem here of shipyards. Now in this, there is one issue which has come up. Some of the shipyards at Kortali have been shut down and locked by CRZ and Pollution Control Board. Okay, see here, we are looking for the shipyard. If some shipyards are to be fined, they have to be fined, let them pay, and those things has to be, seals has to be opened up, and they should be given this thing to operate once again. Why? Because we require them to operate, because there are many vessels here which are to be repaired. And because of this, we are having an issue, because we unnecessarily have to just give them an extension within the framework of the rules. As I've already mentioned here, around 40 units. We have got a strategic maritime cluster, Konkan Maritime Cluster has been established. Vessel has been exported to Europe. We are a good ecosystem here in Goa, where we do manufacture even all these export quality vessels from here. Even ice class vessels are been built in Goa by Chogle Shipyard. They serve the essential sectors like inland water transport, fisheries, tourism, and all the port services. And these are the shipyards which are associate shipyards, designers. Most of you all know them. This is one of the issue which has just been pointed out by the Shipyard Association president. Okay, here, now what we are trying to do is, here in Panaji, we will try to acquire a place where we have a small jetty over there. For this, a 200-ton crane we will be installing. So all the vessels where they have got the challenges for to compete in the global market, they will be all coming out and coming on the western side of the bridges, which is very well clear. And there they can do the hull outfittings and install whatever is the superstructure they want to install on that. So like this, they will be able to compete in the market. So now I even have a request from them that they want to set this up on the PPP mode also, and many of the shipyards are ready to do it. So I think we should go ahead with that, and the shipyard policy also, we will be doing it very soon, okay, in conjunction with you people. This is our marine slipway, which will be developed in a PPP mode very shortly. So this is it will be put up in the PPP mode for any stakeholders who wants to participate in this. These are the key challenges what we have. Navigable depth, because here in Goa, we have got only the maximum draft is 3.2. 3.2 vessels can come in, that is coming to almost around 2,500 tonners. And land availability is another issue. And mostly the bridge height and the air draft availability is very, limited over here. So there are many issues. We have to, all the shipyards, they very well know about it and they take well care in taking the vessels through this under the bridges. This is just now, you have already pointed out this. Okay, so I think, this also I have put it to the National Shipping Board. Okay, in the National Shipping Board, one of my good friend and my colleague is the chief surveyor of Sukumar. So I put in to him also, and he was very much this thing, and he mentioned many things. Even for the R&D part, he said there is already fund available. So please make use of this. Okay, this he pointed out day before yesterday to me that this fund is available. So you all just study that and see how you can utilize this fund. So he said he's going to help us in getting this, securing this fund. One more issue was, regarding the MSMEs. All these shipyards, they are taking the projects of very small amount, 14 crores, maximum say 20 crores. Okay, here what is happening? We are supposed to encourage them to build this, to take up this project, to come up and, at least help in the inland waterways transport. But there are also PSUs which come in the way. They compete with them. Instead of the PSUs competing with the other global market, they're competing with these people, which I have pointed out to them. Because this should be a cap for any project, say 15 crores or 20 crores, the PSUs should not be allowed to compete over here. Our local people, they have to compete. And this, I have made it very clear to the National Shipping Board. Okay, so please, we will go forward with this thing. Okay, and our economy, we also have to come up because we are very good shipbuilders over here. Maritime training and skilling. This is also a very important thing what we have taken up, okay, for the development of the crew. Okay, our Bitona Maritime School, which was also in a dilapidated condition, and we were carrying out only small number of courses only for the crew of the inland waterways. So now we have now upgraded it in conjunction with Ganpati University. Okay, JIME, Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence, one of the best university, has given their helping hand and they have just upgraded this. And all the types of courses will be done here. Even the trade courses which you mentioned about the welders, cutters, those things also we will be incorporating in this institute. So this is one of them. And the other part is diving. The first diving school will be there here in Goa. Besides, we have these institutes, Institute of Maritime Studies, okay, because most of our marine engineers and all have studied from here, because I have sailed as a chief engineer and they were there with me as cadets and all, and they have now rose up to the rank up to chief engineers and out from here. So Institute of Maritime Studies, Nusi Maritime Academy is one of the best academy where even I used to go and give lectures over there. We have the captain superintendent here. Yes, captain, yeah. Seascan Marine Institute. Everyone knows about this institute. An Institute of Shipbuilding Technology. Now, ONGC Advanced Training Institute. So this also, they had one Samudra Shiksha, which was there before, but unfortunately it is not there, because I have mentioned to them, do not take that vessel over there and keep it over there. During the monsoon, it will become a wreck. And sure enough, it became a wreck. So it has to be totally cut open and taken out from there. So that Samudra Shiksha is a ONGC vessel which has been taken out from. This I have just spoken to the crew from this institute. They will be all, serving in all the different types of vessels in Goa. And also now their certification will be recognized globally through the Inland Waterways Authority, IWAI, where they will be able to even go out of Goa, out of India, Dubai and all, because many of the Dubai people, who are recruiting them have asked they want to be in collaboration with this, our Bitona Maritime School. So we will be seeing what are the options in this thing, how to go about with this. All the crew inland waterways who is working in the inland water transport, they will be all registered like we have in the DGS, DG Shipping, MMDA is already registering everybody. So side like this here also in IWT sector, all the crew will be registered, their certification will be registered, everything will be online. So this process is underway, and we have one of the officer from the Jalwan Navik who's brought here. Okay, we have requested to come here to speak about Jalwan Navik, where it will be based on the central database. Okay, registration, surveying, everything will be on the central database. This is the latest things, and everyone is working on it to have green, everything going green. So it is a big challenge, but it is the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. And once it is dreamt, it will be achieved. That is, we have to work for the dreams of the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Now, going ahead with this, it's a technology. It's a technology where a lot of investments are required, a lot of this thing, and finally the product should be viable. It should be economical, viable. So now when this, all the organizations are working on it to make it viable. So now during this phase, this is the transition phase. So once it is announced, why don't we start from something on our own? So here I have just taken one initiative here where during this transition stage, many of the boats having an outboard motors, okay, instead of using petrol, I'm trying to use gas for that, okay, which will be certified by IRS, and already the prototype and already trials are going on for this. So we will be using gas for 9.9 to 15 HP motors as of now, which will be implementing to 24 HP BHP motors, outboard motors. And this trial is on. The unit is costing just almost around 50,000, but the savings in the fuel is 50%. So this we are going to introduce now in Goa. Same thing already I spoke to the National Shipping Board, where they are telling me, they have encouraged me to go ahead with this also. Regarding we already have here solar electric ferry boats. Solar electric boats are already been encouraged and already been constructed in Goa. So For them, we will see when we make up our maritime policy, how to get subsidy for those boats. So with the DG shipping, with their hand holding, we will definitely, they will help us in securing some funds for the solar electric boats. Coastal shipping committee has already been formed. This is as per the guidelines which has come, and it is formed as per these guidelines only. Our Panaji port is an anchorage port. So here, there are various ways, like, how to increase the productivity or how to increase the export cargo. So the EXIM cargo trade for this, we will be seeing how to put remotely operated buoys, okay, because it's an anchorage port. And earlier we were about to start with that, but everything was done in 2012. But during that time, the mining stopped, and we could not go ahead with with this EXIM trade with this remote operated buoys out in our anchorage. So these are all the limitations which are there. Okay, so now see, at present in Goa, we are resuming the mining, resuming the export, but internal for the domestic trade. For this, we are encouraging the barges. Earlier, we had around some 400 odd barges. They were plying, and due to the mining ban, we have reduced to around 59 barges, of which only 29 are operating. So now to help this industry come back again, okay, and to carry out with this trade. So what we have done, SOC barges have been now utilized. They have converted, many of them converted their barges to SOC barges, where take the cargo from here and take it to Maharashtra. And now, like this, the trade is now started. Initially at a very slow pace, but definitely we will going to increase the trade, and also the exports from the Panaji port will happen. These are the remote operated mooring buoys which I was talking about. So this, one of the parties have come and they want to install like this type of thing. I said all the support will be given to us, to y'all by us. The water taxi feasibility is already been done, and we will now see, we'll go put it to the government and see the result on this. As you always saying, the maintenance at Kumarchana, mouth of the Kumarchana channels and other places will be taken up, Okay, it is already in the pipeline. Through the heights, we are taking it up, and DPR is already made, okay, and we are going to secure some funds. It has already been sent also. For the support of pharmaceuticals and fisheries, okay, some 2 cold storage units have been planned, one in north and one in south. Okay, place is there, but only thing we will be putting up and DPR will be made for this. Yeah, this is, all the Barge Owners Association and all, they wanted to have a mini harbor over here in Kortalim. Okay, so it will happen now. Okay, also, I was just talking to the National Shipping Board the other day. So there I have mentioned to them, okay, because what is happening, all the infrastructure, okay, is on the eastern side of the bridge, and they have to cross and come. So we are not having sufficient bridge heights. So the whole area of the MPA, which is under their jurisdiction, we have a bridge called Zuari Bridge. Anything after the Zuari Bridge till the sea spreads around, almost around 12 nautical, almost 12 nautical miles out in the sea, belongs to the major port. When the major port are trying to take up any development activities, all the locals having a big objection. So now we will see how certain areas at the Kortali area where there is some space available, where it is under MPA, we will try to take it from them and trying to develop that area so that we can just have that one more crane of 200 tons over there. So this issue, I have raised it to them, and they said we will also speak to MPA, because if MPA is unable to develop, at least the state government will be able to develop. We will be able to convince the people. So this also issue we will be taking up. Coastal community and cruise jetties, around 10 jetties from either, already 4 have been installed by IWAI, and another 10 they have already sanctioned to us, and it will be installed very shortly, okay, by Marine Tech. Now here, there are 7 coastal community jetties which will be taken under Sagarmala. This project will be proposed under Sagarmala. So earlier what has happened, we had proposed around 9 under Sagarmala. But for the past 6 years, Goa government did not get even 1 rupee from the Sagarmala 1.0 fund. This was put up to the Apex committee. It was also put up to the minister, the union minister. It was also put up to the National Shipping Board. And they will, because I mentioned to them that nothing has been given. Now 7 jetties have been, it is now amended to 7 jetties. So in Sagarmala 2.0, where all our other projects also will be there incorporated in it, we want the funding. So that's why we are making that master plan, the state waterways master plan, and we will be submitting to MOPSW through the Sagarmala SDCL cell. So this is, we are just keeping our fingers crossed, as in the first session of the Sagarmala 1.0, we got 0 rupees, and I hope in the Sagarmala 2.0, we will get maximum funding. So here we want some hand holding of DGS also, to help us in this matter, because we have to talk to the Union Minister and the SDCL, Sagarmala Development Corporation. We have certain islands over here. Okay, one is the Bat Island. They are just like, as you go to Singapore, you have the Sentosa Island. Okay, similar type of this thing. This is one very close to the thing, but almost around half the 3/4 size of the Sentosa. So these islands are just lying there as idle. They are, and they require to be developed. So we will be putting up the island development through Sagarmala or through PPP, because if you don't get any revenue from this, at least through the PPP mode, we will be getting some, having some theme park on these islands will be the best thing to have it here in Goa. Now we have got a vessel traffic management system. This is very important as per the Indian Port Act. All the major and non-major ports should have this vessel traffic management system. So here we have already made a DPR, in-house DPR. It is done in-house DPR, no consultant for this. Okay, we have got our good set of officers here, okay, who have done this DPR on their own, and that DPR will be vetted by IIT, Pavayo IIT Madras, and we will see, and we will go ahead with this very shortly. This also includes the drone surveillance, because we are going to incorporate this drone surveillance plus the CCTV cameras, long range cameras, where you will be able to identify. We have already made a study, even at the 10 kilometers, we should be able to identify the vessel name and the number. So this is already been studied, and we have already identified what equipments are to be incorporated in this VTPMS system, including solid state radars, SSD radars. Drone surveillance will be incorporated along with this. So we have just done the study on this also, and it will come in within a year to come. This is the latest thing about submarine tourism. Okay, so a proposal has been received from Mazagon Docks. Okay, where my training and all was done, and I know those people, and they have put this proposal, and it will be built in India. Okay, submarine tourism in our in the vicinity of the island. So far we have not gone ahead, but it is just a proposal which has come from them. So they are saying, looking at some stakeholders for this project to take off. This I don't have to highlight. It has to be like this only. At point number 2, yes, here we have already started with the study of the Aguada sandbar. Okay, through IWAI, they have through them we have already got some certain things, rectifications which needs to be done. So they have sent a proposal, and we are actually studying that proposal, what impact it will take on the surrounding shoreline. So this is when we are forming that policy, that time we will be calling all the stakeholders to discuss on this, because it is very important, so that sandbar should not form somewhere else. And this is the Jalwan Navig portal, which there is I have raised this issue with IWAI, even at IWT meetings when we had in Kochi on the 23rd of January. I was there. I have put it up across to the minister also, and mentioned even to the IWI chairman. Okay, where Jalwan Navig, okay, it is a central database. Okay, and I see the issues which are pertaining to our state. I have to highlight. See, now in the Jalwan Navig, anybody can register the vessel who is a citizen of India from anywhere. In Goa, we have this Panaji area. Anybody will just, it is totally controlled, so that, most of the local stakeholders, they are operating those vessels over here. The locals who come from abroad and they want to be here, they also want to do some business, because it's a tourism state. Also the barges, which are now reduced to around 29, almost around 60 barges, if they are repaired. Now what is happening? If the barge industry starts again, so the barges from outside of Goa will come here. They will take the whole trade, and those people who are still surviving in this barge business, they will be displaced permanently. Similarly, like in Jalwan Navig, I have pointed out this matter to them. In Jalwan Navig, suppose I have got enough money, I will put a fleet of boats, say in the Panaji port. There is no way, or no one can stop them from doing it. It is not like, some operational this thing. It is not like construction, those points, on that basis you stop it. No, we cannot stop it. They will do everything as per IRS. They will do the construction, everything. But the fleet of vessels will come here, and they will displace the local people. So how do we have to stop this? This one was an issue which I have raised to them. So still it is to be sorted out. Because we cannot tell anybody not to put his boat. I should have a valid reason not to allow. Or the designated authority should have a valid reason not to allow. So this is one of the things which I have pointed out, because our local people should not be suffering, because someone staying, say, in Delhi, he wants to put some 15 boats over here and run the show. The others have been displaced. It is congested over here. So we should be given, the state government should be given some or adopt some rule so that we can control and regulate the traffic over here. Yes. So he is from IWAI. So he will be giving us, he has to do the presentation also on this, okay, Jallian Navik. And most of the stakeholders have to register on the Jallian Navik, who are our existing stakeholders. Absolutely right. Yeah, this. Yeah, that is actually very important. I've been putting these issues again and again to the central government, and we have to get some solution on this matter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Vinit Pandey, Deputy Director, Marine. I am looking after this Inland Vessel Act and Jallian Navik portal in IWA headquarters. So, sir has raised some queries about this Jallian Navik. First thing is that this Jallian Navik is nothing different than only digital implementation of Inland Vessel Act. So the provisions which are there in Act, those provisions are being implemented digitally through this portal. So this portal has nothing to do with the policies. So this is only digital form of this, all the manual forms which are there in the Inland Vessel Acts and the rules. All the this Inland Vessel Act and the rules has been framed after due consultation with state governments, stakeholders, and representations which we have received, we have incorporated. We have an advisory committee functional in which Goa is also a member and other states are member, and all the concerns which are being raised are discussed there and accordingly incorporated in the rules in form of amendments to rules. The concerns which sir has raised, that a vessel which means through this portal a owner from other state can apply in Goa, that is true, they can apply, but if they will apply, application will come to Goa authority of the Goa only, whoever will be the designated authority for the registration. So he has right to ask why he is applying to Goa. If the owner has to do business in Goa, then he may the authority in Goa has discretion to ask the questions why he is applying, what are, and regarding this trade permission, we don't have to rely on only Inland Vessel Act. Goa has many other acts like this tourism acts and all. So this portal is only for registration of the vessels, but trade permissions are already with the state government only. So until unless he will take all the due permissions for trading in Goa, he cannot do any trade in Goa. So these permissions rest with the state government only. So there is, I don't think we have clarified these in letters to the state government of Goa. We got these responses. So we have already responded to this. But if there is still some concern, we will be happy to address that.
Yeah, thank you. At present, we will be onboarding on the Jallian Navik. Okay, but
sir, the portal is just digital form of this Inland Vessel Act. If you have any policy related concerns, that can be raised, and we will examine it, and accordingly we will address it, sir.
Yes, so there will be some issues like just now Bhaskar Rivandkar, he just mentioned. So those issues need to
Sir,
be.
there are pollution, there are safe navigation rules. If the concerns which were raised were based on traffic density, these environmental concerns. So we have already responded that traffic density can be addressed through signal rule. You have all the authority to regulate traffic in a certain area. So if some owner is applying in your state to operate in Panji area, you can deny them. You say you can say that you operate in you cannot operate in this area based on this. If there is already congestion here, if you will be issuing service certificate, you can mention in the service certificate itself that they can operate in which area. So these authorities are with state government only.
Yeah, I agree with it, but the issue here is the person, the locals who are going to apply. If I say, okay, as a designated authority, if I say this area is now congested, I don't want to, that means I will be denying my locals also. If one person say outside from one wants to put some 10 boats over here, and I say, no, it is already congested, that means I am denying that whole area even to my local vehicle. I'm asking, like earlier there was a
No, sir.
19K.
You can, sir, like in Delhi, I am giving an example. In Delhi has made a rule that the boats which are, vessels, vehicles which are registered outside vessel, Delhi will not be allowed to ply in Delhi when there will be this graded pollution responses. So accordingly, you can frame your rules for your state.
Yeah, but see,
Those rules
yeah,
need not
okay.
to be
Anyway,
necessarily framed under
anyway,
inland
sir.
vessel.
Okay, anyway, sir, now you all understood. Okay, so he will be having this topic to discuss later on. Okay, that time if you have any issues, any queries, we can put it up across to him and sort it out. Because see, he has come here to explain to us about the Jalvan Navy, why everyone has to be onboarded in that. That is very important. We have to be on board. Certain issues are there which he has, which we can raise, we can ask them, and we want a solution. Because Goa is mostly now everyone is coming up. Our boys who were there on board the ships, now they are all back here. They also want to start their businesses. They want to have also a livelihood over here. Why we have to go and develop some other countries? Why don't we just live here and do this thing? So the first preference, my way of thinking, is for the Goans. I think I'm taking a lot of time. So these things, okay, we can do later on. People are very hungry. First of all, I am very much glad and thankful to DG Shipping, okay, and all the officers who have just come here to give us all the insight. For all the stakeholders for this department, as a hand holding, okay, please also I request you all to hold our hands so that we go for this Vikshit Bharat, sir, okay, Chief Sub, all of you, all the DG Shipping, please, I'm very much grateful for having this workshop over here. And also Elects Media, who is here, the sponsoring partners over here, and all the other stakeholders, Marine Tech, Silver Partner, okay, all those who have, made this possible for us to have this workshop, to give an insight and to have a valuable outcome of this. I thank each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your brilliant insights and thoughts into this topic. I would like to call upon stage Shri Praveen Nair, sir, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly come up on stage along with
Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our projects successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgul ASPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgul ASPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgul ASPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short-sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our projects successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. A newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short-sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 system Chaugule SPD is the shipbuilding and over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our that are the most efficient in their class. Chaugule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chaugule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chaugule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our projects successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chaugule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chaugule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chaugule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational. Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations. Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company of the Chowgule Group, established in 1916. Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our project successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you all had a good lunch. We will be starting with Requesting everybody outside to please join us back so that we can get on with the program.
Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations.
Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello.
Chowgule SPD is the shipbuilding and engineering company
One, two.
of the Chowgule Group,
Hello, hello. One, two,
established
three.
in 1916.
1, 2, 3.
Over the decades, we have developed our capabilities, systems, and infrastructure in keeping with the needs of the market. We aim to get a little better every day. Today, we build vessels primarily for European clients who trust us because of our on-time delivery of quality vessels. Our recent projects include new builds of multi-purpose vessels, river sea vessels, and ice-class vessels. We are presently delivering a series of hybrid diesel-electric vessels for some of Europe's largest short sea shipping operators. These are the next generation of the global shipping fleet with 50% lower carbon emissions. Our clients know that we are very committed to making our projects successful through on-time delivery of vessels that are the most efficient in their class. Chowgule SPD has now scaled up its infrastructure and capacity through the recent acquisition of new shipyards in India. Our newly acquired shipyard in Mangalore has become operational.
We now proceed with the sessions following the lunch, which is 3 more workshops on different pillars, 4 more workshops on different pillars. That's the presentations that we have today. Very insightful discussions are also lined up to follow. We have an exclusive presentation from DSRI India, post which we will on pillars. Presentation following the workshop so we are all set for 5:30 to 6 p.m. Everybody outside, please join us back. Let us start the program.
Our developments will be designed to meet the productivity standards expected of a business in this new world. We are installing the most modern infrastructure to build the best ships. We also follow Maritime 4.0 systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and integrated data environment. We do our work with dedication to our clients, stewardship to our shared environment, and responsibility for future generations.
Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. Let us start with the exclusive presentation. We will now be starting the presentation on mapping the blue economy, unified GIS solution for resilient shipbuilding and smarter waterways. And I'm sure you do not want to miss this out. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. Please resume your seats so that we can start with our next session. Requesting all outside to please join us back. Let us start with our sessions. We are now starting with our presentation on the topic, Mapping the Blue Economy, Unified GIS Solution for Resilient Shipbuilding and Smarter Waterways. We are now starting on the presentation. I hope you all had a nice lunch. Requesting everybody outside to please join us back. We are starting with post-lunch sessions. Requesting all to please resume your seats. We are starting with a very insightful panel discussion next. And you would definitely not want to miss out on this presentation. I hope you all had a nice lunch. We are now starting with our post-lunch sessions. Let us go forward with the presentation now. So the presentation is on the topic, Mapping the Blue Economy, Unified GIS Solution for Resilient Shipbuilding and Smarter Waterways. And to present the same, I would like to call upon stage Shri Ashish Dhawan, who's the Industry Head for Infrastructure from ESRI India. So if you can please join us on stage and get on with the presentation. Can I have a huge round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm given the responsibility to talk about a little bit about how technology can help. Right now, since morning, we have been hearing about a lot about what are the pillars, how they work. But today now, how the technology is going to take ahead, I'm going to talk about that. So just to quickly let you know what ESRI is. ESRI is a company which started in 1969 in US. In India, we started our operations in 1996. We have been working with most of the government organizations since quite a long time. We were always working with remote sensing organizations because that was always the prime work. Pehle GIS ko hamesha, it was always understood that it is more of related to only maps. But now GIS is much more than maps. Why I'm talking about that, I will let you know. The next thing is that I would also like to mention a quick thing that 30% of our revenue, the profits which we earn, we spend on the latest technology. So all the latest technology like AI, ML, deep learning are already embedded into my systems to ensure that I can give my customers the best. So when we talk about the basic data sets, we know that GIS was always about either satellite maps or your some maps coming from Survey of India or NRSC. That was the only thing which people used to talk about. But now when we are talking about infrastructure projects, especially if we talk about ports, it always starts with a survey. When a survey starts, survey always happen either with a LiDAR or a drone. That's the place where GIS needs to get integrated from. And that's the place where my software starts working onto the software. And as I told you that I can help you get all the AI, ML, deep learning embedded into it. So once the data comes into my platform, I automatically ensure that the data is geo-referenced in a way so that you can visualize the data in a proper way. You can map, you can see all your assets, you can get all the details of all the assets. Once that data set has come, then the next thing what you would like to do is you would like to see your data related to the coastal lines. So your coastal lines can have multiple layers which are there. Apart from that, you would also like to do a project monitoring. Agar hamara whatever operations we are doing, we would like to monitor our projects. We have been, in the morning, we have been talking about security. So how GIS can help you around security. So that's the place where data integration from IoT, sensors, GIS, video analytics coming from CCTV cameras, that's the place where we easily integrate. Another important aspect is nowadays people are talking about digital twin. So if I need to create a digital twin, what is a digital twin? Digital twin is not about just having a 3D data coming from outside. You also need to have data which is your underground pipelines, underground utility lines. And apart from that, there are lots of drawings which are being drawn using CAD. And that's the place where my GeoBIM data gets integrated. And that's why I say that when I'm offering a system, I'm offering you a near real-time system for your decision making where I can integrate with all the multiple kind of data sets. The next thing which I need to talk about is people always think that GIS is just sitting in your office and working on that. Is it that? No, it's not like that. There are people who are there in the field. You will like to work. People in the field will like to work. Sometimes the connectivity will be there. Sometimes the connectivity will not be there. That's the place where, again, mobile devices play a major role. Your applications can be easily installed on a mobile device. You can upload your data from there in a connected or a disconnected way. And as soon as you come back into the network, the data gets directly pushed into your central systems. So that's how ease of software, how we offer. Now, once the data has come, another important aspect, which is very important from the marine perspective, is security. That whatever data I'm giving, I'm trying to give it to all the multiple departments. There are multiple stakeholder departments, right? Because I'm going into a PPP mode. So there are private players like Adani who have already taken some port, GSW have taken some port. Now, once these people have taken the port, even they are doing the operations. So your data needs to be going to the Adani. Your data is also going to go to the different government organizations. So is your data secured? That's the first question which comes in the mind. And that's the place where ESRI ensures that it follows all the MITI guidelines to ensure that all the VAPT rules are being met to the top and the data which is going secured. Another important thing which again is offered through my platform is we give a role-based access. When I say a role-based access, if I am an administrator, I will be able to edit the data. I will be able to work with the data as I want. But if I want to give my data to a public, the public should be visualizing the data only in a view-only mode. And that's the place where my configuration itself will be helping you enable that activity. So we give a role-based access to the end systems. Once the data is created as web services, you don't need to copy the data in pen drives. You can directly share the data in a web URL. Once that data goes in your another important project which you are very well known about is PM Gati Shakti. It takes all the data from multiple ports which need to be gone in form of web services. And that's the place where we offer web services which are totally secured. These web services can be directly given to any of the central department. And most important thing is that the data relies with you. The data updates happen with you. Whatever data is going to the portal is going as a updated data. That's important. So once the data comes as a web service, I'm able to create web applications. I'm able to create analytical applications. I'm able to create beautiful dashboards. Another important thing about ESRI is that we don't believe in writing codes. We don't want our developers to spend time writing codes. We believe in low code, no code. If I say low code, no code means if I need to create a web application, I don't need to write a single line of code. I don't need to write a single line of code to create a dashboard application. The parameters will be yours, the queries will be yours, but everything will be through a configuration. That is what the platform offers. And when we talk about ease of integration, now lots of ports have already started using multiple technologies like ERP, CRM. They must be using some BI tools. They must be using government portals. Now that's the place where you would like to integrate the data. So what ESRI is offering is it's ensuring that whatever data is coming, you just need to add on that. You start building up on that. You don't need to replace your existing systems. Try to bring that data into your system. Once that data comes, then you can work on it. And we follow open architecture. So that's the reason you can see that all the major important softwares which are mentioned, I integrate with all of them. You can easily see it here. So now coming to what actually we are talking about, what am I offering? I'm offering a command and a control center at the center. It's your GIS being the heart of the system. and what are the kind of applications which I'm going to offer. So if you talk about from the asset management perspective, I offer land management, land encroachment. Whenever you would have seen that nowadays lands are being encroached by lots of people and there are lots of legal cases which are required. You need to do this land encroachment again can be done through a AI ML technique which can be easily done through a chain detection. Again, AI ML deep learning concept, which I can very well use. Once that data has come, I would like to know the details of the owners. I would like to see how the oils, if there is an oil spill which has happened, you would like to understand that. You would like to understand the birth details, the management of, if you would like to manage your births. And if you talk about from the operations perspective, the very basic thing with GIS offers is the simplest thing is a shortest route from going from one location to another. But that's not what we offer. Nowadays, we are talking about multimodal connectivity. When I'm talking about multimodal connectivity, I need to put my cargoes not only from the ships, I need to put it to the roads, I need to put it to the railways. There's a dedicated freight corridor which is now been directly coming to the JNPT port. So which is the shortest path, whether I should consider a road, whether I should consider a railway, or which path I should follow so that it's most optimized. That is what I'm offering from the operations perspective. Another important aspect which you would have heard about is a ULIP platform, which has come from NICDC. Now that platform gives lots of open APIs. Again, a government agency is sharing a government data which has details of all your cargoes, of all your vessels. That data is easily integrated into my system, and I can use that data to do my analysis, to do my performance platforms. I can integrate with your document management system. So if I've got a lease document, I don't need to go and click. If I click on the parcel, I can directly pull out the lease documents and I can get the details for that. When I'm talking about weather data, now ISRI has also come up with 1,000+ India specific layers. It gives you the details which are free when you take the ISRI platform. Once that platform comes, you get to know the details from the cyclones. So if there is a cyclone which is going to come and hit, if there is a high tide or a low tide, you get to know the details from there. That data gets into my system and you can do a real-time analysis. What is the impact it is going to cause, for how much duration it is going to cause, which are the places which I need to take care of. So you are doing your prevention at the very starting. Again, I'm giving you a near real-time data for that. Then creation of a digital twin. And if you would like to create your utility maps, because lots of ports which we have been working with, I've heard that their utility pipelines, they are still not mapped. We don't know where they are going from. And when the maintenance activity needs to be done around the utility pipeline, that's the place where our technology plays a major role. Coming to another important aspect, when we talk about navigation charts become important. Navigation charts need to follow international standard. My software is, since I'm globally present, I'm already taking care of that. I follow all your international hydrographic organization standards like S57, S100. So once you bring in and the best thing about this is that I'm giving you a near real-time data, whether it's your movable asset or a non-movable asset. Once it is mapped, you can keep on tracking the system. You get a near real-time data for your charts. Sometimes what we see is that the chart which I'm getting, the moving assets would have gone somewhere else because the data was 10 days back or 15 days back. Nowadays, we are working in a real-time environment. Why should we be working on a data which is 10 days back? Why can't I work on a data which is a near real-time data? The next important thing is managing your costs. So there are lots of layers where you would like to understand the coastal management, the berth management, the dredging. All those activities can be easily managed if I have a portal which can easily manage the costs. The next important thing which we are talking about is the land management. So your land, you might be giving it to multiple people. Once you give your land passes to multiple people, you would like to understand that what is the benefit which you are trying to draw. Since I'm giving you a historical data, when I say historical data, I've got a data which is, it is lying with you, but it has come into my systems. So I get to know that what is the revenue I'm going to earn by 2025 on a particular parcel, what is the revenue I'm going to earn by 2026, what is the revenue I'm going to earn by 2027. What are the things which I should take care of to ensure that I can increase my revenue? So anything related to land, be it land management, lease management, encroachment, my software is capable of doing it. We have got multiple applications. Because of the shortage of time, I will not be able to go into the demos, but then yes, we are available with you. You can just give us a query and we will be able to show you the live demos for each example which I'm going to talk about. The next example is a port optimization. We are talking about that nowadays we are going on lots of, we need to improve on imports, we need to improve on exports so that our turnaround time and our performance should increase. Then to validate that, what is the best way? I should have a dashboard. You can see multiple dashboards. Now I have created these dashboards without writing a single line of code. I have taken all the attributes which were available with the department. Those attributes let me know what was the delay for a particular cargo if it was delayed. Sometimes the delay is because the document has not gone from the port department to the railway department, a regular process. Or sometimes there could be some other reason because the cargo was delayed. So if you need to improve your port performance, what are the places where maximum your delays are happening? This software lets you do a decision-making system on the live on your data set. We take your data, we do the historical analysis, we let you know which are the places where the actual problem lies based on the data which is again available with you only. It's just that we try to rationalize it, we try to club it, we try to create hotspots, heat maps to help you understand what is the main problem, which are the major problem areas where you should focus on. So that you can start working on that. Another important aspect is the command and control. So we were talking about security. I would like to map all my ships which are there. There are AIS feeds which are there, but then what about the ships which don't have a AIS feed? There can be some other platforms by which I still need to monitor. Now my software, since I can integrate it with multiple things, I can integrate with the radar, I can integrate with the AIS feed, I can integrate with the video camera, I can do video analytics on this. And it's not, this video analytics is not only on the sea side. I'm offering you a video analytics on the land side also. So if there is an unknown person, unknown car, unknown vehicle which is coming inside the port, you would like to have an automated tool to raise an alert, you can very well do it now with these kind of analysis. And if you would like to do a same analysis on your sea side, you can again do the same analysis on the sea side for vehicles which are, for the ships which are not there under your, as per the guidelines, you can always track those ships. And that's the capability because we can easily integrate with the different feeds which are coming into my platform, the IoT platform, the sensor platform, the video analytics, the CCTVs, all these things give me a purview by which I can read it and I can do analysis around that. The next important thing is the environmental aspect. I would like to know what is the present current, what is the damage which has been caused, because when you put these buoys in the sea, you get to know all the details of how much contamination of water is there. You can know all the different parameters. So that parameters come into my system. I give you a full detail, a live detail on that what is the present status of the sea, what is the present status of the tide, and then we create a end-to-end environmental management system for you so that you can have a resilient green. We were talking about we should have a green port. So if I have got guidelines to create a green port, I just need to embed those guidelines into my software. That's the only thing which I need to do, and I will be unable to start working on it. Another important aspect is the change detection. The right side is telling you the details. I can visualize data in a 2D or a 3D. It lets me know I need to do a dredging. In Goa, in the previous slide, we heard that there's a dredging activity which needs to be done. Now there are surveys, bathymetric surveys which go behind this. That bathymetric data comes into my platform and I'm able to give you an end-to-end analysis. How much work needs to be done to do the clearance? What is the present status of the thing? Which are the places? You can, by this color itself, you can get to know which are the places where I need to do more dredging and which are the places where I need to do less dredging. And these are the examples where you can see that if I've got a historical image of multiple images of multiple times, I can get to know what are the changes which had happened over years. If there is a change which has happened from 2003 to 2005, what are the changes which has happened? What are the changes which have happened? So what was the before time, what is the after time, and what are the actual changes which have happened? We can very well do an analysis around that. Then another important aspect is if I've got a satellite image, I would like to understand which are the ships which are going. So I can do my ship analysis, which ships are there, which boats are there. I can classify them. And once I classify them, I can very well visualize that on the map. And for this, again, we have got multiple satellite images. AI, ML, deep learning algorithms work on this to help you extract those features and give you the details in a real-time manner. This is a quick example of the oil spill which had happened in Ennore port. Capture that and try to tell what is the impact, what should be done to ensure that the oil spills can be maintained in a much better way. This is a quick example of a digital twin for a port. Now, when I say a digital twin, this is a quick example where I'm trying to show you the full port. I'm trying to tell you how the port is going to look about, how the vehicles are there, how the interior navigation. So it's not only about exteriors. I'm trying to go within the building and give you the details. And this digital twin is not limited to this. I can give you the details for underground utilities. I can also give you the details of the CAD files if they are embedded into it. I can give you the CAD files. So the benefit of having a full GeoBIM integration is that at the design stage itself, you get to know what are the problems which are there. So you can, even before implementing an infrastructure, you can very well get to know what are the design things which you should keep in mind to ensure to have a good infrastructure in place. So whenever we are planning a real-time digital twin, if you have got a drawing for this, it can start from the designing phase, go to the planning, project monitoring, and then to the last asset management to the minutest level of each and every minutest asset which I offer through my platform. And that's the digital twin which I'm offering. Finally, coming to my last slide, this is an example. We have implemented our solutions with JNPT port. We have done their weather integration with them. We have mapped their AP SEZ parameters. We have tried to give them a 2D and a 3D visualization. So all these things, so whatever you are seeing right now, I didn't write a single line of code to implement this. I just took the data from them. My team sat with them to help them enable and configure these applications. They were up and ready in just few months. In just 3 to 4 months, they were ready with these applications. And they are able to do a real-time analysis. And we start with small, but the place where we need to reach is the end digital twin, which we are looking at. So we can start with the minimum application. I started with the first slide where I had given you the different examples that what all places I can work on. So if I can work on multiple places like lease management, operations, command and control, all those. So your priority, you define your priority, we help you build up that application, and once that is built, we start scaling it up to the next level so that we can go to a level of a near real-time system where we can help you plan your decision making on a near real-time scenarios. So that's from my side. Thanks from that. If you have any queries, I will be more than happy to take it.
Thank you so much. We also have our Honorable Minister also here with us. Thank you so much for your amazing PPT. We would like to call upon stage Shri Ravi Kumar Mukherjee, Ships Surveyor cum DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly come up on stage and present the token of gratitude to our presenter, Shri Ashish Dhawan, Industry Head Infrastructure, ESRI India. Have you in the front? Thank you so much. We are delighted to inform that our guest of honor, Shri Digambar Kamachi, Honorable Minister of Department of Captain of Ports, Public Works and Legal Metrology from Government of Goa is here with us. Can we have a huge round of applause and invite Sir to please come up on the dais and share some words of wisdom?
Good evening, everybody. In fact, I was supposed to be present here in the morning session. Due to some pressing commitments, I was not able to come in the morning, but I tried to see that I at least come in the afternoon. That's why I am here. We have Mr. Pradeep Sudhakar from DG Shipping, Captain of Post, Mr. Rodriguez. We have Dave from Ganpat University. We have lots of other dignitaries from representing various companies, officials of the DG Shipping, and friends. I'm very happy that Goa Coastal State Workshop is being organized by DG Shipping in association with Captain of Ports and various industries in Goa. Shipping is getting lots of attention in the country today. In fact, when Prime Minister talks of becoming by 2047, we are thinking of becoming a superpower. He wants that in every sector, India should perform and India should reach on the top. One of the sector where he thinks of India taking a top position is shipping. And that was the reason when in Mumbai, we attended that conference where many countries participated. PM came to that this conference next day, spent about 3-4 hours and tried to understand, interact with all the countries which have come from outside, participated in that exhibition. That was one of the grand exhibition, I would say. We could see what is happening in the world with respect to the shipping and shipbuilding industry. Now, Goa, we have around 105 kilometers of coastline. We have a small state. We have lots of problems. For everything, we suffer lots of discontent, lots of arguments. So it is not that easy compared to other states where shipbuilding industry is welcomed. I have been to Gujarat. I have seen some of the units there. So shipbuilding industry is prospering in many states. Though Goa, we have tremendous scope, but we have lots of constraints, being a small place. The small state always has less advantages and more disadvantages as far as management is concerned. It's very difficult to manage a small state. But still, I feel that within the given scope, Goa has been trying to do lots of things. As we said that we are trying to create some EV stations on every jetty, trying to convert them into from diesel ships, small boats, trying to convert it into EV. So like that, some steps we are initiating. I'm sure people who come from outside, everybody wants to have this in Goa. Unfortunately, we are not able to attract more industries because of our constraint on the land. Land is the root cause of the problems in the state of Goa. It will be fight for every inch of a land. This is the situation as what it happens or what it is there today. When I was the chief minister, I remember Venetian Hotel in America. Chairman came to meet me. He came by chartered flight. Somebody told him that Goa has a very rosy picture of casinos and resorts. He came to my house. It was a Sunday. He wanted me to give him a land, and he said, I will put up a Venetian hotel with casinos and everything. Any chief minister would have given me red carpet in other states. But I had to tell him and be cautious. I would not advise you at this stage to venture into the state of Goa. And then he must have thought subsequently that it was a good decision. I advised him the right thing. In place of telling him that I welcome you with red carpet and put him into trouble. That is what has happened in many places. So we have to tread a very cautious path, which we are trying to do. But in spite of that, we are trying to do some new things. We are trying to attract some new things. We have lots of limitations, restrictions. Still, we are trying to do our best. We have some of the good companies, shipbuilding companies, who are doing extremely well. They have got orders from foreign countries also, and they are trying to do the best. With your help, we have now signed an MOU with Ganpat University, one of the best universities in the country, and we are trying to give concentration on maritime all these degrees, graduations, post graduations. They are helping us to generate lots of jobs in that sector, which will help us actually in proceed further. So I request you to deliberate all such issues. Think of Goa not in a very large scale, but in a small scale. What could be ideal for the state of Goa, taking into consideration what is happening in Goa today? I would request you to give a thought in what way we could do without damaging the environment, without damaging the public sentiment. How we can support shipbuilding industry, how we can support the shipbuilding movement, and whatever is subordinate to all those industries. With this, I wish this workshop all the best, and I'm sure all the suggestions which come, we will deliberate on that, all those suggestions, and government of Goa will always give importance to all your suggestions, which will be in the interest of the state of Goa. Yeah. We have in principally decided to have a maritime board. The file is under process. I think within 1 month we should have a maritime board. Goa has a better potential. You are in Goa now, so one day you meet me anytime in the secretariat or Mantralaya. Give me your details. I will talk to them. If required, I will speak to the minister personally and try to get something. Okay. Anything? Any question?
Any more questions do we have from the audience? Great.
Thank you.
Can we please have you in the center? Thank you so much. Our Honorable Minister, Sir, Shri Digambar Kamatji, Department of Captain of Ports, Public Works and Legal Meteorology, Government of Goa, for taking out your valuable time and sharing it with us thoughts of wisdom. I would like to call upon stage Shri Praveen Nayarji, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping. Please join us on stage. I would also like to call upon stage Shri Octavio A. Rodriguez, Captain of Ports from Captain of Ports Department, Government of Goa, to please join us on stage. I would also like to call upon stage Shri Rajiv Ranjanji from Let's Technomedia, who's the President Head, to please join us on stage to felicitate Honorable Minister for his time, his wisdom and his thoughts for the maritime industry. In the center front, please, if you can join us in front. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. We will now go forward with another session, which is a workshop session on pillar number 3, which is on the topic of maritime training and skilling and zero corruption in maritime training. And to present the same, I would like to call upon stage Shri Praveen Nair, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A huge round of applause.
So, good afternoon all. Honorable Minister, Mr. Digambar Kamath, our esteemed colleagues from the DG Shipping, distinguished delegates from the industry, and friends. So today I'm here to present on the maritime training, skilling, and zero corruption in maritime. I was here in an event in November organized by Ganpat University. So that time again, I think few of our stakeholders would have been present. So they may feel my presentation is little bit on the repetitive side. And I'll be mindful of the organizers flagging the time, because these days it is T20 and you cannot overshoot the time limit. So this shows what the role the DG Shipping plays. The DG Shipping is a maritime authority which performs the oversight, the regulatory role, where everything concerned with maritime training, be it the approval of the maritime training institutes, the approval of the courses that the institutes conduct, and the continued monitoring of these institutes for compliance. So all these things are regularly monitored. Certifications, accreditations are issued by the DG Shipping. And as you can see, there is an STCW compliance board, which the DG had formed it in 2024, which plays the role of an advisory body. So anything related to STCW and maritime training, the decision is taken, deliberated at the STCW compliance board, which has got representation from all our MMDs, and the institute is also given an opportunity to present their case before an approval is granted. So coming to, just before somebody spoke about the Mercantile Marine Department, we have a Mercantile Marine Department in Goa. The only thing is we don't have examinations as yet. So there have been demands. There have been exams, oral exams conducted, I think 10 years back, then it was discontinued. So based on the demands, again, we may, with our resources permitting, we can have it started again. So this is a general overview. We have CIP, which is a inspection program, comprehensive inspection program, which the ROs or the MMDs undertake, and which is a mandatory inspection that each maritime training institute that is approved by the DG Shipping has to undergo. And based on that, gradings are awarded, so which will help the students whenever they choose any institute, they can see what grading these institutes have got. The last one is the MTI exit examination and the ratings exit examination. So these exit examinations are conducted after the seafarer completes a training, and on the last day we have these exit examinations, which is an initiative which was started somewhere around 2019-2020. So this gives a benchmark, because different institutes have different standards. So once the seafarer completes a particular course, be it a 3-day course or a 5-day course, so these examinations, which is an online examination, this gives us an idea how well the student or how well the MTI has been successful in passing the knowledge to the students. So this is the rationale for having this coastal state workshop. I think most of the speakers before me, they have already said a lot on why Goa is the first state to have this coastal state workshop. And this is one of the initiatives of the Government of India. So we'll be going across to different states, and Goa is the first in this series. So as you can see, India is a global manpower supplier country, and Goa is one of the Goa has got a legacy. Goa has got a history of supplying trained manpower to to the shipping industry. So currently we are around 12 to 14% of the global levels. And our aim as per the Maritime India vision document is to go up to 20%. So this is something which is achievable, and we are on course to achieve this target by 2030. But it needs some measures to be taken. So there are a few measures that we wish to take. We wish to go beyond the existing skilling template that we have. As many of the speakers have spoken, including Mr. Dave from the Ganpat University, our captain of ports has also spoken about the different skill sets, the trade that we have to go beyond the maritime. So these are some of the areas that we wish to focus. And we tend to, we have to make many collaborative measures with the different state governments based on the demand in that sector. And Goa, with its shipyard, the port, the Maritime Training Institute is one of, it fits in this maritime training ecosystem, which we can expand together. So these are the existing maritime training institutes. We don't have many, but we have quite a good number to start with. And on the right side, what you can see is where is our focus areas. The focus areas, since the shipbuilding is coming up in a big way, so we know that we have the ITIs across India. The ITIs have been training, skilling our youth since I think more than 60 years. And there are certain trades which fit well for the maritime, for the shipping industry. So there are, we have been getting people who are trained as a fitter or a turner or a machinist, joining ship as a fitter. So that has been there. But we are opening more pathways so that these youth can join as they can join as a rating there, and they can then graduate to be an officer. So these pathways have been there, and we have opened up more pathways so that benefits all these people. The next one that I can insist is that was on the faculty development program. Like our friend said that he is a chief engineer and he wants to have the MMD. So every state with a large maritime presence, large number of ex-seafarers, retired seafarers, so they have an opportunity to work as a faculty if there are maritime training institutes. But at the same time, as somebody who is looking after maritime training in the DG shipping, there is a problem area in this, because many of the maritime training institute, they do have the faculty. We have made some basic minimum requirements that the faculty for this course should be a master mariner or a chief engineer. But then after some time, there is a stagnancy. So what the DG shipping feels is that there should be some clearly defined faculty development program, so that at a regular periodicity, the faculty is also getting updated, and that benefits the students and that enhances the teaching quality. So that is one of the things that we will bring in shortly. So this is again what I said is from the central government there is an initiative on the PM sector review where this ITIs we have asked the MTIs to approach the ITIs within their jurisdiction, and the ITIs have been this Maritime Training Institute. They do visit and they do help in propagating the merchant navy as a career to these ITIs. So far in the last 4 months or so, we have covered around 41 MTIs. 41 MTIs have covered around 136 ITIs across India, with over 16,000 students participating in these workshops. So these are the initiatives where, and the map you can see where the ITIs are offering maritime courses like many of these fishing institutes, IFNET, they are offering maritime, marine navigator, marine fitter courses and such other things. So what we have to say is, we need to communicate with these ITIs is, so these people, once they join Merchant Navy, there is a good chance, if they are good enough, they can further progress to being officers in the Merchant Navy. So that is why we have been insisting on this MTIs, DGS approved MTIs, to visit the ITIs, and this is a regular exercise that we are undertaking. So this is the statement of the current Secretary General of the IMO. So what is competency? So while compliance with standards is essential for serving on board ships, the skills and competence of seafarers can only be adequately underpinned, updated and maintained through effective maritime education, training, assessment and reliable certification of their competency. And this diagram you can see, which shows what is a competent seafarer. It is not only who has a qualification, because competency, as you all know, is different from a graduation or a degree that anyone holds. So it is a bouquet of all those things: qualification, training, medical fitness, sea service, examination. So from the DG Shipping side, we are conducting the certificate of competency examinations, which we are doing for almost last 90 odd years. So for digitizing the way we are doing these examinations, we are in the mode of transition. So as I speak, we are in the last phase. So in the next, say, 3 weeks time, we'll be moving to a new digital platform. So you will be, the candidates will be writing in the same manner, but the examination, the papers will be scanned and digitized, and then evaluation. So it will aid faster declaring of results, as well as it will improve the transparency. And so these are the measures that are in the pipeline. So these are the critical challenges, and how Goa, as I've told you, so Goa, the government of Goa has already tied up with Ganpat University, and they are bringing in newer courses, newer skills, newer certification, like what we can see: underwater welding, saturation diving, deep sea diving. So these are all the courses. So we have to look beyond what standard courses we have been running all these years. So because with the new challenges, new industry, new sectors that is coming up, so we need skilled manpower to diversify, so that there is more scope of employment. And this is one of the ways we can increase our presence in the maritime from the existing, say, 12 to 14%. So this is all the courses that Ganpat University, in collaboration with the government of Goa, wish to start, and I hope they can start it soon, so that the youth of Goa can take benefit from this, and we can have more employment opportunities, both in India as well as abroad, and in different sectors. Like offshore sector, there will be a huge vacancy for these youth in. And this is again something which is very closely connected with the shipping and what we do at the DG Shipping. So why transparency and zero tolerance and corruption, all these things have come up? Because these days, as you all know, there is something called Open CDC. So any aspiring seafarer, they can do these 5 courses, and they are issued with the CDC, and then they are looking out for jobs. And there are a lot of agents out to trap our youth with false promises, and many of them end up in places like Iran on ships which are either without an IMO registration or without any flag, and they are just stranded. And sometimes even they are not sent on ships, they are sent somewhere in a remote place, and then they are given some stamp on the CDC. And all these things are happening. Even the situation in the Middle East, our worst fear is we can have many of the Indians trapped in those ships. So to avoid all these things, we have been doing many social media campaigns so that our youth of today, even from the remotest corners of the country, they are aware, because these days the young, they are very tech savvy, so they follow the social media. So this is our way of reaching to these youth, so that they are not misguided and taken for a ride by these agents. Many times they pay to the tune of 4 to 5 lakh rupees, and then also they are not sent on the ship that they are promised. So this is how they get trapped, and then there have been a lot of complaints in the last few years. So these are the repeated campaigns that we can carry out. There is a grievance redressal system, which is currently not 24/7, but we have a telephone number where every call is attended, it is taken note of, and then the best solution offered, we are able to communicate to the seafarer. Then we have our training manuals on the DGS websites. This is again more than the seafarer, it is for people who wish to open more training institutes. They can go to the DGS website, they can download the training manual. Every step-by-step procedure is given, whether who is eligible, who is not, and what are the requirements for opening a new training institute. So these are the expected outcomes from this workshop. So improved compliance and employability. Employability is a big thing these days. It is not only a certificate that anybody has, it is how they are employable. So that has got a huge dependence on the kind of maritime training they have undergone. So the MTIs have got a huge responsibility in not only offering the courses, but how well they are able to do it. So that is one of the important things that I want to highlight. Then promotion of awareness amongst seafarers and MTIs. Then develop state-level maritime skilling strategy aligned with the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. So we can identify, prioritize skills in port operation, shipbuilding, and the seafaring. So why port operation? Because Captain of Ports also said many things about the skilling in the port sector. With all this alternate fuels and newer technologies that is coming, even the port sector will have a huge role to play. It is not like the diesel bunkering that is going on. Very soon we'll have methanol, we'll have ammonia, we'll have hydrogen and all these things. So even it is not only limited to the seafaring, even the small barge operator, the small tug operator, the people working in the port, they will also have to be skilled, they will have to be upskilled, reskilled, and trained to offer these facilities to the ships that are calling these ports. So these are the challenges that we'll face, and we should be ready to have this offered to the stakeholders. So that's why I said it is maritime training is not limited to what we teach as per the STCW. We have a huge scope of going beyond. So that is something which we need to highlight and we need to offer also. So that's all from my side. So thank you, Government of Goa, Captain of Ports Department, for having us from the DG Shipping to talk on the different pillars. So this was pillar number 3, maritime training. So thank you.
Please join us in the middle. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such pertinent insights into the subject. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Atul Jadhav from New Era Shipping. Also, Mr. Priyesh Kamath, President of Shipyard Association of Goa, to please join us on stage to present a token of gratitude to Shri Praveen Nayarji, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A huge round of applause. Kamath, Honorable Minister of Department of Captain of Ports, Public Works and Legal Meteorology from Government of Goa for joining us. Thank you so much. Requesting Dr. Saurabh Dave to please join us for the insightful presentation.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dr. Saurabh Dave. I'm a Senior Pro Vice Chancellor at Ganpati University. I'm here to present a education vision of Ganpati University and what landscape we have designed for maritime education in Goa and nation at large. So you can see the Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence is an initiative with Department of Ports under the authority of Captain of Ports Department. We are an institute getting established under public-private partnership. There is a beautiful history behind the Goa's maritime ecosystem, in particular in education. So this is a very good school of established in 1980s. Of how the education landscape of Goa is getting shaped, and the educator like Ganpati University can play a big role in setting up a new benchmark in Goa's education ecosystem. With his encouragement, we came here to set up a Ganpati University Goa, one of the state private university, and along with that, we have also equally participated into the public-private partnership initiative of Britona School. Now we have been calling it Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence. At that time, the Minister of Port, Alexio Siqueira sir, has graced the event where we have signed the concession agreement. These are the glimpses. Later on, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shri Digambar Kamath, has also put forward the vision further and supported us a lot. The school is under the process of redevelopment. So further 18 to 20 months it will take to set up a new infrastructure. But with the vision of Minister Sir, we have been able to get the approval to operate from the transit infrastructure. So now the school has already enrolled 2 of the batches for new entrant program, and we have been operating from the transit operations while the school is under the redevelopment. During the course of event, since Goa has been hosting a lot of government official, we have recently presented our vision of Goa's education landscape to Tamil Nadu Port Authority, in particularly Tamil Nadu Maritime Board's Principal Secretary, Shri Venkatesh sir, and he has also wholeheartedly welcomed this initiative and also further mentioned by the time the Tamil Nadu Port Authority is also getting revamped into the maritime education, they would also like to join the Goa's initiative in Goa. So that's a kind of an impact together in collaborative manner we can set up for the state as well as this was certain media coverage wherein the school's concession agreement has been catching the eyes of the newspaper and got published into. This is our history. The Britona School, it was announced in 2021, and then later at the stage we participated in this PPP tender. It was supposed to get qualified. Qualifier requires to have a 750 points to get qualified to get this tender, but that the tender has been awarded us with our earlier prior qualification with more than 24,000 points. So being a single bidder, the government has completed the process, and now we have been into the compliances process. So we have complied everything. We have submitted our master's plan, the detailed project reports. The tender says that the project should be completed within the cost of 15 crores, but with the generous support of our founding president, Shri Ganpat Bhai Patel, he has wholeheartedly given a donation of 30 crores rupees so that it meets the international standards. So that shows the commitment, that shows the philanthropic approach, that shows the commitment of what we wanted to bring in Goa as an ecosystem, what we can develop for the youth of Goa and a nation at a large. And now we are under the process of taking over the site, and we'll be soon starting up the redevelopment. Our vision is to establish JIME as a leading maritime training and education hub, driving excellence, innovation, and global standards in the maritime contemporary sectors of skills the sea. This is what we have a mission as: deliver world-class maritime education and training. We carry a very strong, more than 15 years of experience into the maritime training. Since in my earlier speech, I also mentioned that we are the only A1 rated MTIs in Gujarat, and since inception, we have been able to retain that rating. So last 15 years, we are an A1 rated, highly competent MTIs to take care of this level of a mission. Fosters industry partnership for skill development. I'll talk further on what I mean to say about the industry partner program. In our Gujarat MTI, we have designed a lot of curated program, particularly in association with the industries, which are making sure that the skills which is required by the industries, we are able to meet the requirements. Here also, we are in a very advanced stage of talking to certain industries which are into hazardous goods, and there is no training institute available for the hazardous goods. They have been in strong need of those skills, in particularly for their industry. So we'll be setting up a lot of COEs, and we will be curating a lot of industry-led training program. As Joint DG sir has also mentioned, that it is very important to put forward and look further that what industry demands and how we can meet the standards of the industry. Equip new and existing workforce with the future-ready competency. Our Gujarat MTI has already have a future-ready ecosystems available, and similarly, we'll be setting up those standards of a facility here in Goa as well. Serves a catalyst for maritime research and innovation. Of course, Goa being strongly connected with the seafarer ecosystem, lot of mentors are coming forward, lot of experienced seafarers are also coming forward to support this mission. They are mentoring us, they are guiding us, and in a way, they are also opening up a lot of opportunity for maritime related research. So that we will be including into our mission. Emerge as a world-class maritime ecosystem and strong industry association, and establish as India's first commercial driving training institute. That we have done a lot of research, and we are in the process of setting up India's first commercial driving training institute as well. This is how the existing Britona school is going to revamp. This is an architecture view which has a capacity to address 5,000 trainees at a one go. So we'll be targeting around 5,000 students when it comes to a full throttle operations. We'll be offering around various 32 different programs which we have identified at an initial stage, which range from 2 days program to 4 months of a program that we will be offering from. This facility will also include deep sea pools and a jetty, which has and we will be developing a modern jetty. We'll have all refueling facility, commercial activity facility. Would be a kind of a modern approach where if any of the seafarers working and learning from these schools will go to the modern countries, the established country, they will not find themselves difficult to get it adjusted. That's the kind of a commitment we are bringing here. Strategic partnership. So how this partnership will be strengthening? So Ganpat University, Gujarat, I already talked about. We are offering various programs, including BTech in marine engineering, DNS, GME, ETO, GP rating, STCW, and all other value-added programs. Captain of Ports is an authority. So under this Captain of Ports authority, we will be customizing all this initiative. Also, it is very important to note that for Sagarmala project, Captain of Ports is also one of the custodian for Goa state. So they will be handholding this initiative at a large scale. And there is a deep commitment for local tenant development and sector modernization. And the entire project is under DBFOT. So we will design, build, finance, operate, and then eventually we will transfer to the government of Goa. It is worthy to note, sir, we have recently rolled out the first batch admissions, and we got 15 plus students for the new entrant program. And majority of the students, more than 96% students are from Goa. And the rest of the students are also working in Goa from the other states. So that's how the responses we are getting. And we'll be also creating a lot of workshops, seminars, awareness programs among the youth for their skilling, reskilling, and upskilling as well. This is another architecture view. The facility will be of a world class and world-class standards. What this facility is going to cater about is a 9 smart classroom with the capacity of 50 students each, modern workshops, high-end simulators, engine rooms, and navigator mock-ups round, swimming pool and diving facility. This will also include hostel, recreation, medical room, cafeterias, and conference facilities, waterfront infrastructure, including modern jetties and floating jetties, live boat, and MOOC units. We'll be also offering a lot of training program related to the commercial operations as well, because now Goa also is emerging as a water sports hub. There are a lot of skilling and upskilling is also required into this domain as well. There are a lot of entertaining industries is also coming forward, like underwater photography, underwater survey. Those are the areas also. There are a lot of new programs is required to be designed, and we'll be also creating a specialized lab which includes heat power, material testing, hydraulic, marine engineering, electrical, electronics, structure, computer labs. I'll speed up rather. This is a major investment I already talked about. This is how the backside view, including the swimming pool. These are the courses we'll be targeting on various 32 different programs at a one go in the first phase, which includes long-term courses, safety and adventurous courses. Adventurous courses include the scuba and flyboarding also, specialization courses, short-term courses for powerboat operators, high-speed craft operators, etc. And their future editions will be also going for a very, very large courses, including the degree and master's degree program as well from the same school. The benefits that we can create a custom training in association with industries. While talking to these workshops, I also got a various industry partner who have come forward and suggested us several curated programs, which are very interesting. So we can create certain tailor-made programs which upskills their requirement and ensure that the candidates they are recruiting are worthy and they can deliver on the industry standard. That we will be curating here, customer training, then fast track new talent pipeline. And see, we will be emerged as Goa will be emerged as a very solid pool of maritime talent. So somebody coming to Goa and trying to do the recruitment drive have a strong access of talent. DG sir has also, Joint DG sir has also mentioned about 6 others MTIs. So eventually it is improving the ecosystem of Goa at collective efforts. These are also the initiative with Captain of Ports. Industry has also the opportunity to co-brand the initiatives with their CSR facilities, so they can come forward and co-brand certain center of excellences with us, and that can ultimately benefits the youth of Goa and the nation at large. We continuously host various programs, which includes Maritime Skill Conclave, where we got a very strong responses of the partners. We are also in the process of setting up Goa's first Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council. So we will be also emerging Goa as a arbitration and mediation. So I'll be here interacting with you if you have any information required. required related to Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Hub. Lot of seafarers and industries require this arbitration and mediation support. Well, we'll be in good support with them. We have already done a due diligence on this, and there is a strong need. Last year we have come up with a conclave on arbitration and mediation. These are the few glimpses. This is what we are proposing as a deep sea diving program. Already Joint DG Sir has mentioned about our courses, surface supplier air, underwelding and situation diving. We are also contributing into the Skill India Mission's Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we are committed to set up a state-of-art facility. We have a very experienced mentor as well as the trainer associated with us. We'll be ensuring that there is a strong compliances and safety, and we'll be offering various courses ranging from 8 weeks, 4 weeks, 1 week, 2 weeks, with the different levels of a targeted audience. These are our association and partnership. We have recently signed an MOU with Terengganu Safety Training Institute, dedicatedly working for Petronas, which is an ONGC for Malaysia. Similarly, we are bringing here for India, and a lot of our government agencies also can come forward and get their employees skilled, trained, as well as upskill. Thank you. I'm open for any questions if you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saurabh Dave, Senior Pro Vice Chancellor from Galway University, for sharing us thoughtful insights into the topic. I'd like to call upon stage Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly present the token of gratitude to Dr. Saurabh Dave, Senior Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University. In the center, please, if you can come in front a little bit for the photograph. Next, we have a very insightful presentation for which I'd like to call upon Sri Shivram Kamath, Director of the Institute of Maritime Studies, Gupta. A huge round of applause for Sri Shivram Kamathji.
Good afternoon, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm making a second speech today, and some of the things I already covered in the morning, which I'll cover a little bit in detail, but some of the things already the previous speakers, they already covered or touched upon, and I want to finish before the buzzer rings. So basically the agenda is, this is the agenda which I'm going to cover. I want to outline Goa's maritime training ecosystem, highlight its strong heritage, key institution, explore growth opportunities, including diversification into new maritime domains, and address the major challenges faced by the training institutes in Goa. Finally, I want to present a strategic roadmap to strengthen infrastructure, expansion programs, and position Goa as a leading maritime educational hub on India's western coast. So Goa has a strong maritime legacy and has contributed significantly to India's merchant navy for generations. Goan seafarers have been serving across global fleets with professionalism and competence. Beyond seafaring, the state has actively been involved in shipbuilding, repairs, and marine technical services. Its coastal trade and port-based commerce have played key role in shaping Goa's economy as a maritime-oriented region. Goa's maritime heritage and importance of training. So Goa has long been a maritime-oriented economy, supported by strong coastal trade and a vibrant seafaring culture. Generations of Goans have built successful career in global merchant navy, contributing significantly to India's maritime workforce. Maritime training therefore plays a vital role in sustaining employment opportunities within the state, while also contributing to valuable foreign exchange earnings through seafarers' remittances. At the same time, structured training ensures compliance with international standards such as STCW and IMO regulation, and equip cadets with skills aligned to the evolving needs of global shipping industry. Goa's maritime training ecosystem comprises of a network of pre-sea and technical training institutes that cater to different segments of shipping industry. The state offers program focused on marine engineering and shipbuilding, along with institutions that provide training for ratings and entry-level maritime professionals. These institutions maintain linkages with shipping companies and maritime service providers supporting placement and industry exposure. All training institutes operate under regulatory oversight of DG Shipping, ensuring compliance with national and international maritime standards. Now, a little bit about IMS. Institute of Maritime Studies was established in 1997. It is an approved maritime training institute and was among the first to commence training as per STCW 95 convention. The institute offers pre-sea training program for marine engineers and has played a significant role in developing officer-level manpower for merchant navy. It was founded in response to the strong aspirations of Goan youth seeking to pursue officers at sea. To date, 1,606 GMEs and 787 diploma engineers have successfully completed their training in IMS. And approximately, considering that there is no domicile requirement, 40% of trainees have been from Goa. Currently, out of 160 cadets who are undergoing training, out of them 79 are from Goa, reflecting institute's continued contribution to local maritime employment as well as Goans' aspiration to join shipping as officers. Next is Institute of Shipbuilding Technology Goa. Established in 1981, is a government-aided polytechnic managed by Consortium of Industries, I think probably the only one. It offers unique diploma in shipbuilding engineering program designed to meet technical demands of marine and shipbuilding sector with strong emphasis on practical hands-on training. It has developed skilled manpower for ship construction, repair, maintenance, and marine fabrication, offshore industries, and more recently, ship design. With strategic support, ISBT has strong potential to expand into advanced marine production offshore technology training. Other maritime training institutes in India, in Goa, it has already been covered. So as of now, we are having Nusi Maritime Academy, Seascan Foundation, IMEI Training Institute, and Kamakshi Maritime Academy. These institutes support the rating and entry-level workforce by offering essential certification industry, including mandatory STCW-based courses. Together, they strengthen Goa's maritime training ecosystem and ensure compliance with global standards. Goa Institute of Maritime Excellence, which has already been covered by Mr. Dave. So I'll not speak much on that. The current training landscape in Goa. On the strength side, the state has established Maritime Institute with experienced faculty and a consistent track record of placement in national and international shipping companies. Goa also benefits from strong maritime culture with sustained youth interest in seafaring careers and the availability of marine engineering training within the state. However, certain gaps remain. There is no nautical science or deck officer program, and degree level maritime courses are not available in Goa. Maritime skill-based programs remains restricted in scope, and research activity in the sector is minimum. Additionally, there is continued dependence on other states for specialized certification and advanced training, along with the need for infrastructure modernization to keep pace with evolving industry standards. Growth potentials. Goa presents significant growth potential in maritime training sector. There is a clear opportunity to expand into nautical science and deck officer training program, thereby offering a complete career pathway within the state. The introduction of maritime logistics and port management education can further align training with the evolving need of port-led development and supply chain operations. Expansion into maritime degree programs would strengthen academic depth and attract a wider student base. Infrastructure development through public-private partnership can accelerate modernization and capacity building. With strategic planning, Goa can establish itself as a comprehensive maritime educational hub on western coast, integrate with national initiatives such as Sagarmala and broader blue economy objectives. Key challenges. Despite strong foundations and growth potentials, several key challenges must be addressed. Infrastructure funding constraints limit the space of modernization and expansion. Goa also faces competition from established maritime hubs such as Mumbai, Chennai, and Calcutta, which offer a wider range of programs and advanced facilities. Talent migration remains a concern as students often move to other states due to limited higher level opportunities locally. There is also relatively low awareness among school and college students about maritime career pathways. At the same time, rapid technological advancement in automation, green shipping, and digital navigation demand continuous curriculum upgrades. Finally, maintaining strict regulatory compliance under DG shipping and STCW norms require sustained institutional capacity and investment. Overcoming these pitfalls. To overcome these challenges, a structured and strategic approach is essential. Infrastructure must be upgraded with modern training facilities and simulators to meet evolving industry standards. Funding can be mobilized through public-private partnership and targeted strategic investment to accelerate capacity building. Diversification into future-ready domains such as green shipping, maritime, IT, and logistics will ensure long-term relevance. Stronger industry partnership can enhance sponsorship opportunities and provide more sustained placements. At policy level, targeted support and incentives from state government will be critical to stimulate growth. Finally, establishing maritime research and innovative centers will help drive sustainability, long-term development, and position Goa as forward-looking maritime education hub. Strategic roadmap. Addressing these challenges require a clear and structured forward-looking strategy. First, infrastructure must be modernized with advanced training facilities and simulators that meet global industry standards. Sustainable funding mechanism, including public-private partnerships and strategic investment, are essential to strengthen capacity and accelerate development. At the same time, diversification into future-ready areas such as green shipping, maritime IT, and logistics will ensure long-term relevance and competitiveness. Stronger collaboration with industry will enhance sponsoring opportunities and improve cadet placement outcomes. Supportive policy measures and targeted incentives from state government will further catalyze growth. Ultimately, the establishment of maritime research innovation centers will drive continuous improvement and position Goa as progressive and competitive maritime hub. Conclusion. In conclusion, Goa possesses strong maritime foundation rooted in its rich seafaring heritage and long-standing contribution to shipping industry. The existing institutions in state form a solid backbone for maritime training and workforce development. At the same time, there is substantial scope for diversification and modernization and expansion to meet evolving industry demands. With strategic planning, focused investment, and supportive policy measures, Goa has the potential to emerge as a leading maritime, educational, and skill development hub in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, I would like to call upon stage Shri Constantino Dissa, Radio Officer from Department of Captain of Ports, Government of Goa, to please join us on stage to present the token of gratitude to our presenter, Shri Shivram Kamatji, Director of the Institute of Maritime Studies, Bogda. If you can come a little in front for the photograph. Thank you so much for your insights and your thoughts into this topic. Thank you. With that, we'd like to now move on to our next session, which is the workshop session on pillar number 4, maritime crewing and employment opportunities in the maritime domain and zero tolerance in manning, for which I'd like to call upon stage Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A huge round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon to all. Namaskar. Actually, my colleague was supposed to present this few portion. I deal after the crew welfare, and my colleague Captain PC Meena deals with the crew processes. So I will start. If you see these slides, you can see that not this one. Yes. Yeah, this is the general guidelines for the ports in Goa, which all ports are there. The major ports, the Marmua Port Authority, and the non-major private ports, that Panji, Chapura, Betul, Talapuna, Triakol. And I wanted to say, with respect to security point of view, this Marmugao Port Authority still has to go. This they have to the NSPC compliant and ISPS compliant. I think they are working on that. But I'll not go into that. I'll be going with respect to crew. If you can see here, there is a steady growth in the seafarer workforce, that adding an average of 1,773 new seafarer annually from 2015 to 2025. And now that Goa has got a cumulative strength of 42,974 seafarers. This data is of 2025, that 42,974 seafarers. And here we can see that in the Goa, that there is a the momentum is that there is an increase. That if you can see in the slides of Mr. Nair, that he has talked about the 20% growth range. Here we are achieving it, 20% of growth target by 2030, as in MIB 2030 targets. So the Goa is in line with increasing the workforce as required by the Government of India guidelines, or you can see the MIB 2030 targets. These are the ecosystems. These are the MIT. These are the MITs in Goa that already it has been dealt in the previous slides. So I will not go because there is a time is less and we are still lagging behind. So I will skip this. Somebody has talked about regarding the MMD Goa, that I have seen from that Goa this conduct the examinations, but that examination, the oral system has become an online system. So the Goa candidates, they are joining online and we are taking the exams. But what all system need that you wanted that to be increased has to be sent to the directorate. So this can be taken over, that what all more you require, because already there is a MMD in Goa and we take the examinations. It is not that we do not take the exam for the Goa candidates. Maybe for the written they have to go to Mumbai, but orals and all we take online. And in the Goa MMD, which oversees ship survey, certification, equipment inspection, and regulatory compliance across the state. And there is a local representation, and which is under the PO MMD Mumbai, and which ensure the safety standard, international compliance, and efficient maritime governance in Goa. What is the career prospect in Merchant Navy in Goa? If you can see here, there is some few valid RPSL company in Goa: Jonsia, Crest, MS Seafarer, Q Ships, and Marine Tech Ship Manager and Surveyors, and these all around 3, 6, 9, 10. And these are invalid RPSL company in Goa, which is banned. Which is banned due to some problem with respect to their crew. You can see here, New Era Shipping, CRM Marine Services Private Limited, Regal, Sirotkar. And it also showcased that Goa has strong contribution to Indian seafarer pools and emphasized the need for better compliance for verified RPSL company. Verified, I'm talking about the verified. Non-verified, please do not join. It also highlights awareness initiative focused on preventing fraudulent recruitment and promoting ethical, transparent practice for aspiring seafarers. If you can see the last three: awareness and monitoring initiative, prevent fraudulent recruitment and exploitation of aspiring seafarer, promote ethical and transparent recruitment practices, ensure engagement only with licensed and verified RPSL operator. I am giving emphasis on this. Licensed and verified RPSL operator. Do not join with invalid RPSL company and which is not there in the DG shipping site. These are the steps which is taken by the Home Department, Government of Goa, and this is first of its kind. That Goa Welfare and Pension Scheme for Seafarers. And we have not seen anywhere in India that, but in the Goa it is being provided, offering monthly pension and financial security to retired or medically invalidated seafarer and eligible widows. It reinforced the state commitments to supporting seafarer welfare and ensuring a dignified post-retirement life. So these are the financial assistance provided by the Government of Goa. And if you can see here, Goa provided talent pool that ranked seventh nationally. Small state, but 7th in the seafarer providing pool. It is a very, you can say, good achievement for the state of Goa. And this outlines the needs to strengthen governance, ethical recruitment, and regulatory, that which I have seen in the previous slides. And it also stresses diversifying employment avenues such as cruise tourism and welfare schemes. This is very important for the seafarer. Please see. This slide, if you can see, it is very important for the seafarer who are here and the cadets which are sitting on the red shirts, t-shirts. Anyone knows this Seafarer Welfare Fund Society? We have done the 3 symposium, 3 places in India, that one in Mumbai, West Coast, one in Delhi, and 2 days back we did in Kolkata. But the old seafarer, they were also not aware of this Seafarer Welfare Fund Society and SPFO. Few of the seafarer were aware, but not much. Here, if you can see, this SWFS is designed to support the seafarer and their family. And it is for everyone. This generation, before this generation and after generation. All these 3 are covered in this Seafarer Welfare Fund Society schemes. I'll come back, sir. Just let me finish. It is for officers also, it is for rating also, and it is for the Indian seafarer who is having the valid Indian CDC. That is only the criteria. And it is for everyone, for the rating as well as for officers. There are 12 schemes. I do not have much time, otherwise I could have explained. And there is a SWBAT scheme. We are providing money to the clubs also. And the Marmugua club has also, I'll come in the subsequent slide, they have also requested, but in the last COM meeting, didn't finalize because there was no one was there to give the presentation that what all things they require. So it was deferred. So anyone who is sitting here, please be prepared. In the next COM meeting, we are going to call that Marmugua port to give for that SWBAT. Because I am the member secretary of the SWFS and I am the SPFO commissioner also. So I deal with this both. And SPFO, it provides the provident fund contributions for the seafarers, which are given by the employers. And it is, आप जब retire हो जाएंगे, तो this will provide SPFO. And the SWFS आपके साथ हमेशा, it will be standing by, हमेशा खड़ा है आपके साथ. It is there. And just in the next slide, if you can see, these are the schemes. These are the schemes. Why I was telling that it is pre-generation, this generation, post-generations, because if you can see here, survivor benefit schemes. It is financial assistance to the family of deceased Indian seafarer, 6 lakhs rupees we give. Invalidity benefit scheme. Suppose somebody is declared permanently unfit, some limb has gone, and he is not able to join. We give 6 lakhs rupees with effect from 1st January. Maternity benefit scheme. It is in line with Sagar Mein Samman that for the female seafarer that who has gone for delivery, for 2 delivery, we provide 50,000 rupees. Family benefit welfare scheme. It is provided to the family who has the seafarer whose child has gone for pre-sea training. So this is the post generation. आपके बच्चे के लिए भी है 1 lakh for pre-sea training and 50,000 for post-graduate. Seafarer का बच्चे son or daughter who has gone for this pre-sea training जो जाएंगे उनको ये प्रोवाइड किया जाएगा. Death on board 2 lakhs rupees if something happen on board. Old age benefit scheme. This is for pre-generation what I was talking about. कि जो ओल्ड हो गए हैं, जो बूढ़े हो गए हैं, उनको भी 65 years हो गए, तो we provide 50,000, and those who have attained the age of 75, we provide 1 lakh rupees. And there is some criteria which I cannot show here because there is some criteria, but you can go in the DGCP site, it is given there. Please go there, ये आपके लिए है, and this money is for you only, for the seafarers. Ex gratia benefit scheme. This is for the, suppose some seafarer, you might have seen on the WhatsApp and somewhere that there are so many seafarers which has been abandoned. For the abandoned seafarer, there are around 512, 500 something like that, 500. They have been abandoned. We provide 20,000 rupees per month for 12 months for their family. Family has to just apply, and they have to be. Company has to tell they have been declared abandoned, so 20,000 for 12 months we provide to provide the उनको assistance के लिए, family के assistance के लिए. Meritorious child of seafarer. Suppose some seafarer child topped in the college somewhere, they will get 25,000 rupees, but till now we have not got this. No one has got. This 3 new scheme we have launched now. Medical and term insurance premium. Suppose you have paid 10,000 rupees premium for some medical and term insurance and critical illness. We'll just produce that premium certificate. We'll pay you 5,000 rupees from the SWFS. That 5,000 assistant, it is for all ratings and officers. Critical illness. Suppose somebody is ill and they have to go to some surgery or something like that, which is the critical illness. One time support we give 2 lakhs rupees to the seafarers. Suppose the rating might have been sitting here, some ratings, and they become officers. From rating to officers, they will be providing benefit for 2 lakhs rupees for the career progression from rating to officers. So that's why I was talking about the pre-generation, this generation, the post-generation. All have been covered in these schemes. And I also encourage, if somebody has got the more idea, please come back with new schemes. We are ready to launch. Launch means I'll put it in the COM, and the COM will approve, and accordingly will come back with that scheme. Abhi isme I have to say one thing. There are so much that we are not, there is not so much claim. There is an interest of around 70 to 80 crores. There are 1,600 crores lying with the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society, 800 crore for the that wellness, and 800 crore for gratuity that we cannot touch. That is a gratuity of the seafarers. Out of these 800 crores, around 50 to 60 crores in interest it comes, and we are able to give only 6 crores because there is no application, nothing is there. So only 6 crore we are able to disperse to the seafarers. This is the data from 1st April 2024 to 16 February 2026. तो हम लोग इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं दे पा रहे, कोई आ ही नहीं रहा है. That's why we have started this symposium. We are started to, people should know what is Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. Because when I took over as a member secretary of that SWFS, I was also not aware कि that SWFS क्या है. और दूसरी सरप्राइजिंग थिंग क्या थी कि SPFO when I took over as a commissioner from 10 जनवरी, मैं जब अपना CDC चेक किया तो मेरा भी SPFO में पैसा पड़ा हुआ था and I have left selling at 2011. तो मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम है. There are more than 20 crores money lying. किसी को पता ही नहीं किसका पैसा है वो. CDC में we can check and we can go. तो जो भी that seafarer who is sitting here, they can send it to us. And now that ERP system is going to come, so after 12 months you will be able to check that किसका पैसा वहाँ पर है SPFO में और किसका पैसा SWFS में है. SWFS में you have to apply. I'm talking about the SPFO. So if you can see here, seafarers are encouraged to actively explore the welfare scheme available to them through Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. It is given, application is given on the DG Shipping site. Please go, please see, उसका eligibility criteria check कीजिए, and if you are into that, apply online. अभी तो email से we are taking the application, but after 12 months, when ERP comes into the picture, you can directly apply and you can take the benefit. आने की कोई जरूरत है. No needs to come. No need to come in the SWFS office. Now, what I was talking about SWBAT. There was a proposal for deploying a premium seafarer club at Marmugua port under the SWFS SWBAT framework. It emphasized the strategic need for modern welfare facility near port operation aligned with MLC 2006 and DGS guidelines. It was the key feature was include recreation, counseling, accommodation, and medical support services. What the proposal we got, this is the existing structure and this is the proposed structure. What the picture we got, and location advantage, but 1 kilometer from berth and 50 meters from port office, 4 kilometers from airport. But in the last COM meeting, when we were, that COM was sitting there, we were not able to get the satisfactory answers and all. So I request the port, please, if you want the assistance from the SWBAT for the Marmugua port, for the Marmugua Seafarer Club, please give the presentation. We'll invite, and accordingly, we can develop the clubs at Goa, outside the port. You can give the proposal, sir. It is open for everyone. SWFS, it is open. आप apply कीजिए through ports and through ports only, please, because we want to go government to government. We do not want to entertain the private party. This one someone was talking about in some of the presentation which I was seeing, that to promote the female seafarers. So this is the initiative, the Sagar Mein Samman. That is initiative to promote the gender inclusive maritime workforce. This is for the exclusive to promote a safer and more inclusive maritime workforce for women. And if you can see the DG Shipping Order number 18 of 2024. So this is in line with MIB 2030, 10.15, and even SDG 5 and SDG 8. At present, if you can see that we are having only something 6,000 female seafarer, which is very less. And we want to, at present, 0.5% women seafarer in India and 1.3% women participation. It is more with the national statistic, but we want to increase this female workforce. So that's why we have DG Shipping has launched this Sagar Mein Samman in line with Government of India. Next DG Shipping initiative is Sagar Mein Yog. If you can see the DGS order number 19 of 2024, it deals with 10 pillars: spiritual wellness, emotional wellness, economic wellness, physical wellness, occupational wellness. And within 2 to 3 months, you will see that there is a LMS will be launched in the DigiShipping site. And
Sorry
all
for
the ratings-
interrupting. Just requesting people behind to kindly maintain the silence. We are having a presentation over here. Over to
all
you,
the
sir.
ratings on officer has to undergo this, and they will be given certificates and all. We are going to make, more or less, we are going to make it mandatory. Third initiative, the Parnam initiative, which has been launched in Terminal T2 of Mumbai Airport. It is to assist the seafarers with documentation, immigration, and emergency issues. Why it has come? Because there was lot of fraud was happening, and the seafarer was going to the immigration. They were caught and they were given to the police. And after that, DigiShipping has to come into the picture to go and to save the seafarers and all. So before that, they have to, if the any seafarer who is going to UK, it is at present it is mandatory for UK. Who is going to UK, they have to go to that counter. The documentation will be checked, and after the green the clearance is given, then they can go to the that airlines counter. अगर वो डायरेक्ट जाएंगे, that airlines counter will not entertain. Otherwise, they will go to the immigration. They will be getting caught there. So to avoid that fraudulent practices, it has been launched. And if this is success, then we are going to launch in another airport also. So this is on the experiment basis, the Parnam initiative, and this will also give pride to the seafarer that they are getting importance and all this thing what the Parnam counter is given, and this is free of cost. This has been also that financial assistance is provided by the SWFS, NUSI, MUI, and UK government. What I was talking about, zero tolerance. DigiShipping has got the zero tolerance policy against fraud, cheating, and illegal recruitment in the maritime sector. That's why we have got a nationwide digital awareness campaign to educate seafarer against fraudulent agent, illegal payments, right and grievance mechanism. Outreach program and symposium in multiple cities we are carrying out to enhance engagement and promote safe recruitment practices. So this will protect the seafarers and prevent exploitation across the ecosystem. So आप जो देख रहे हैं इधर में, मर्चेंट नेवी में धोखेबाज एजेंटों से सावधान रहें. There are so many cases we have got that RPSL company is giving the Form 1, fraudulent Form 1, and people are going and getting caught. Somebody is going to one of the vessel and dying on another vessels. How it can happen without the help of RPSL company? So a lot of fraud is happening. Agents are taking money, sending the carrots, because the Goa is having the 7th largest. So I request all the RPSL agent, please tell the seafarer only join with the proper RPSL company. Do not go to non-RPSL or anywhere. Otherwise, ईरान में भेज देते हैं, वहां पे अरेस्ट हो जाता है लोग. ज्वाइन करना है ए वेसल, मरते हैं बी वेसल पे, so they will not get the compensation also. There is a mismatch between the e-governance in the e-governance system. So please, and we have got a zero tolerance. सीधा RPSL को हम लोग ban कर देंगे. And you have seen that 95 RPSL company has been banned due to all these complaints. If you can see the data here, there is a large number of death and missing cases. If you can see, there is a increasing trend. If you can see from 2015 to 2025. Closed from ship owner and P&I without compensation. If you can see the orange line, 13, 4, they always say that seafarer has done the suicides. It is a normal this thing that, but now in this, the new MLC rule which are going to bring, the suicide word has been removed. All seafarers are entitled to get the compensation. The suicide and all, it will be known later when the investigation is over. Under progress and pending, there are 56 cases and 80 cases are still under progress, and case settled by the ship's owner and P&I with compensation. You can see it is a large number, 99,307 they settled. The missing cases also they have settled. So it is good to see that large has been settled. And we have taken from 2012 to 2025 that the seafarer who has not got the SP, that provident fund, we are taking that case also. And we are talking with the company. The compensation should be paid to the seafarer who has not got. So still, let's see what happens. Amendment scenario. What I was talking about, this 556 seafarer has been abandoned or arrested. I'll go to some next slide. Yeah, this one. Why it has happened? Root cause: inexperienced ship owner, delayed reporting by seafarer, invalid or expired P&I insurance cover, fraudulent RPS agency, flag of convenience, and weak oversight. 4 months so vessel mismatch. What I was talking about. So this is the root cause of abandonment, and the corrective measure we are including that strong regulations, tighten RPSL's compliance, coordination with Indian missions, and strict enforcement actions. That what you are seeing, that enforcement actions and all, we are banning that RPSL companies. And we are also, these all symposium, we are participating in coastal and all, because we want to enhance the awareness campaigns and improve verification process to strengthen the seafarer protections. This you can see that regulatory strengthening, continuous coordination with MEA, enforcement and deterrence, awareness and capacity building, monitoring and oversight, operation control and verification, financial safeguards. We are going to increase the RPSL bank guarantee also, 10 lakhs to 40 lakhs and 25 lakhs to 1 crore. These also we are going to do, because 10 lakhs mean nothing is going to happen if the RPSL company goes. This is also the I have got the timeline now, 5 minutes left. I'll be finishing it. So this is the crisis module, that digitized system which we are going to bring to manage and coordinate maritime crisis response in real time. And if you can see, there is 24/7 DGCOM center. We are that DGS has appointed one person is always monitoring that DGCOM center. Call center, authorized user from MOPSW, authorized user from MEA, next of kin, all these things required to be done. This is the second grievance redressal module. Single digital platform for 24/7 effective lodging, tracking and resolution of seafarer grievance to streamline and transparent grievance management, timely redressal of issue. So we are working on this on the digital platforms. RPSL module also we are working. We are going to, most probably we are going to launch also within 2 to 3 months RPSL module. This will design to streamline the application, renewal and compliance management of recruitment and placement service and licenses for DG shipping. This is economy of Goa to build alternate career pathway post merchant navy carrier. Here, if you can see that lot of slide has been seen: cruise tourism, ships repair and maintenance, port-led development, marine surveying and classification, logistics, supply chain, and port-based industry, maritime entrepreneurship. Lot of things is there in Goa too after post-merchant navy careers. Thank you very much. And I will request the seafarers to take the benefit of SWFS, SPFO, and the Parnam counters. Thank you, sir.
In the middle, please. Thank you so much, Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor cum Senior DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping from Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. To present the token of gratitude, I'd like to call upon stage Shri Vineet Pandey, Deputy Director from Inland Waterways Authority of India. Kindly come on stage, present the token of gratitude to sir. Thank you so much, Captain, for brilliant insights and the efforts that you are doing, your organization is doing for all the seafarers. Thank you so much for writing. Thank you so much. With that, we'd like to move on to our workshop session on pillar number 5 on the topic maritime sustainability and protecting the environment and the seafront pollution, decarbonization in the maritime sector. And to present the same, I'd like to call upon stage Sri Satish Kamath, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. A huge round of applause.
Are you all feeling sleepy? Yeah, no. So I'll ask you one question. Before I start my presentation, I'll just ask you one question. Since morning you have been attending all the sessions, you have now seen 4 pillars. And after me also there is one pillar. But can you just tell me one common string which, goes around all these pillars? Yes, thanks. It is to do with the environment and the sustainability operations. If we think that we want to become number 4 in shipbuilding, we need to be sustainable. We need to think about the environment. And since morning, in whichever pillar, I've seen that people in Goa are mostly they are conscious about the environment. Even the Captain of Ports Goa, when he mentioned about his future plans, he was telling about solar boats and a lot of other initiatives which you're trying to be sustainable. You're trying to have good environmental protection. So I will not go in the regular fashion. This presentation is also there with you. So let us see. So why is this pillar critical? So this pillar is critical because it binds all the pillars in a very different way. Like if you talk about safety, casualty, if you are having an oil spill, nurdles. So when you are growing, you may have some implications on the environment, and the ecology is very important because, as everyone said, that Goa has a lot of tourism and we cannot afford to have an environmental pollution which will be a detractor for the tourism. At the same time, we need to keep in mind our national policies, the Harit Sagar guidelines, and work upon with the national green shipping policy. One policy which is very close to my heart, my work revolves around the green shipping policy. And this policy is based on the MIV 2030 and the Amritkal Vision 2047. So these align with the net zero and the MARPOL compliance emission reduction standards, which the global shipping will be shortly undertaking. Maybe it will take time, but surely in the future, we will like to have something which is more compliant with the environmental norms, and this will be a game changer, because this disruption not only will bring shipbuilding to the forefront, it will bring the ship recycling also to the forefront. As I was talking to a lot of people here, all these people are saying that, when these new technologies come, the skilling will also be a very important part of this whatever transition we are going to take. So one way we want to be slow but sure that what we are doing, where we are going. So there are numerous studies being taken, these policies are being formed. And as we say that in the present state in Goa, we have port reception facilities. The port reception facilities, any ship is coming to a port, it requires a lot of facilities, like the waste has to be discharged, all these other things, where the compliance framework network. So these networks have been designed in a portal called as the Swachh Sagar portal, where we have a lot of, I will take you to that slide, monitoring air quality, water quality, these all are there, but I'll take you to this slide where we have this Swachh Sagar portal. So the Swachh Sagar portal has the port reception facility, the fuel oil reporting which the ships have to do, then also single-use plastic reporting, the EBDN bunker suppliers registration is also there, and the ballast water reporting. So this helps, to help us to digitalize whatever data is coming. So when you talk about the port reception facility data and how much of port receptions or how much ship calls have been done vis-a-vis what waste has been landed, and the traceability is taken to the last mile. So okay, so it helps in environmental monitoring and reporting. Also, there will be some new and emerging systems like the Green Port Index or the Ship Sustainability Index, which we have been talking about. Like, ships have to be sustainable, and if we have to take this transition, we have to at least take small steps, sure steps, that we will reach some, because at this moment, we cannot get rid of our existing fleet, because that will be damaging to our economy also. But at the same time, we require to take some steps and reach where we intend to go. So if you talk about the strengths in the Mormugao port, the renewable energy and the energy efficiency, there is a 3 megawatt solar power plant which has been commissioned in May 2025. Port has achieved 100% solar powered port status for its electricity requirements. So transition to a green port will be very easy for this port, as the energy efficient lightings and other port facilities are powered by the solar. Then there is a phased electrification in this port. So similar green port operations and environmental incentives have been taken for the green ship incentive schemes, the Harit Shreya, and incentives linked to the environmental ship environmental index. This supports the adoption of low emission ships and environmentally responsible maritime operations. So whenever we talk about maritime operations nowadays, where the environmental pollution things are getting in the forefront, people always talk about that, no, there are a lot of emissions in this port and all. But the port is also, like, they are doing a lot of good things to become sustainable, and those should be appreciated, like the water waste management and spill preparedness. There may be some things like some people were talking, they were saying that, we do not have preparedness in this port, or maybe, so they may have some small gaps, but those all gaps need to be sorted out by the stakeholders. The stakeholders now, after this workshop, what? We need to think about this also, that after this workshop, we need to dwell upon the issues which Captain of Ports and a lot of other people in the audience, they raised these issues. So these issues, nobody from outside will come. We have to solve on our own. So we have to, sit together and see what our strong points are, and then we need to go from there. So there are the other port reception facilities also, where when we were talking about, one speaker spoke about this thing, that we want to have we have some small clusters of shipyards. So we can have a demand aggregated and see what common infrastructure we can have. So similarly, the PRFs also can be, like port reception facilities also can be cluster specific. Like if you have a cluster nearby, then you can give a port, because all the ports don't need to replicate that same model. Or they can have common vendors. Instead of everyone doing the work and spending the money, we can all come together, and Riverine cluster can have a particular port reception facility, and they can help. So air quality monitoring, these are all the things what you can do. Water quality. Then pollution. India was the first one to ban single-use plastics on ships. DG Shipping came out with this circular. But then what has happened is, we have, with this circular, we tried to map it with the Swachh Sagar portal, where alternatives are given, how to, there are SOPs given, how to get rid or reduce the single-use plastic. So this is very, very, very simple steps, but you need to imbibe this in your culture. And I know that Goa has always imbibed this. As a tourist, as a traveler also, when I came, I have seen these small things. People are very conscious about the environment. So it's easy to explain to such an audience. And when we speak about environment, people are already much aware. So the plastic problem everybody knows. So the PRFs are there, and you can develop on the riverine segments. You can have these PRFs and have a common portal, like the Swachh Sagar also can help the minor ports, and whatever means, all the ports can be registered into the Swachh Sagar, and it can be taken up from there also. So that is a welcome move. But at present, I think so only 2 ports are there in the Swachh Sagar from Goa. So the 2 ports, Marmagaon PRF port facility, they have 10 service providers, and PRF, because mostly this PRF is for international ships. But for our coastal or the inland waterways also, we can use these PRF facilities, the vendors. Yes, sir? You are having? Yeah, Panjim, 4 providers are there. Yeah. And total 18 vendors, and out of that 10 are active. So 10 are regularly getting work in the ports when the international vessels come. So 10 vendors are active. So if you can see the reported quantity, the total quantity of operational waste as per the annexes, Annex 1, Annex 2, Annex 2 is not there maybe, Annex 4, Annex 5 and Annex 6. So this much of reported quantities have been discharged in the last 1 year. And ANF records, 573 ANF records were there. And there have been no inadequacies. Actually, I checked up the GISES. It's a pleasure to report that there were no inadequacies reported by any international ships in the Goan waters. So that means something good is being done, and that you can replicate in the smaller minor ports also. So there are some, see, every thing will have a gap. It will have something. So there are some infrastructure and coverage gaps, vendor capacity, readiness, they may have. So that is why this portal was built to have something which will catch these inadequacies faster, so that international compliance we don't face any issues. So waste handling as per the MARPOL, as you seen that there are some type of waste which is not available, like some waste types like oily waste, sludge, everyone has, bilge water, everyone has. But if you ask for some refrigerant or some other thing, ballast water treatment facility or something other than that, it will be very difficult. So there are some small gaps maybe there. And then monitoring, you will have to have a system like the PRF, or you can get yourself enrolled in the PRF and increase the ports so that the coverage will increase. But then if you enroll in that, then you will have to undergo that audit. There is a PRF audit also. Any which ways. So opportunities are good for environmentally sustainable activities in maritime, in Goan ports, the clean seas for a tourism-led maritime economy, and then low emission island tourism oriented maritime operations, onboarding of this PRF vendor when you have your basic port coming, then it is very easy to have a set of guidelines where you can. And now we have been working with the port rules, port rules for PRF. I think so, sir, you might also be aware that as we were also doing our act and our rules, we were also on the panel of the port rules which were developed, and for that, especially for the environment protection and other things, we were being consulted in groups. We were working for this. Then when we talk about it's only not from the shipping perspective, it is also from the marine perspective. The biodiversity and sensitive ecotourism requires a lot of deliberation or lot of close monitoring on the biosensitive areas, and the ecosystem assessments and the EBMs have to be done. When we think of expanding a port or something, we have to think about the ecosystem also, and how the ecosystem will be affected if we put our foot today down and we come with a ship or a port. So we need to think about all those things. So there are opportunities, as I said earlier also, in the riverine centric waste profile, where you can have a dispersed waste generation from ferries, tourism vessels, fishing crafts, and inland navigation across the Mandovi, Zuari, Chapora, and Sal river systems. This can affect the public health and other things. So having strong waste management will really help. And already I have mentioned about the cluster-based PRF opportunity and the circular economy potential, where all these wastes can be again put to like the oils can be recovered, and plastics scrap can be again recycled through the recyclers, and that creates a very good opportunity for shipping. So I've been talking a lot about PRF. Now the Swachh Sagar portal also I have explained, because when we go to the PRF, first I had to discuss what is a port reception facility and how we are dealing it in the digital space, where DG Shipping has provided this portal. So already discussed this thing, that why it matters for Goa, everybody knows now, and all these 4 pillars we have been talking. So here then we think about capacity. When we have a lot of expansion going on, there will be the state maritime Marpol facilitation cell concept, where we can have DG Shipping, Captain of Ports Goa, port pollution control boards, and have a oversight mechanism which covers all the Marpol annexes. This is just a just something which we envisage, like we can do it this way also, so that we know each other what things are required. And then also the ports and the ships which are visiting these ports do not need to have multiple compliances. If all are made into one, and we can have consolidated inspections and data sharing between these entities, then and a good digital reporting platform, then it will be better for the smaller industry, smaller shipping industry which is coming in the inland waters. Then inspection and training capacity. We have already said that we have a focus on Ganpat University, already said that we have Shivram, my good friend. He has already spoken on all the challenges in detail. I will not go to that part, but definitely one thing which caught my eye was the thing about the smaller trade focus, because everyone talks about FG certification and everybody wants to go on a bigger ship, but the main working hands, which even in the port, even on the ship, the fitters and all, that was a very good suggestion given, and also a lot of other suggestions which Mr. Dave also gave and Shivram also gave are very pertinent. And this also affirms your commitment for the environment. I believe that in every pillar I could cite that environment was related. So shipbuilding, dry docks, we have talked a lot, but this gives us an opportunity here that my shipbuilding yard will have zero discharge. We will try to have near zero sustainable, but it is very important that by our work, whatever we are doing, it should not destroy the environment and the ecotourism around. So again, the same thing, PRF, if you want to have for the shipbuilding yards, you can have a cluster type of a development or vendors which can be shared vendors. So this is one concept, cold ironing, because a lot of people earlier used to complain, when the cargo was coming coal, or maybe that time, more illness, public health used to be suffering. So, and the ships were close to our city. So what happens is, then they wanted to see that the ship does not emit anything. But that ships will emit. But this is one of the opportunities where the ship can be retrofitted with a onshore power supply, and ship to shore can be given. It is called cold ironing, and this has lot of advantages. And also the ports, for their own chartered long-term vessels, they can go in for blended PPP models, blended financing. Lot of options can be taken, and the health benefits and the intangible benefits which you occur out of ship to shore are immense. Hence, the ministry also is looking at ship to shore onboard power supply in a very big way. They want to have this because most of the ports have been told to install onshore power supply units. So as you all know, the electric ferries, all these things. Why OPS in the inland? It is, I think so. It is. As an engineer, I feel that it is not that much viable, because again, you will have to, you will have to build a bigger infrastructure and all. But same time, because these ferries go close to the urban centers, you can have some heritage sites or something which will be near some forts or some other heritage monuments where the tourist areas are there. So these ferries should be made as minimum emitting as possible, and then you can supplement it with the onshore and give some good advantage so that the vessel will not emit. We are exploring something like we have had this study, this future fuel study. If I ask anyone which will be the fuel for the future, nobody will be able to answer, including me, because we have initiated this research, but it depends on a lot of factors like your type of the ship, the size of the ship, the area of operation of the ship. The ship, which sir said, then they are trying to make it fully solar. That is very good because that is a water taxi. It's a very short, it is very close to the coast. It is going. So that may be viable there. But a bigger container ship may require a larger scale of fuel cell or something. Means if they can work on fuel cell also. But again, the hydrogen facility has to be built. So a lot of, lot of permutations and combinations are there when you think about a fuel. And we have to think about our today what fleet we are having. If we are having a fleet which is 15 to 20 years old, like average age is around 17 now, lot of owners have sold their ships and bought new ships. They have reduced the fleet age, but still by 2030 mostly 7,000 something GT, I think so. I had the figures for the Indian full fleet. It was 70,000 GT mein, because I had that graph. So it is almost, I think so, out of our 13 million, whatever we are talking, 1594 vessels and 40 something 13 point some X or 14 million GT. Almost 4 to 7 million GT will be lost. This is the reality, and we need to supplement this also. So this gives a very good chance for shipbuilding in Goa. And plus, if you have environmentally, and let me tell you that a lot of shipyards, they are doing good work here, and we are exporting ships. So when we have gone to a lot of our one ship had accidentally gone for a PSC, and I come to know that it was built in Goa. Then I seen the ship, was good, really good, and it was good to see that it is an environmentally friendly ship. It was a hybrid ship. So we have the capacity, and we need to develop on certain gaps. So this green fuels also will be a very big game changer in terms when the inland and the near shore operations are concerned in Goa, where you have the river cruising, or when you are going somewhere inside the river, there is a port, riverine ports and all. So these are very important, that which fuel you will use, what you will do. The green ports are the drivers. I'm seeing it there. Thank you. Green ports driving sustainable maritime growth. We already seen that ports, they have been given a diktat by the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, and they are, heavily thinking about lot of initiatives with the Harit Sagar guidelines, with the proposed NPSC, the onshore power supply, the waste management, air and water quality monitoring. Once you have the data, you can, think of going lean and doing whatever is required to make the port green. There are sustainability indicators which we will have for the Green Port Index, port level readiness, shore power, and the environmental shipping index, ship index. So everyone in the ports, they know about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, direct emissions, scope 1, indirect, and then other indirect. So these, most of the emissions you can bring down by having OPS, then you by having your trucks made into electrical vehicles, or maybe run on LNG or some other fuel, so that the environmental footprint of your lighting loads, your trucks, your cranes, so, and you can use solar power. So in a port, you have a lot of opportunities to do this. ship, you may have less opportunities, but here you have a lot of opportunities to reform and bring it together. As you know about this Green Tuck Transition Program, so I will not talk much about this. So this is one program which the ministry wants us to, replace and retrofit conventional diesel-powered tugs with green tugs. So this will mean that we need to bring in and build those things with the new technology, and at least 50% of all tugs in major ports by 2030 is quite ambitious. This is written somewhere, I've copied it from there, but this is quite ambitious. And 2047, the Vikasit Bharat agenda, all the tugs will be 100% green tug. Let's hope for it. So Alpha Tug, everyone knows. We don't want to talk about this, but ecology, biodiversity, sustainable maritime planning, these all things should be, deliberated. This one thing which we always miss, or we do not have the expertise. We are doing something called as the Glow Noise project also, where we have a lot of PhD holders who have already working on that noise and other things, maritime spatial planning, how when your port is made, when you have all these assessments, these plannings already done, you will tend to not disrupt the marine ecology and the biodiversity, which is very essential for a human health and other things. Because as you might have heard, like even if one bee, in the ecosystem, it has its role. Like similarly, in the marine ecosystem, you have the role of a lot of constituents. So just the last thing, I will just go through this and opportunities. To green seas and tourism, we already talked about. Waste management, circular economy, port reception facilities, strengthening of the MARPOL compliance, onshore power supply, green fuels, green propulsion, shipbuilding and repair, and how we will make it more sustainable, marine ecology and biodiversity, environmental monitoring, and digital. Digital will be very important because when we get the data, we can work on it. So this is the way forward. Already we spoke as the slides were going on, we were talking about these things, how we will go for the plastic litter, the clean seas, how we will cater to the biological diversity, and digital monitoring, the infrastructure interventions like the cluster models, the OPS, and other things. So this is the end of my presentation. I leave you with these two slides. One is the National Green Shipping Policy, and this consists of the pillars: green ships, green ports, green fuels, green technology, green recycling, green financing, green skill development, and capacity building. And this is it is a consultative document now, and it is having a multi-stakeholder consultation which will happen. We already had a workshop in Delhi on 14th and 15th of January. Now in this month, or maybe the coming months, we will have 2 other webinars, and then there will be a connect with the interministerial groups again, and then we will approach the Niti Aayog. So this will be the policy which will, try to govern so-called the green shipping policy and shape it for the future. Thank you very much for a patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your insights and your thoughts into this subject. I'd like to call upon stage Shri Ashish Dhawan, Industry Head for Infrastructure from ESRI India, to kindly come up on stage, present the token of gratitude to our presenter for workshop session on Pillar 5, Shri Satish Kamatji, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. India. Thank you so much for your brilliant insights. Can we have a huge round of applause? I am aware that everybody's energies are down, but rest assured we just have one more workshop left before the day ends. So moving on to the workshop session on Pillar 6, Coastal Shipping and Opportunities in Coastal Segment and Inland Navigation and Multimodal Linkages. To present the same, I'd like to call upon stage Shri Ravi Kumar Moka, who is the Chief Surveyor cum DDG, Surveyor cum DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Over to you, sir.
Again, good afternoon to all. Once again on the coastal shipping and opportunities in Indian navigation. Already, Captain of Ports has already told us what Goa has been doing on the coastal shipping and the inland navigation. So, but what DG Shipping has studied about the Goa state profile, I will be highlighting on this in the subsequent slides. It will be, some of them will be same as of the Captain of Ports, but kindly bear with me. And due to positive lack of time, I will be rushing to the slides. So kindly bear with us. So these are the Goa's alignment with the national maritime priorities 26-27. As we know, there is a total allocation of about 5,164 crore for improving the coastal shipping and inland waterways in the union budget. So this is mainly for the capacity building, the training centers along the key waterways for ship repair hubs at Varanasi and other things. And also there is a 10,000 crore container cargo promotion scheme, the container manufacturing scheme was announced. And there was also for promoting the inland waterways network and the coastal movement of cargo. There was a scheme which was announced called New Coastal Cargo Promotion Scheme. So this was the central initiative. So on the left side, you can see the central initiatives on the union budget and how the Goa, on the right side, you can see how the Goa has been aligning with those initiatives. So as you can see that there is institutional strategic reforms the Goa has initiated, mainly on the establishment of a Goa Maritime Board for the integrated port-led development, which the industry has been asking, and the preparation of State Maritime Waterways Master Plan. The feasibility study also has been done by IWI for operation optimal inland waterways utilization. And this will impact the and strengthen the coastal shipping and last mile connectivity across the Goa ports. And also they will promote the inland waterway transport and tourism in Goa. So, based on this, the Goa is in complete alignment with the national initiatives for promoting the coastal shipping and the inland waterways. And this is the slide which highlights the strategic contribution of Goa to India's cargo ecosystem with the strong coastal cargo performance and expanding port capabilities. And also here you can see that the Goa has got one major port. You know, the Goa major port contributes almost 20.63 million ton, which is almost 2.5% of the India's total major cargo traffic, port cargo. And the non-major ports in Goa are contributing to about 0.017% of the national non-major port cargo traffic. So the coastal traffic is dominated, you know, if you see from the figure, you know, the coastal cargo traffic is mainly dominated by the iron ore, and the rest of the commodities are very minor in nature. But the industry can see and, you know, on the other commodities, and then they can improve the share in the other cargoes also. So this is the existing infrastructure which is Goa is offering, you know, for promoting this coastal and inland shipping. They have got one major port, 6 non-major ports, and then through Goa they have got 6 national waterways, and it has about 255 kilometers of navigable inland waterways for cargo and tourism. And Goa also offers this multimodal connectivity comprising 1.4 lakh kilometer of roads, a board railway network, and air. And these are the policies and initiatives, you know, for the Goa maritime sector. Again, on the left side, it is a central one, central sponsored, where the center has been initiating. IWA has sanctioned about rupees 200 crore for the national waterways development in Goa. Also, the implementation for river information system, 100% is funded also by IWA. And then we have got also the Sagarmala scheme for the development of 7 coastal community jetties at various locations of the state. And then the right side, you can see 5 and 4 and 2. The green shipping, already Mormugao Port has implemented a green vessel incentive scheme rewarding ships with environmental ship ESI scores. And the state logistics and warehouse incentive scheme also they have been implementing. So where we get 10 to 15% capital investment reimbursement for the investors, whatever is there. And then 50% interest subsidy is there on this. And the last one is on the crude Bharat mission. They are also, Goa is also supporting this for improvement of the coastal shipping. And these are the integrated initiatives for safe, smarter, and sustainable waterways. What the Goa has been initiating, the reverses information system by VTMS, which already Captain Ports has already told us, interstate ferry services, dredging across major waterways, and then hull superstructure and outfitting for the shipyard. Because of the bridge what we have in Goa. So they have been want to construct a hull superstructure and outfitting jetty there, and then marine slipway development at for ship repair facility in Mandavi River, and then installation of mooring buoys at Miramar, Panaji, regular patrolling and introduction of educational modules for tourists. And then these are the 10 initiatives where the government and then the private parties can play. When these are the avenues for investment, modernization, and blue economic growth. One is on the first thing is on the 9 coastal jetties are to be developed in Goa. They are in the process. Installation of 26 floating jetties across various rivers of Goa, island development project, river information system, and then establishment of ro-ro ferries and terminals, establishment of green shipbuilding and repair clusters. So this is also on the board of Goa. Establishment of water taxis linking inland industrial zones to ports via waterways and freight corridors. And private sector participation in developing terminals, jetties, and cargo handling infrastructure is also being initiated by Goa. And commodity-specific initiatives for focus sectors such as fishing and pharmaceuticals. So these are the avenues for the public and the private parties to develop the infrastructure in Goa for blue economic growth. And again, this is the main state maritime profile of Goa state. This is only for information. Already this is in the slide, so people can, public can go through on this what Goa is offering or what Goa has got infrastructure. And again, this is the same state profile where they have already signed about 6,000 crore of MOUs in the last India Maritime Week to promote the coastal shipping and other coastal infrastructure. These are data related to that. And then coming to the integration of port across ports, railways, and waterways. So this is what Goa has been doing, mainly for the port capacity enhancement. So they want to operationalize of berths 10 and 11 via 30-year PPP with the Delta ports. And then the road connectivity, they want to have 4-lane loop road or flyover on NH17B connecting the Ravindra Bhavan to MPA gate. And the rail connectivity, a new trunk agreement with the South Western Railway, which enhances the operational working arrangements. And then inland waterways transport strategically to deploy rupees 200 crore with IWA funding. And coming to our initiatives, recently we know that the Coastal Shipping Act has been passed. The rules also have been framed. Within 2-3 months, the rules also will be in place. So according to the coastal shipping, there are 2 things. One is the simplified licensing, which the coastal shipping enables. Second thing is integration of coastal and inland waterways. And the third which mandate from the Coastal Shipping Act is the creation of national database for coastal shipping to connect, to take all the data from various digital portals which is already available in the public, and then which have been used for collecting the data of various ships on the routes, voyages, and cargo services. And the fifth and the final thing is the creation of a national inland coastal strategic plan. Based on this data, whatever is collected, we want to create within 2 years, the government needs to publish the national inland coastal strategic plan in improving the coastal shipping in India. And this is how this national database for coastal shipping, the current policies and the existing digital initiatives are existing in the public. And the proposed, we have initiated now, we will be developing this national database for coastal shipping. What we are doing this, under this, we have our e-Samudra portal is already being developed in DG Shipping. So they have got all this licensing module where when the foreign ships visit in India for the coastal movement, then they need to take license. So this licensing module is in place and it is operational. And then with the database also needs data on routes, voyages, and services of the inland and the coastal vessels and the foreign vessels which are doing the coastal movement. So to do this, we have got a lot of digital portals like the Maritime Single Window, the National Logistics Portal, IceGate, Customs Portal, and inland IWS, NAVIC portals are there. Then we have got from the fishing vessels, we have got the Railcraft modules are there. So what we're doing is, since the data is already there in all these portals, we will take all this data through API, and then this will be used, we'll be creating a national database for coastal shipping, so that all the data can be analyzed with public inputs, because they have been already giving the inputs on various portals. So we don't want to repeat the same. So the data will be collected, will be created in the national database, and whatever data which can be shared to the public, it will be shown in the national database for coastal shipping, and other remaining data which will be used for creating the national database for coastal shipping. The National Inland Coastal Strategic Plan. This database, whatever is there, this will be analyzed with, and the data analytics will be done, and then which will be used for the creating this national strategic plan. Because without the data directly with, we cannot create this strategic plan. And then within 2 years, we'll be publishing this plan, and every 2 years, we'll be reviewing this plan and amending the plan for, according to the needs of the, for improving the coastal shipping. And this is the available port infrastructure and overview of the current facilities and operational capabilities existing in Goa. So that data can also be seen. And then on the inland waterways, the infrastructures and services and cargo movement. So 6 officially declared waterways are there in Goa, mainly NW 25, 27, 68, 71, 88, and 111. So what we done is an assessment of cargo movement across this waterways in Goa in 23 and 24. When we have seen the Goa waterways carried almost 3% of the other cargo movement when compared to the national cargo movement in the inland waterways. And this is the same thing. So finally, what we do is for the pathways for growth in coastal shipping, where the Government of India, DG Shipping, Ministry of Ports, and Goa can contribute is on these 5 areas. One is on the infrastructure and capacity enhancement. On the infrastructure, development of dedicated coastal berths and increased mechanism at major ports, deep water berths, and then expansion of liquid cargo terminals, bunkering hubs, and slurry pipelines for iron ore. And coming to the policy and regulatory initiatives, already the Coastal Shipping Act has been passed. Priority berthing, this we want to, because we need the data from the inland waterways and the coastal movement in Goa is required from them. So we will collaborate with them in getting this data from the Captain of Ports and other coastal states also. Priority berthing is also there, is also being initiated. And the Goa is also, they can also do this initiative, giving priority berthing for the coastal cargo movement. And then multimodal integration. So already RSR is already publicly in place, because many of the ports have been utilizing this RSR. Now what Goa can do is they need to integrate RSR with the inland waterways transport. And then coming to the cargo aggregation and market development, this also establishment of coastal cargo promotion center. As we know, the government has recently announced this coastal cargo promotion scheme. So based on this, the incentives will be provided for the coastal vessels if the cargo is moved from the road, railway to the coastal vessels. So this is being worked out within our branch. So we'll be formulating this scheme, and then accordingly, whatever budget is required, it will be proposed to the government for increasing this on the coastal cargo promotion scheme. And the final one is the ports and fleet and operational efficiency. So enhancing Indian flag vessels availability and promoting ro-ro vehicle carriers and coastal container feeders. And also we have been a digital single window for the state also. Digital single window has from the database of coastal shipping, and for the vessel approvals, what IWB has been discussing in the morning. So that also being thought of in the so Goa and DG Shipping and IWA. So in the whole ecosystem, we can work on these pathways to promote the growth in the coastal shipping. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Any questions for sir? Do we have any questions from the audience, or should we go ahead? Anybody would like to ask anything from sir? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have you in the middle, please? I'd like to also call upon stage Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, Assistant GM and Project Head from Elix Technomedia, to kindly come up on stage and present a token of gratitude to Shri Ravi Kumar Mokaji, Ship Surveyor from DDG Tech from Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, for all his thoughts, contributions and words for this session and also for this workshop today. Thank you so much, sir, for your support and your enlightening thoughts. Thank you. With that, we come down to the very last session of today's discussion, which is a presentation on Kalyan and Navik portal, for which I'd like to call upon stage Shri Vineet Pandey, who is the Deputy Director for Inland Waterways Authority of India. A huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. Myself, Vineet Pandey, Deputy Director, Inland Waterway Authority of India. I looks after the Inland Vessel Act related matters, and I am nodal officer on behalf of IWA for this Jalyan and Navik portal. So I extend my sincere gratitude to DG Shipping and Captain of Ports Goa for providing an opportunity to give a overview about this Inland Vessel Act 2021 and the portal Jalyan and Navik, which has been developed under the Act. So we will start with our presentation. So many of the audience must be knowing about IWA, but for those who don't know about IWA, IWA is a statutory body and constituted under the Act of Parliament, the IWA Act 1985. Its act functions under guidance of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. IWA is mandated with task of development of national waterways, and IWA is also competent authority on behalf of central government for Inland Vessel Act. So we will start with overview of Inland Vessel Act. Why this act was required? Actually, the earlier Act, 1917 Act, was a act in which states were empowered to frame their rules, and that's led to a lot of complications in flying of inland vessels, because every state were framing their own rules, and when a vessel, suppose a vessel is moving on national waterway 1, it is moving through 3-4 states. So there was a lot of compliance differences, and the vessels was not able to comply with those requirements of different states. So we need one act in which all the compliances were standardized, and so this Inland Vessel Act has been envisaged, and after a lot of stakeholders consultation, including state governments, industry and all, this act was implemented in August 2021. means this act was passed in August 2021 and then it was later on implemented in 2022. The key reforms brought by this Inland Vessel Act, legislative framework is designed to be user friendly and promoting ease of doing business. Then this ensure integrated movement of vessels throughout waterways, because many of the national waterways pass through many states. So this ensured that a registration certificate which is issued in one state is valid throughout all states, and same with survey certificates, so that a vessel which is doing trade between different states does not face issue while it enters into the other states. It establishes, it replaces state-specific rules, and for there are in this act there are two category of vessels: mechanically propelled inland vessels and non-mechanically propelled inland vessels. For mechanically propelled inland vessels, central government is empowered to frame rules. For non-mechanically propelled vessels, state government is empowered to frame rule. But the definition of mechanically propelled inland vessel is so vast that it ranges from a simple speedboat to a complex inland vessel. So the task of framing rules under this act is very complex. So I will give you overview about this act and the various rules which has been framed under the act. So the act was section 1 and 106 was notified on 16 February 2022. Section 2 of the act 2 to 105 and 107 to 114 of the act was notified on 7 June 2022. We have 11 rules which are listed here, which has been framed in under this act till now. We are working on some fresh rules which are under various stages of notification. All these rules have been pre-published and then has been submitted to ministry for notification. Then we have some comments on these rules from LD. We are working on those comments, and then we will be going for notification of these rules. Then many of you are aware that ministry has constituted one advisory committee. Earlier, a lot of issues were raised by stakeholders on the rules and the act. So ministry constituted one advisory committee. Based on the deliberation in the advisory committee, we have come up with 7 amendments to the original rules which were notified in 2022. And 2 other amendments are under process of notification and will be notified soon. One of the major amendment in these are the Inland Vessel Manning Rules 2022. These rules will be replaced by a new set of rules in which many of the shortcomings of 2020 rule will be addressed. One of the most important amendment is this approval process of Inland Vessel Navigation Training Institute. So whoever have gone through the draft of this pre-published rules, we have delegated this power to approve Inland Vessel Navigation Training Institute to IWI and state government. For central government institutes, IWI is the competent authority to approve the institute, and for institute of the state governments and the private institute of the states, the state government is the competent authority. And there is detailed procedure like DG Shipping was also telling CIP and all. So like that only, on the similar lines, we have framed requirements for approval process. So that is there. So after these rules will be notified, the approval of this Navigation Training Institute will be very easy process. Till now, every institute which has to be established has to take approval from us. So we are delegating powers to state government. One of the main feature of the Inland Vessel Act, which I missed to inform. That is, the state government has been, center are forming rules in respect of mechanically propelled vessels, but implementation authority has been delegated to states. So we are not implementing authority. We have delegated all the powers to state. So, Jalyan Navik portal. Jalyan, as already clarified in the first half, while some query were being raised about this portal, this Jalyan Navik portal is nothing different from this, the process which is being currently followed. It is only digital replica of process being currently in force. So it is just a digital platform in which all the forms in these 11 rules has been created in digital form, and owners and stakeholders of the vessels, operators, state government authorities, all has been brought on this single platform, and this will bring efficiency in the working of these state governments while implementing the act. So I've already covered all these points. So this portal has been developed under the Act, under the provisions of the Act and Inland Vessel Central Database and Allied Matter Rules, which envisages this kind of portal to be developed by central government. So IWI has been delegated this function to develop this portal on behalf of central government. So we have developed this portal. This create unified system for managing inland vessels and personnel and aligning with modern governance and regulatory standards for the growing IWT sector. In this portal, we have envisaged 4 to 5 modules, in which one is registration module, then survey. I am talking about the major modules. There are other modules, but the major modules are registration modules, survey modules. Then there is one module on IBA NTI approval, then IB crew certification. So these are the major modules. Then there are modules on the processes of the other processes which are related to the vessels. This is typical user registration process flow. The URL is navik.iwa.gov.in. User can click on register, then select a category. There are multiple categories as listed: ship owner, ship builder, ship manager, ship designer, IB crew, service provider, etc. And then upload the necessary documents, click on sign up, and then his application goes to the designated authority of that respective state in which he wishes to register. Once designated authority approves his application, he will get the user credential for the portal. Then this is typical flow of vessel registration in the portal. The first is consent form. The Act Section 8 envisages that no vessel can be constructed without prior approval of designated authority. So first step is, if a vessel owner wants to construct a vessel in a state, he applies for a consent from the designated authority of that state. Designated authority can approve that application, can seek clarification, can reject that application. So first step, if approved by designated authority, then that application goes to the designer. Designer uploads the necessary drawings of the vessel and then submit. Then the owner get this vessel registration form, in which he will fill all the details of the vessel and then submit it for approval of the designated authority. Then designated authority again conduct surveys. There is one survey in between this consent form, means designated authority, if feels necessary, can send surveyor in the field
Surveyor will inspect the yard in which the vessel is proposed to be constructed, and then he will submit his report. Then designated authority will approve that application. Then carving marking note of the vessel is issued. Then the initial survey is conducted. Then if owner wants, he can apply for provisional certificate of survey and registration. Otherwise, he can apply for certificate of survey, certificate of registration. Then the vessel gets registered. These are the other vessel services which are there in the portal. If a vessel is getting transferred from one owner to other, that application form. These all forms are nothing additional than those envisaged in the they are in the rules. Transfer of registry. If a owner is doing business in a X state and he wants to transfer his registry to Y state, he has to apply in Y state, and then he needs a NOC from first state. Then only the second state's designated authority will approve his application and register his transfer his registry in that state. So these are all services are there in the portal for vessels. These are typical registration flow. I have detailed that how a vessel, all the steps in which vessel is registered, I have listed it. Then surveys. Inland Vessel Act envisages different kind of surveys. So all these kind of all the surveys are envisaged in this portal also. So accordingly, all the forms has been developed and they are in the portal. Once a ship is registered, that ship will always show in the dashboard of that ship owner, and from there notifications will be triggered whenever these surveys will be due. Some of them are statutory surveys, means they have frequency, and some of them are when there is some exigency with the vessel or like that. So accordingly, the vessel owner will apply for these surveys, and those will be, the surveyor will, the designated authority will transfer his application to the surveyor. Surveyor will survey and submit his report in the portal. Designated authority will approve that report, and accordingly certificate of survey will or annual survey certificate, endorsement, etc. will be generated. This is the typical process flow, how it will be done. Then I was talking about IV crew management. So this portal also envisages a module on IV crew, in which IV crew will register, update his profile till now, what certifications and competency he has. After that, whatever he will in this portal, IV and TIs will be also on board. So if he want to do some courses, he will apply in the portal to that IV and TI. IV and TI will generate. One of the feature of this portal is this portal on the application of IV and TI will generate a unique number for this IV crew. Like there is provision in this MS Act. Accordingly, we have also envisaged this IV and TI number. So the crew will get a unique identification number in this portal, and his all future certifications and courses completion, etc. will be, and service record will be linked to that unique number. This is IV and TI approval process flow, in which IV and TI will submit application to the designated authority and pays the required fees, and accordingly DA will approve, seek clarification, etc. with IV and TI, and then if it IV and TI will be approved through the detailed procedure which is mentioned in the rules, and after that they can apply for the courses, and whichever courses DA will approve, IV and TI can run those courses. Accordingly, the crew will can apply in those courses and get these certificates generated. This is the login page of the portal. This is the login. The portals, we currently have 9,000 approximately 9,000 vessels either registered or migrated on the portal, and then 184 surveys has been conducted. This is not the portal shows the dynamic number. This is the number when I took the screenshot. So this is dashboard in which all the informations about the port vessel registered, applications, etc. are shown to nodal officer, designated authorities. Dashboard is different from different users. So these are dashboards. This is one of the sample of the certificate of registration which is generated through the portal. This is course completion certificate which is generated through the portal. These are all samples. Actually, on the portal itself, we have some user manuals and video tutorials how to use this portal. We have a functional 24/7 help desk. This is the help desk number on which users, stakeholders, state governments can register their issues, and we will take up those issues. What IWA is offering through this portal, the complete software, then storage, user trials. We have our staging server is still functional. If any user wants to do some trials how this portal will is working, they can request us. We will provide them credential to our staging server, and they can do the trials of this portal. So we are already giving these supports to all the stakeholders for last 1.5 years, but still if some stakeholder wants this user trial credentials, we can provide that. What are the benefits of this portal? On this portal, online registration and survey formalities can be easily completed, and the compliances with respect to IB Act can be easily complied. Then it promotes ease of doing business. This portal provides easy management of IB crew profile. Then INDVIC number, as I told everyone. And then service record book, transparency and accountability. Then data-driven this decision making. And it supports Digital India and Maritime Vision 2047, which envisages these digital platforms. Way ahead. So we are in close coordination with the Government of Goa and Captain of Port, sir, and we are planning for full implementation of this portal in Goa. Captain of Port, sir, is designated authority for Goa. Once implemented, the state will have end-to-end digital solution for implementation of the act. Will have real-time access to the vessel and regulatory data for state and stakeholders. It will improve transparency, efficiency, and compliance monitoring in inland vessel regulations. Sir has raised some issue while he was giving his presentation. So for that, actually, as I already have clarified that this one nation, one registration was very much necessary. That's why that is the part of the act. So in the act itself, it is envisaged that one vessel which is registered in one state will have her registration will be valid in all states. But still there are many of the provisions in the act through which operations can be regulated. Still, if there are concerns, we are open for suggestions, and we will see how to accommodate that, subjected to this provisions of the act. We cannot go beyond the provisions of the act. So these are, we have listed some of the sections through which it can be regulated. Thank you. Once again, thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to give presentation. If there are any question, I can take, sir. Sir.
Sir, I've got two questions. The first question is for the IV crew.
Yes, sir.
What is a basic training, the minimum training that IWI is prescribing? Any basic safety training before they go on board the ship?
Yes, sir. We have mandated these 5 basic safety and security courses as per STCW convention, and then GP rating, 4-month GP rating course is there. So that those courses are mandatory. These courses, and we have upgradation criteria also.
Okay. The second question is about the survey. Who is authorized to do these surveys? Because IWI also has a lot of issues about qualified people doing the
Sir,
surveys.
we have already envisaged this problem. So we have actually survey authorities are with the state government. We don't do survey. We have delegated all the functions of this survey to state government. But we envisage this problem accordingly. In the Act itself, it is as per Section 12(4) of the Act. Any state government who don't have competent manpower to do the survey can delegate their function to any organization. But in our inland vessel survey and certification rule, we have mentioned certain qualification for the surveyor. Though the organization has to deploy surveyor as per those qualifications. So and state has to issue notification in respect of those surveyors that those will be the surveyor for that state. So accordingly, they can do survey for that state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any further question?
There is, sorry, there is no question as such. Only thing what I'm just requesting, see, Captain of Ports Department is working in close association with IWAI. So, the rules and everything is implemented by us. So there was this central database which was need to be implemented by us. So there were some restriction. First was regarding the zones, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. So that notification will be out from us, and that zones are already been identified. So we had kept on hold this registration on the central database. But now I request all the stakeholders who are owning the vessels, even all those, the crew and all, please be in touch with the Captain of Ports Department, with the officials of the Captain of Ports Departments, and we have to enroll on this central database immediately within this month or within 2 months. It has to be done. We are all prepared for that. So I'm requesting once again all the stakeholders, we have to register ourselves. That's why I have requested Puneet sir to come here and to tell, because all the stakeholders will be there for this workshop. So that's why he has come here to give his valuable input on this part. And I hope it is all clear now with you people. Okay, so please, we have to register our vessels, the crew, everybody on this central database, Jalwan Navig. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Vineet Pandey sir, for your brilliant insights into this central database portal. I would like to call upon stage Shri Constantino Dissa, Radio Officer, Department of Captain of Ports, Government of Goa. Do we have Constantino sir here with us? Please join us on stage to present the token of gratitude to Vineet Pandey, Deputy Director, Inland Waterways and Harbors. Present the vote of thanks to everybody present over here.
Good evening, one and all. I think all of us who've been here since morning attending the Goa Coastal State Workshop will agree with me that we have truly received something meaningful, insightful, and our minds are really enlightened about a lot of things that are happening in the maritime domain in India. And I'm honored and privileged to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the Captain of Ports and the Government of Goa. First of all, I really am grateful to Director General of Shipping and all the officers here. I think we used to see your names on circulars and your signatures, but it was really a pleasant sight to meet all of you all, to see you all face to face. It's indeed a great honor because it's really surprising, that you all have come all the way to present, to us so many avenues, so many different subjects, which were quite difficult to understand. And truly, we can go home today thanking you all for the insights that you all have given us. And I must appreciate that DG Shipping has been really regulating the Indian seas for all these years. And thanks to you all, I think we can be proud that India has achieved a lot in shipping. So, and thank you for really taking this initiative to start something like this, where you come to the stakeholders, to the authorities, and everyone in the domain, and interact and give us opportunities to really position ourselves in such a way that we can express our difficulties, whatever we are doing. And such interaction, I'm sure, will take us a long way forward. And I really appreciate and thank you. I think for that, they deserve a big clap. So your continuous guidance, commitment, and strengthening India's maritime ecosystem and bringing together all of us stakeholders is truly appreciated and commendable. Also, I'd like to thank IWI for the support they're giving, especially in the inland waterways of Goa, and the contribution they are giving, especially in terms of sponsoring and financing a lot of development in the state of Goa, and especially for being present today to give your point of view. When we look at the 6 pillars that we've been talking about today, it is really nice to know we discussed maritime safety, shipbuilding, ship recycling, maritime training, crewing, and employment, and also sustainability and decarbonization, and also especially the area of coastal shipping. I'm sure that with the experts that we had presenting all these 6 pillars, we have definitely gained a lot, and especially Goa, I'm sure will adopt all these 6 pillars and we'll try to go forward. And I'm sure with our Captain of Ports, Sri Octavio, being so dynamic, we will really take these 6 pillars forward. I think we were blessed today to have the presence of our Honorable Union Minister, Shripad Naik. He spent quite a lot of time with us. It's truly appreciated that he did spend so much time. It's not easy for politicians to be here, but it shows his commitment, his valuable support to us. And also in the afternoon, we had our Honorable Ports Minister, Sri Digambar Kamath, and I'm sure the little that he spoke was really encouraging for all of us, and we thank them for their presence. Also, a special note of appreciation to Elite Technomedia. I think this event was beautifully organized, very professional. I think all of you will agree with that. And especially for giving a platform for a meaningful discussion, knowledge sharing, and collaboration among all the stakeholders. And to all of you, many stakeholders, shipyards, owners, Maritime Institute operators, industry leaders, experts, and delegates who have taken their time to be here, participate in these workshops. I must say your insights, experience, and active participation and proactive approach has made these discussions extremely valuable and productive. Also, I would like to thank Captain of Ports, Sri Octavio, for all the efforts that he has taken along with DG Shipping, all the officers of DG Shipping and officers of Captain of Ports. Thank you for all the trouble that you've taken. And I'm sure that workshops like this This is just the starting one. Many more will come in future. And I'm sure this will strengthen collaboration between the industry, between the government, between the academia. And collectively, as we move forward for Viksit Bharat, I'm sure that this maritime domain will play a big role. So once again, a sincere gratitude to each one of you. Thank you for coming all the way, being here. Thank you for all the members who are here throughout the day, even the young cadets, Ganpat University, everybody, I thank you very much. And all the dignitaries, everyone who made this a success, a grateful thanks to you.
Please come in the center. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call upon stage Shri Ravi Kumar Mukherjee, Ship Surveyor cum DDG Tech, Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, to kindly present the token of gratitude to Shri Constantino Dissa, Radio Officer, Department of Captain of Ports, Government of Goa. Thank you so much, sir, for your participation and your encouragement. With that, we come down to the end of our entire workshop. I hope all the delegates and participants over here joined and learned a lot from today's discussion. I would also request all the key dignitaries who has joined us today as speakers or as partners to please come up on stage so that we can have a group event.